Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ihlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Just like that. This is thrilling. It's a shambles.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honor, number one. I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to
Okay, it's time for the toss. I've got the match referee, Mr. Gerry Pienaar, alongside me. The home captain is Jason Smith, and the away captain is Mikey Erlang. Jason will spin the coin.
Tails? Tails is the call. Tails it is.
So the Tuskers have won the toss. They're going to tell us what they're going to do. What are you going to do, Mikey?
We're going to have a bowl first today.
Reason?
We just feel that maybe a little bit tacky underneath there, so looking to use that and hopefully get a few wickets early doors with that slow nature. Yeah.
You will have seen the scores from last week's game here, very flat. Yeah. You think this might be a bit different?
I think as the game progresses, I think it will sort of flatten out. Like I said, I think we just feel there's a bit of tackiness there, and yeah, we're gonna look to use that.
Any changes to your team from the Warriors draw?
One change.
Good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead for this CSA domestic 4-day competition match. Under beautiful blue skies, it was a foggy morning here in Durban. Could scarcely believe that you couldn't see where you were going at 7 o'clock in the morning, but it's already burnt away and the temperature's supposed to hit the upper 20s, if not 30 degrees. We've had a toss a little earlier. The Tuskers, the visiting side from just up the road in KZN Inland and Pietermaritzburg, they won the toss and they decided to bowl on a pitch that is certainly got more grass than last week's main road that was onto the left of the square in the game against the Lions. But it is a batting day in terms of the overhead conditions. It's going to be hot. It's a long morning session, 2.5 hours. And I think the Dolphins would have probably wanted to bat anyway. It'll be a tricky little first hour because it's going to move around because of the fresh greenness of the grass. But for the most part, it's a pretty dry pitch. And you've got two men who've just come off scores. De Torley, your second highest run scorer in the competition. He's had 2 centuries and a 50 to his name. He's played really well for the Dolphins. And young Ramesh Pillay, who's been thrust up the order in this year's 4-day competition. Batted middle order last year and got a decent start to his career, got a couple of 50s. Well, he got a 50 in his last knock and saving the game against the Lions last week. But the Tuskers, probably Andy Capistano, feel that it's their best chance to pick up early wickets is when the pitch is at its freshest.
2 years since these two sides last met here at Kingsmead, remembering that the Tuskers won the second division competition last year to get promoted after being relegated 2 years ago, and the Dolphins won that match by an innings 2 years ago. And I was slightly surprised when the captain of the Tuskers, Mikey Erlang, won the toss and chose to bowl. We can discuss that during the course of the morning, why that might have been. They've had a slightly disappointing start to the season, the Tuskers. They lost a game that they should comfortably have drawn against Northwest, and then weather intervened in their last game against the Warriors, which was 10 days ago, as they were looking as if they were going to chase it down for victory. The curtain came down with 90 to win and 6 wickets in hand. So here we go, we're ready to start, and as you say, hot, sultry morning. Will there be any movement? Because there certainly wasn't in the 4-day game just concluded.
Yeah, weather conditions, as you say, a little bit more sultry, a bit more steamy. You might get a bit of swing. It's De Pavilon who's got the ball in his hand. He's going to start round the wicket to De Torley from the Old Ford end. In a side that has shown some changes, Abrams is out and Mayer is in for the Tuskers. They have had the 10-day layoff. The Dolphins 3 in a row here as they start. Here's De Pavilon. And there's carry down the leg side, certainly more carry than we saw at any stage during the last 4 days, Andy.
How bad would your day have been if you'd got a little glove on that one? First ball of the day, it's a loosener down the leg side.
Yeah. The only thing from a delivery perspective is it had a bit of pace and bounce, so hence the possibility of a glove. He's a short man in stature, De Torley. But you're right, that would have been the complete strangle. We've seen it happen. Off the pads, there's certainly in drift. There's a little bit of shape from round the wicket. It's not gun barrel straight. I'm not saying it's doing it off the surface, but there's a little bit on the angle of it just swinging into the left-hander. The Dolphin side also shows some changes. Jason Smith is back from his national duty in Namibia. He replaces Samal Pillay, and then there's quite a lot of change to the bowling attack. Bartman comes back in, Cele out with a split webbing to his hand. Young Mokoena gets a crack as Loose is rested, and because Keshav Maharaj has gone off to Pakistan, Gopalan, the left armour, comes into the side. So the Dolphins' attack looks pretty raw.
Yeah, you can't shout for that, Darren. That's clearly missing leg. I was mentioning the weather affecting the last 4-day game that the Mutiram Tuskers played in Maritzburg, and that weather on the first 2 days meant that batting was a little bit of a lottery. But Darren De Pavilon, who we're watching now, bowled beautifully, picked up 4 for 28 as they shot out the Warriors for 140 in Maritzburg, and Hardisville Yun, who you'll see taking the new ball at the other end, also bowled beautifully on the first morning, and indeed for most of the match.
Well, they've got pace, both of those two. There's certainly something that's absent in the Dolphins lineup. Oh, there's the line. That's come back a long way. He puts his hands up as if thinking, well, maybe that was pretty close to off stump. It was always one that you were going to leave. But it did shape. So there is a bit of movement out there. So this will be more of a challenge than last week's road against the Lions for De Tole and Pillay. Against two experienced bowlers. I mean, it was a little bit of a surprise when De Pavillon didn't have his contract renewed by the Dolphins. Particularly when you look at the absence of experience or real pace in the Dolphins bowling lineup. I think maybe they got a bit frustrated with his perennial injury problem. He never seems to get through a season, and that's very tough to plan a squad around a man who's always injured. Oh my word, that's over the top of middle.
It bounced. That's why it wasn't middle stump out of the ground.
Yeah.
And some lovely carry right at the beginning. So perhaps a little bit of rationale behind winning the toss and inserting the opposition.
Well, this is the challenge for an opening batter, because the morning session of a first day often does belong to the bowling side because the pitch is fresh and it's got a bit of something. The overhead conditions are saying it's going to burn away and be a pretty good day for batting. So right now you've just got to be dogged. You've got to absorb the pressure that you've been put under and just try and survive for that first hour. It's not about necessarily scoring freely, because you're not going to be able to. It's challenging. Big appeal, big appeal!
Not out.
On the angle, it's always going to be difficult to get a wicket, an LBW. But it's hurt him. That's De Tole's taken a blow, and that's a probing over from De Pavillon to begin with.
I would suggest that De Tole hasn't faced an over like that in the previous 4-day game against the Lions, as well as the Lions bowled. Darren De Pavillon asked a lot of questions in that opening over. Made the ball swing, which, as an old swing bowler myself, I'm always delighted to see the ball swing. And we didn't see that in the previous game against the Lions. It really was gun barrel straight for the most part. Hardisfield coming on, 36 years old, been all over the world with his cricket.
And a trier. There's no two ways about it. He will give his 110%. He's all about pace and fire and brimstone. He'll bowl 2 lengths, thrash it in halfway down, or try and knock your toes off. And I think Pillay is going to be challenged there, because if he does find the right length, he's going to get a bit of assistance. I just want to go back to De Pavillon a bit, Andy. I wonder whether he'd consider going over the wicket, because there was enough shape that it brings LBW into play if he's over the wicket. Around the wicket, it's very tricky. You've got to be really back and across to get an LBW.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But if it's all about comfort often for a bowler. If he's comfortable, he wants to cramp De Tole for room, he's going to continue deploying that tactic. Here's Viljoen, goes to Pillay. 2 slips in a gully and a short leg. That was perhaps less carry. The keeper took it around about waist height. He's quite far back, but I expected it to ping a little bit more through to the keeper.
Bit of a loosener, I think. Hardisfield played his cricket in Kimberley the last couple of seasons for the Northern Cape Heat, and with the Tuskers being promoted, he's thrown his lot in with them. Whoops.
Oh, that's wayward. Nice footwork from the keeper.
Also seemed to swing a bit, though.
A little bit in, yeah. I think he just more dropped his wrist position and it just pushed it down the leg side. You mentioned the Tuskers coming up and the Knights going down promo relegation. A little surprised to hear this morning that nobody's sure if there is promotion relegation. I would have thought with the season already underway, those parameters and bylaws would already be in place, but whether there will be promo relegation at the end of the season seems to be a point of debate. And whilst you want that flow between the side and give the Division 2 side something to play for in promotion, it is a bit awkward for the major unions. And I'll try and create a scenario. You've got a test team in Pakistan going on to India, so that's a squad of 16 out, and a lot of those are from, for example, the Lions and the Titans, and what sort of squad have they got? They've got good backup squad. But now the A side's going to go off to India now at the end of the month. Going to take another 17 first-class players out of that, and there'll be a lot of contracted players. You're only contracting a certain number of players. You probably have players coming out of club cricket playing for respective sides, and that could be it could be challenging on a side to say at the end of that, well, you've provided, let's be maybe a bit exaggerated and say you've provided 10 players to the national squad and the A-team squad, but you're relegated because you've grown players and provided them to your national team. So I think that's the reason why nobody's sure, because there'll be teams that don't want that promotion relegation in place and others that will. Clipped away, short boundary, it'll go for 4. Worked it from pretty straight, hence the oohs and ahs.
Once again, there was a little bit of swing there, but half volley, and Pillay played it well. Pillay got a duck in the first innings against the Lions, but batted really well in their rearguard action to save the game on the last day, and made a career best 94, going past the 81 he made batting at number 7 in the previous season.
What I would suggest, though, in that stroke that went for 4, Andy, that it went squarer than he was intending, or that he should have been, because it was pretty much middle and leg, and it went very square.
Yeah, you want to hit that through mid-wicket, mid-on.
Yeah, it may be something to do with the field. Mid-on is not very straight, so he's almost going, I've got to get it to the right of mid-on, and in which case he's got to push with the bottom hand, and that might all be tactical in terms of Fullion and trying to make him play across the line to a very full-length delivery.
He's just reaching for it, isn't he?
Yeah, too expansive. And this is the inexperience at opening the batting at this level. As you say, last year 6 and 7, and the ball's not doing anything there. The end of that Fullion over, it's 4 for none. But here we've got a situation where he's playing on a pitch that's probably got a little bit more than what he's had in last week, or even down at Pal. And it's not necessary. It just needs to be a bit tighter in defence rather than be expansive atop the order. Give the first hour to the bowling side. If you can see off to Pavillon and Fullion with no loss, even if you've got 20 on the board, the rest of the team will shake your hand.
Yeah. So, as you mentioned earlier, it's a little tinge of green, but I don't think it'll last very long in these conditions.
No, it'll burn dry very, very quickly. So take your wickets now. Oh, hit straight to cover. That is a super catch. De Torle's wonderful season has a blip on the graph. He's out for naught, driving to cover. It's a stinging catch taken in. De Pavillon gets the first wicket, and the Dolphins are 4 for 1.
And that is his first failure. 2 centuries, 2 half centuries, and De Pavillon picks up another good scalp at the top of the order. Just a little bit casual with the stroke there. And well picked up at daisy cutter level. Try and confirm who that was.
Was it not Bulbulia?
I think it could have been.
Yeah. Again, I just sense a lack of patience to assess conditions before we try and get expansive for these 2 openers. It was a challenging over. I'm not saying you've got to be defensive in your mindset, but you've got to be going, it's the bowler's time. Big off drives to one outside the off stump when there's movement. Yes, it sounded like it came on the middle of the bat, but you haven't even got the pace of the pitch yet. The previous over was all on the back foot. Now he gets one to drive. The first opportunity to drive, he's having a bit of a lash at it. He'll go, oh, I'm unlucky, I've hit it straight to the fielder. But if you're just tighter, let it come to you and hit the middle of the bat, it probably goes in the gap for 2. It doesn't have to whistle for 4. There's no statement making in a 4-day game in the first hour.
Just watching it on your screens one more time, yeah, he's got no reason to really play the ball. It was wide of off stump. Slade van Staden is the new man. Educated at Hilton College, but he's got 1 foot in the United States. He's got an American mother and has played some club cricket over there and done very well.
Oh, there was a period when he first got into the Dolphins setup where he wasn't playing much, and I suppose he's still not playing much. He's only played 13 matches, averaging 40, which is decent. A high score of 111 against the Knights. That's his 100, and he's got 450s. Capable player, but I'll pause as he is greeted with 3 slips and a gully, and here comes De Pavillon to just go along with that story.
Short mid-wicket as well.
Driving again. There's lack of tightness in this Dolphins upper order. They're playing as if it's a road, and there's a little bit of something there.
And straight away, I think De Pavillon looks more comfortable and more threatening going over the wicket. Obviously, the left-hander's out of the way now. He's got two right-handers. He's swinging the ball away. This is the kind of conditions that outswing bowlers dream of.
He'd love to pick up wickets against the Dolphins, having been cut loose, having been said, thank you for your service, but you're no longer required. A little fifer on his return to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead would please him more than most, and he's charging in now. Just a little bit onto the pads, waited for it nicely at Van Staden. It's just the one. Just to go back to Slade Van Staden, and I think I won't say it's a problem, but it's a situation that a lot of young cricketers who've achieved at school level or under 19 level, they expect the progression to be rapid. But you're no longer an age group cricket. You're an open cricket. There can only be so many contracted to a franchise and so many 11 on the park, and people aren't just going to fall by the wayside because you're a talented player. And youngsters tend to get a bit impatient. Where's my contract? Why am I not playing regularly? Because there's people like Kaya Zondo who played for 15 years and are still producing the goods. Jason Smith, players like that who just don't fall away just because they're getting a little bit older. Off the hip, there's a scampered single. That's good running. And I see that in a lot of young cricketers that'll play S under 19 and then, where's my franchise contract? And they don't get enough game time immediately. It's all a part of growth curve. So
I'll give you a rugby example of what you're talking about.
Go for it, Andy.
This was told to me by one of the coaching staff of Western Province, who's been heavily involved with the elite group players coming out of school and bringing them through. He told me about a training session early in the season, pre-season actually.
Oh my word! Soft as you like. De Pavillon strikes again. Van Staden has to go. And just as I was saying, there's this inability to wait for the ball, let it come to you. He's motioning as if it just stopped in the surface. Hence why you're pushing at it. It's this, I've got to get bat on ball, I've got to get it out front. That's a very cheap and soft dismissal. 2 down quickly, the Dolphins in heaps of trouble at 6 for 2.
2 wickets in the over for Darren De Pavillon. That was Jonty Rapalana taking it in his preferred position, square of the wicket on the offside. Confirmation that it was Bulbulia who took the first catch, the one low down, and that immediately tells you that Mikey Erlanker's made the right decision on winning the toss and choosing to bowl. But beautiful bowling, beautiful execution from Darren De Pavillon. First ball of the day was sort of wide down the leg side, but since then he's been right on the mark. The ball's swinging, there's a little bit of bounce, and they're making it difficult for the Dolphins. Bryce Parsons, the new man.
The one thing you wouldn't expect from an upper order, though, Andy, is that both wickets have fallen to catches in front of the wicket. You'd expect nicks to slip if there's movement, there's a bit of extra bounce, but both strokes have been, De Tolly's an out-and-out drive, and Van Staden a quasi-attacking, quasi-defensive. It was neither use nor ornament. Instead of waiting for it, just get back and across and let it get to him.
It reminded me of the Diavolt Brevis's dismissal yesterday.
Yeah, like what's in the mind? You're not attacking, but you're not rock solid in defense. And that's why I keep repeating the point and say, in the first hour, you've been put into bat. You can see the surface in front of you is a bit greener than what you've played on the last 2 games. This needs circumspection for time. Face 20 balls before you think about taking a game to the bowler. And Van Staden was a very loose stroke for an upper order number 3. De Tolly, similarly, not quite as graphic, but I think as well as De Pavillon's bowled and as vindicated the decision by Mike Erlank, this has been a poor batting display by the Dolphins. Tightness is required now for the first this morning session, as they have to try and rebuild. Good over, 6 for 2 from 3.
Yeah, so a single, a leg by, and 2 wickets in the over for Darren De Pavillon. I mean, he's earned his corn for this match just with that little mini spell. 6 for 2 with Parsons in now. Jason Smith will be in next, who's taken over the captaincy from Kesh Maharaj. Kaya Zondo at 6. And Hanu Fillion at 7. Ethan Bosch is a very good number 8. And then you've got the bowlers, Gopalan, Mokoena and Bartman. But somebody needs to play a long innings here and get through the new ball. Hardest Viljoen. He's got a backward short leg.
Why not?
Much better line. So the Tuskers have bought well. I think at the end of last season, they knew that they didn't have firepower with the new ball. Ziad Abrahams was taking the new ball last year. He is 12th man today. They've brought in 2 really good campaigners, both of whom have played for South Africa.
Driving, not through. He definitely goes a fuller length than does De Pavillon does Viljoen. It's almost as if he likes to hit the stump, so it does just tail in a little bit with his natural action. And if he can get the Yorker out, so be it. But and every now and then he will thrash one in halfway down and try and get it up to the throat height.
He's a genuine quick bowler. I mean, he's lost a yard of pace over the years, but this is his 17th season in first-class cricket.
That looked tighter. Yeah, it amazes me, certain bowlers, and I mean, he's a big, strapping, strong lad. You'd think there'd be muscle pulls or shoulder injuries, but he keeps going, whereas there are other bowlers, and I'm going to mention a name, Gerald Coetzee, who just...
He's always injured,
always injured. And eventually, I feel for the man, because he's certainly got ability and he's got pace, but the powers that be go, well, if you're never on the park, how can we be considering you? So he's got to either get himself stronger or... It's just such ill luck that, oh, there's the short one, that's the troublesome one. Now the batter's thinking, I can't just rock onto the front foot because Viljoen's got that in his capability.
That's the classic quick bowler's delivery, isn't it? When we've just been talking about him pitching the ball up, looking for a little bit of movement, and he keeps you honest with a proper bouncer, one that you actually have to get out of the way of instead of watch sailing over.
I wonder if Bryce Parsons, who's been around the block a little bit more than, say, a Slade van Staden, has had a word with Pillay and said, right, come on, let's just be a bit tight. We're in big trouble, nothing expansive, know where your off stump is. An opening batter's job is to get shine off the ball, not play strokes like the 2 previous batters have done and been way too loose for upper order players. Oh, steep bounce, gloved him. Effort ball. This is good stuff from the Tuskers. 6 for 2 from 4. The Dolphins, having been put in, are in massive trouble.
That's a good maiden over, isn't it? That's what you want from your new ball bowler. There's nothing for free, and there's a bit of heat coming down the pitch at you. So De Pavillon will be back bowling to the left-hander. Like you, with the amount of swing that we've seen, I'd love to see him go over the wicket and open up an extra mode of dismissal. But he seems happy going round.
I wonder how he's enjoyed playing county cricket. He's been over in the UK playing for Derby a bit, and I think no matter what stage of your career, you learn a lot playing county cricket. Here he comes to Parsons. Oh, driving, and he punches the back of his bat, and so he should, feeling loosely outside the off stump. As good as the Tuskers have been, this has been mightily disappointing batting from the Dolphins.
You do get the impression, as you mentioned, that they've just finished a 4-day game playing on a road, and you get the impression that they have not adapted their technique for playing on a pitch that has a little bit more and in conditions that are a lot more bowler friendly generally.
I also think most mentally you've got to get yourself attuned to, it's not our day, it's the bowler's day. How are we going to cope with that? I'm going to drive it through cover for 4. It's a good looking shot. Probably the sweetest of the day, and Parsons is underway.
Probably, to be fair, was a half volley.
Yes.
And you like to see a player spotting a ball that can be driven, and just having a look at that replay there, he moved his front foot nicely, bent the back leg, and got down to the bounce of the ball. It was a classic cover drive.
I suppose it's the modern way, isn't it, Andy?
Yeah, that's it.
It's all very much, well, we're going to switch pressure. Let's put the pressure back on the bowler. We're under pressure. How's the best way is to counter-attack? All born out of the way England play cricket, I should imagine. It's a good follow-up. Good follow-up from both the leave and the delivery.
Baz ball is not for everyone, is it? But
I'm not sure it's for everyone in the England team.
But I do like what we're seeing here, the carry.
Yes.
From the Old Fort end. Just seems to be absolutely beautiful.
I think it's just a better pitch. I think by leaving grass, you bring the bowlers into play. There will be a time on days 2 and 3 when it's a really good batting pitch because it comes onto the bat. It may turn a little bit because if it can seam, it can spin. There's always the old adage in the game. So they may get some spin at some stage, but this looks a way better pitch than what we saw last week against the Lions. Oh, that's close. That's close. Unless it's bounced, because offering no shot, that's nipped back a long, long way.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. The only thing that's going to save him here is that it's going over the top. Playing no shot, and yeah, it's hit him high, hasn't it? Yeah, it's hit him high, and he's actually taken a big stride forward. So that's going over the top, and I don't have a problem with umpire Wineguard's decision there.
It's certainly worth a holler, Andy, because it did come back a long way on the angle.
You've got to loosen the throat at the beginning of the day as much as you're bowling on.
And you will, even more so when you've got the opposition 11 for 2 and you're looking for your third.
That's an interesting position, isn't it, that Sean Gilson has been put in on the onside, short mid-wicket, with the ball swinging into the left-hander. If Parsons just lifts it into the onside, Gilson's there to snap it up. 2 slips gully. I wouldn't be disappointed in a leg slip in conditions like this.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the 3 men in the ring to the offside when you've got a side 11 for 2. Yes, the angle is saying it might not get so. Yeah, you make a valid point, Andy. A backward short leg slip is just an extra attacker.
Saw him turned around there.
Yeah, you wonder why Mark Erlang's thinking, what's the harm in leaving that gap at extra cover and saying, push me through there, get the guys playing at wide ones, and it may get to slip or second slip or even third slip.
And surely with the ball moving, you can take mid-off out to allow the batter to see if he can hit it through a big open gap. Move your 2 men in the covers. You've got a man just behind square, and you've got another just in front of square. Move him a little bit wider, and move your mid-off to leg slip or backward short leg.
Oh, super piece of bowling. That one's held its line, nipped away. There's assistance here. Good toss to win, and it's being utilised very nicely by De Pavillon and Fullion. It's 11 for 2 from 5.
Well, this is the best I've seen Darren De Pavillon bowl. Here it is at his old home ground, and obviously I've seen a lot of him in one-day cricket. Haven't seen as much as I would like in 4-day cricket, but if he stays fit, he's going to make a big difference to the Tuskers this year with spells like this.
Yeah, fitness is the key for De Pavillon, but with ability to stay on the field, because when he's on the field, he's a value. And I think it's important. I get a sense from him just chatting to him before the game. He's feeling valued. And there's nothing like stroking an ego in a cricket player. You know, there's different players respond to different things, but when you feel like you're really valued by your lineup, you tend to produce. Here's Fullion. Oh, and there's the drive again.
To be fair, the length is there for the drive, but the front foot doesn't go as far across as I would like.
It's a little bit. And the bat's coming through at a little bit of an oblique angle as well. And he replays the stroke going, well, I've got to hit it with a straighter blade. But if you have to reach that far so that the bat goes at an angle, it might be telling you, yeah, it is there to drive because of the full length, but it's probably too wide. Let it go. I can think of very few deliveries off Fullion. There was a leg side one that Shackleton took down the leg side, and the bouncer that have got through to the keeper. Otherwise, he's been wicket to wicket. And Pille's looking to play at every delivery. He's not even thinking leave. I still sense, Andy, that as much as there has been a little bit of assistance for this first half hour, once you get through,
it's going to flatten out,
and quickly.
Yeah.
Once you get to session 2, it's going to be much more batting-friendly conditions. But the lack of the mindfulness of that by the Dolphins' upper order is what's disappointed me this morning.
I can imagine plenty of opening batters that we've both seen over the years who would still be batting in these conditions, would not be looking to get the ball off the square for the first hour. Maybe hit the bad ball if there was one, but generally speaking, defend your stumps.
Yeah, and you'd know where your scoring options are and what you're going to do. It's okay, if there's a leg side half volley, I'll hit that. If it's a rank cut shot, I'll hit that. Otherwise, I'm not playing. You've got a battle plan against the new ball, and I just sense that there wasn't one. Beautifully bowled, a little bit of extra bounce, lovely channel. Viljoen joins the party, and the Dolphins are in heaps of trouble at 11 for 3.
Lovely delivery, bounced a little bit outside the off stump. Not sure whether it was inside or outside edge. We got a chance to watch it again here. Yeah, you see where the keeper took it way down the leg side. Little inside nick, well taken by Shackleton. And that is the top 3 all gone with 11 runs on the board. So Pille, another failure for him in this season where he's been asked to open the batting. Made a 94 in the previous game, but that's now another day where he's failed to get into double figures. 11 for 3, and when Mikey Erlang won the toss this morning, I don't think he would have imagined that would be the case.
I got a feeling, Andy, he was going, I'm not sure about my batting lineup on a pitch that's got a bit of something. So there was almost a double-edged sword. One, the attacking option might be, let's say, bowl and use it now. But the danger was if you don't use that new ball well enough, and the Dolphins got away. Well, it hasn't. It's now looking like an absolute genius decision at 11 for 3. And there's a real risk of the Dolphins being rolled over here. Yes, they've got some capable batting. Jason Smith going out, the skipper going out way before he would ever have he never thought he'd bat in the first half hour. But for me, Andy, that was the first delivery that's got a batter out. The other 2 were all about loose strokes, poor shot selection, just not thoughtful batting.
But I think Viljoen absolutely deserves that.
Oh,
wicket.
yes. Yeah,
he's bowled, as you say, he's bowled wicket to wicket. He's made them play. The odd ball is just doing something, and that was a real peach. So Jason Smith, fresh from playing for the South African 11 in Windhoek, and he said it was a real privilege to be up there for the unveiling of the new stadium, and his 31 was the highest score in South Africa's innings on a pitch which was described as a little bit challenging.
Tacky, yeah.
Of course, Namibia, opening their new national stadium, chased them down off the last ball.
Yeah, and it's a fully fledged international. It wasn't of South Africa, even though they had a side in Pakistan, and this was perhaps not their frontline T20 side. Recognised it as a full international, and Namibia, they won't mind who the 11 were that played against them. They've got a win on the opening of their ground, and it sent shockwaves through international cricket. Namibia beating South Africa, and Jason Smith was part of that defeated South African side. He's on strike now. Oof. It's wide. It's canny bowling. That was a worthwhile attempt at a Yorker to start with. Success, 11 for 3 after 6. Dolphins having been inserted by Mike Erlang, and there's a bit of rivalry here. I suppose it's akin to the Titans Lions rivalry across the SK. There's always a bit of rivalry. The Tuskers, hesitate to say that they feel poor relations, but there's nothing more than they'd like to come down here and roll the Dolphins over.
The real battle for the Tuskers is a psychological one. Do they belong at this level? And they've got some very good players, but you have to prove with numbers that you belong.
A win would do them a power of good. As De Pavillon is teasing Parsons outside off stump. I just want to go back to your point about openers and shot selection and having battle plans. No, he wasn't an opener. Cullis for me was the perfect example. I'll never forget, he got 100 here against Australia many years ago, and on 82 he hit a cover drive. And I remember turning to my sons, who were quite young then. I said, what did you like about the stroke? And they said all the technique. I said it was his first cover drive. At 82 he decided to unfurl the cover drive after 5 hours of batting.
Who was that?
Cullis.
Cullis, right.
Other than that, he just waited for it to get into the pads, worked it away, he'd cut if necessary, but had just felt cover driving was risky if you were driving on the up. There was no half volleys, got punched for 2, but a fully fledged out and out cover drive took him from 82 to 86. And that's how you plan an innings.
That was a no ball, incidentally, from Darren De Pavillon. It's about the first foot he's put wrong. In a score of 12 for 3. You'll note Hardisvillian is standing at first slip.
Seniority.
Well, there have been a few quick bowlers who've stood in that position over the years. And I'll give you a name who, you mentioned Derbyshire, which is where
Mike
Hendrick
caught everything.
He was a beautiful slipper. Had hands like buckets, which always helps. But he had anticipation, and he never seemed to drop anything. Ian Terence Botham wasn't bad either.
Yeah, but all rounder like Brian McMillan, also a man who bat 6 and bowled quickly and caught everything that was close enough to him.
Another Derbyshire man, Ken Higgs. Opened the bowling for England in the late 60s.
This is good stuff from the Tuskers. There was a little bit of looseness in both opening salvos, the first 6 balls, just to sort of get on target and feel what length was the one to bowl. But since then, De Pavillon and Viljoen have been outstanding. As good as they've been, and different have the Dolphins been. Pillay will say, okay, I've got a good one. Had to play at it, just on the top of off stump, bit of bounce, and found the edge. But I think the other two will review their dismissals, and the analyst will point out so many shortcomings.
I love the carry that we're seeing this morning.
Don't you just? This is a cricket pitch. Last week's was just completely and utterly devoid of life, and the likelihood of a result absolutely negligible. What, 20 wickets fell in 4 days.
Yeah.
For something like 1,300 runs.
It's a rare instance of a game being called at tea on the final day. We were expecting them to emerge after tea, and they never did.
They don't have to. Particularly when it's got no chance of going anywhere.
You can kind of imagine the timeless test, famously played on this ground. Could have been played on that pitch. You could have played on that pitch for 10 days and not got a result.
Yeah, I think you're right. Didn't even have to put any water on it, just put the stumps in.
When you think that that the Lions declared at 619 for 7, and they could easily have gone on for 750, 800, who knows?
Do you remember that final here where the Dolphins
were
trying to save it, and if
who
they say
will forget?
750 for 5 or something in the final, in the third innings.
Benke got runs, didn't he?
Double 100, yeah. Everybody got runs. Induces falseness. Patience required from Parsons. He's got a boundary, but it's a flashing edge and could have gone absolutely anywhere. Hands on heads for De Pavillon as he holds sway. 16 for 3 from 7.
Right, Brett, time for you to go and have a cup of tea. Sam Mofokeng is going to come into the commentary box and join me. 16 for 3. Darren de Pavillon now 4 overs, 2 for 11. And 4 of those runs were from the last ball of the over that could so easily have holed out at gully or maybe at cover point. Welcome, Sam.
Andy, how are you doing?
All good and you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Dolphins in a bit of strife here.
Yeah. Different situation from last week. Obviously different wicket as well. These bowlers have really come on and exploited this wicket and made sure that they attack the stumps as often as possible, which is hardest. The Pavillon has also been asking those questions. And they've got rewarded as they've already got 3 wickets in this first hour, which you will take any day, Andy.
Absolutely. Win, toss, bowl, have the opposition 16 for 3. Thank you very much. Wherever you're watching us, incidentally, welcome. You're at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. There are other games going on, also on YouTube. Thanks very much to Pitch Vision. WSB Western Province against Eastval Northwest Dragons. That's being played at Newlands. The Daffabet Warriors at St George's Park against Gold Rush Woolland. It'll be a single, and it'll be off the mark for Jason Smith. The Momentum Multiply Titans are playing against the DP World Lions, the Trans Yuxke Derby. All of those games are live, but not all of them have commentary, Sam.
Yes.
We must just reach out to Heinrich Stradum and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and say thank you very much for sponsoring commentary. And if you would like to get involved, it's not expensive. Get hold of your local franchise and say, I would like to sponsor commentary. I don't want to just watch the live feed with sound effects. Make a difference.
Definitely, Andy. We set up here the best view in our house probably, and we do what we love. This morning we've got to see a lot of action, a lot of bounce, a lot of movement, wickets. It's 4-day cricket at its best.
A little bit of cut there that we didn't see on the wicket on the other edge of the square. So I'm told, Sam, that this is the result side of the table.
Most definitely, most definitely. Build a bit of confidence on the left, and then you get to get challenged on the right. Last week was
and the
obviously
test pitch would be in the middle.
Right in the middle, 100%, 100%.
That's a good questioning line. Viljoen and de Pavillon, just as they did in the match against the Warriors, have hit their straps early. They're making the ball talk. De Pavillon took 4 for 28 against the Warriors, and Hardisviljoen 3 for 25 in that first innings, bowling out the Warriors for 140 in Maritzburg.
Yeah, especially on that surface, Andy. I was there last week. They really did a good job. I thought the way they executed, the way they stayed patient, just kept on asking those Warriors batters tough questions. It was really good to see. So, yeah, obviously 2 experienced opening bowlers doing a job here again. De Pavillon obviously being familiar with these conditions. Hardis doing a very good job as well.
I think they complement each other very well. De Pavillon, more of a swing bowler.
Yeah.
Viljoen, more of a seam bowler.
Definitely, definitely.
It's another good one from him. So he's now bowled 4 overs, 1 for 5.
Yes.
Thanks for coming. And he doesn't seem to take a lot out of himself. He's got an enormous pair of shoulders on him. Trots in and turns over his arm, bang.
Hits the stumps quite regularly. asked the batters some tough questions, and well-deserved wicket that just took off of a length. Got the faintest of nicks outside off of the bat of Ramesh and Pillay, and he had to unfortunately go for 4 runs. And then he comes and stands, hands on his hips, standing first slip. What a job he has.
So now we've got 3 slips and a gully. Nobody catching on the onside. It's a 7-2 that the Tuskers have got here, mid-on and a long leg. It's a good line.
Good energies from the Pavilion. He's really been running in, hitting the wicket as hard as he can. It's the type of bowler that he is.
Just looking at where Hardisvillian is standing, you can see that that ball is coming through with pace.
It's quite far. It really is quite far. Getting a really good carry. Groundsmen have again done a fantastic job here to prepare a wicket like this.
Wonder Boy has worked his wonders.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah, there's that big hole because it's a 7-2, not a 6-3. It's the thing about the outswing bowler is that when it's doing something, you're always trying to bowl the magic ball that pitches leg and hits the top of off. And of course, normally when you try that, it just carries on
Holds
down
this
the
line,
leg
yeah. Stay straight. It's exactly what happened on that occasion. A few days ago, like you said, Andy, Jason was in coloured clothing and now he's in whites playing red ball cricket. Just a switch in format and mindset for modern day players. You really got to be on it. Whereas in the past you go through a series of games where you're just playing white ball cricket or you're just playing red ball cricket, but obviously times have changed. You've got to be able to adapt, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, the way that the South African season is set up now is very odd, isn't it? Where you play a bunch of 4-day games in October and early November, and then you don't play another one until February.
100%. 100%.
Good run. So De Pavillon coming towards the end of his 5th over. They won't want to over bowl him.
Yeah.
But as long as the ball is swinging, it'll probably be quite difficult to get the ball out of his hand.
I'm telling you right now, Andy, if he gets another wicket now, he's going to ask the captain to bowl another over and another over. He is one of those bowlers, heart on his sleeve. He runs in every ball, gives his all. Every spell he bowls, it's always the same energy.
That's well bowled. Oh, he's tickled up Jason Smith there. Oh dear.
High.
We might have a small hiatus here. At least we know it wasn't LBW.
As he drops like... Oh,
ouch.
Yeah, that looks painful. That's on his back there. There's not a lot you can do as well in this situation. Physio can come on and do nothing.
Yeah, you're not wanting him to spray.
No.
Oh dear, no. He doesn't look well at all. So while he's writhing around, let me give you the wickets to fall. First to go was Chapang Ditole, caught in the covers, lifting a drive, caught by Mohamed Bulbulia off the bowling of De Pavillon. That was him gone for naught, 4 for 1. Then Slade van Staden, a loose shot, caught by Rapalana in the covers off a steepling bit of bounce. Again, De Pavillon the bowler. Van Staden gone for 1, that was 6 for 2. And then Ramachan Pillay got a peach from Hardisvillian. It stood up off a length, took the inside corner of the bat, caught behind by Cameron Shackleton. Pillay made 4, So De Pavillon has got 2, Viljoen has got 1. It's 19 for 3 with Jason Smith there on 2. Bryce Parsons on 9. He's hit a couple of boundaries, but one of those could easily have been out. He managed to get it down to third man for 4. Batting to come, we've got Kaya Zondo due in next, and then Hanu Viljoen. Both of those men made 50s in the last game against the Lions, so they're in good touch. And Ethan Bosch made a hard-hitting 34 as well. And then the bowlers, Gopalan, Mokoena and Bartman. And we've actually got 2 debutants today in Mokoena and Gopalan. And they got a little bit of a round of applause this morning, just before the toss was made. So as for the Tuskers, they've made a change in their lineup from the team that played against the Warriors 10 days ago. They have left out Ziad Abrahams and they've brought in Ronaldo Meyer to be the third seamer. He'll come on when this opening partnership between Viljoen and De Pavillon comes to an end, and they've got some decent off spin from both Gilson and Erlang, and they've got slow left arm in Malcolm Nafal. The Tuskers lineup is Jonty Rapalana, Malcolm Nafal, Mohamed Bulbulia, Mikey Erlang, Sean Gilson, Cameron Shackleton, and Dile Mokokane, Tando Zuma, Hardis Viljoen, Darren De Pavillon and Ronaldo Meyer. We've had about 50 minutes of play this morning, and it's going to be a little while before we get another one bowled. We're just checking how many balls has gone in the over, and I see we've got 1 left.
Yeah.
19 for 3 after the Mutiram Tuskers won the toss and chose to bowl this morning. At the time, I did ask Jason Smith, what would you have done? And he said we would have batted, so they actually didn't need to have tossed. But I'm sure Mikey Erlang was thinking to himself, well, we might get 1 or 2 in the first hour if we bowl well. Well, he's got 3 effectively in half an hour.
Yeah.
Up front. There's a little bit of rebuilding going on. And Jason Smith is slowly but surely getting himself back into position to bat. He'll take a fresh guard and he will face De Pavillon from the Old Fort end with 1 ball left.
I see what you did there, Andy. I see what you did there. To Pavillon to Smith.
Good carry. End of the over, 19 for 3, 9 overs gone.
Yeah, it's been a challenging morning for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. I feel the Moothee Tuskers have really been disciplined. Darren De Pavillon, Hardis Viljoen have been asking those questions to those batters, and they've got rewarded with 3 wickets. You see a change in bowling from the Guinea River end. Ronaldo Meyer.
It's interesting, isn't it? I would have thought with a 5-minute break that Hardis would have said, no, I'm good for another couple.
100%.
So they bring on Ronaldo Meyer. He's 31 years old, right arm brisk medium pace. Comes from Cape Town. One of those guys who played a lot of club cricket before he was recognised. Didn't play any serious age group cricket for Western Province. Nice carry. And played his club cricket in the main for Avondale and Victoria in Cape Town. His first class record isn't bad, Ronaldo. 89 wickets in first class cricket at 34. Oh, shouts of catch it. It's gone for 4. Man at cover point was interested in that.
Yeah, it's so important as first change bowler to continue with the hard work that the openers have done. It just feels like Ronaldo may have just trotted in that first ball, and that second ball was short and wide, even though it was in the air. The best of deliveries, you really want to be on the money, continue to put applying pressure on to the batters. Just got to get back straight onto it right now. It's Ronaldo.
Better.
Much better line that. Maybe you would want to be a touch fuller, but definitely a better line.
To check my records, but I think this is Ronaldo Mayo's debut in 4-day cricket for the Tuskers. Ziad Abrahams played in the last game against the Warriors. He sits this one out. Mayo is the first change.
Questions been asked. It's a much better length that.
A bit of swing.
100%, and he also put the impetus behind that ball. As we look at the replay here.
You were asking for a little bit fuller. That's what happens when you get it fuller.
Definitely, definitely. 2-3 balls just to get into his rhythm.
You were talking about going between white ball and red ball cricket. You know, in white ball cricket, you're always back of the length because you don't want to get driven.
100%.
In this game, you want to be driven because if he drives you, you've got a chance of getting him out.
That length. It's just the line, but you can see that he's getting there. He's getting there. Nice and patience there from Bryce Parsons. Fuller gets driven straight to mid-on, brings an end to that over. His first over has gone for 4 runs and it's 23 for 3 off the 10.
Much better second half of the over, wasn't it? Once he got his length sorted out, you can see that there is some help here in the conditions. Ball is swinging, the old ball is deviating off the pitch. You've got to bat properly in these conditions. It's a heavy, sultry morning with rain predicted over the next couple of days. Not a lot of it, and it tends to be coming in the late afternoon. So we're hoping it's not really going to affect the cricket. But it does mean there's a little bit of moisture around, which will help the bowlers. Hardisvillian has changed ends, so he's going to come in from the old Fort end now. We might see Darren de Pavillon come back from this Umgani end.
Definitely, Andy. I think it's too early to bring on spin right now, especially with these conditions. For Yoon to Smith. Gets pulled.
That's a majestic shot.
Not the best of starts from Yoon. Jason Smith just easily picking that one up halfway down the track. Behind square, and that's 4 runs.
He's such a powerful player, Jason Smith. If you're given the opportunity, he will smack you. And that ball was just betwixt and between. It wasn't a bouncer. It wasn't full enough. It was just an old-fashioned long hop.
Yorker this time. Used an arse from the fielders. Jason saw that out quite nicely, and it's important for these two batters just to keep on going, taking over for over, not think too far ahead. Next drinks break, then lunch. It's important to rebuild right now. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets. It's part of cricket, but it's just about staying in it every ball now.
Well bowled. He's looking for that full length that we saw from the Pavilion, looking to make it swing. What did intrigue me, Sammy, was after you said we're not going to see spin anytime soon, is that I've seen Sean Gilson warming up at first slip.
They only have 3 seamers, but yeah, I think Ronaldo must continue down here. We'll see what Mikey Adelan has up his sleeve.
That'll be 4. Just lost his line a little bit. It can happen with that chest-on action.
It's also difficult to adjust to ends after he's been bowling from the Mgeni River end. Now he's from the Alford end. He struggled to find that length ever since he's started this over. It's been either too full, or there was that ball that was like you said, Andy, it was just in between. It was almost like a nothing ball. Hasn't really hit that length this over. 2 balls to come.
Overcompensating a little bit that time, but you saw the carry, touch of movement as well.
It'd be interesting to see how this wicket keeps going after day 2, day 3, especially with these guys only having 3 seamers, Andy. Would have loved to see them having that extra seamer operating at a good 4th, 5th stump, 4th stump, off stump level. The keeper probably standing up, but they don't really have any other seam options after this, so they'll have to go to spin on these conditions.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised to not see the name of Sean Whitehead in the squad, the slow left armour. He didn't play against the Warriors either. You could understand that because it was very bowler-friendly conditions in that 4-day game. But having seen the way that the previous game went, I would have expected to see a genuine first-choice spinner in the side. Which is not to say that Malcolm Nofal, who will be the slow left armour, isn't a very good spinner. But you're mentioning if they're going to leave out the spinner, you would have expected to see the extra seamer. But Ziad Abrahams is sitting it out.
That length, so good from Ronaldo Meyer.
I just wonder if they had their time again, they might think of the extra seamer. But you know, I mean, there used to be an old phrase when I was growing up, which has gone out of favour, which is if 3 won't do it, 4 is the do. And you would think there'd be somebody in the 11 who could run up and bowl respectable medium pace. And of course, we're forgetting the man who will do that, Andy Lemokane.
Just realised that.
Yes. So actually, they do have 4 seamers. So just wipe all of what we've just been talking about for the last 5 minutes. Wipe that from your minds.
Good length that from Ronaldo Meyer, extra bit of bounce, good carry through to the keeper. Marshall's just leaving that. There's a tactical change being made. There's a deep point out. Fine leg, those are the 2 players outside of the ring.
Oh, that's lovely carry.
So good, so good. Again, it looks good from the side. You want to be touch straight and you want to be, again, as I say, Andy, touch fuller. Looking up to the scoreboard after 6 overs and you see you've gone for 6 runs but you haven't taken wickets. You'd rather want to be on the wicket column in this situation. So like to see him a touch straighter and a touch fuller on the surface. There we go.
Well played by Parsons. They'll come back for 2. It's quite interesting to see that Ronaldo May is the first of the seamers who's gone over the wicket to the left-hander. Everybody else has gone round from ball 1.
It's also just a feel and a comfort thing for bowlers. Personally, I felt coming around, you know that you're going to be attacked. You want to attack the stumps more, and you would make the batter play more often than not. Whereas over, you have to almost get it like on the middle stump to get him playing. And every now and then, yes, it does go a bit wide, but then it becomes too easy. Go short this time, just helped along the way to find leg. Definitely have that deep point up, Andy. I feel it's too early in the innings to have that player out. I understand they probably want protection from the boundary, etc., but you also want to have that attacking mindset in the first innings to bowl these guys out instead of just letting them
defend it.
You know what I'm saying? And then they end up getting 300 and then they declare instead of you getting them, bowling them out and getting those bowling points. But they have a plan.
Change for Jason Smith. For a 6-3, old-fashioned field in many ways. Good finish to the over. Right, Sam, I'm going to love you and leave you. Brett Proctor will be coming in to my seat.
Well defended. Good length, good line to finish off that over, and it's 35 for 3 after 12. Get the honour of commentating with the legendary Mr. Proctor. Mr. Proctor, welcome.
Thanks very much, Sam. Yeah, I think it's very important here for the Tuskers, the work that the Pavilion and Viljoen have done to be able to sustain this. The change bowlers, Mayer's bowled the odd loose one, he slipped in a no ball, not too bad, he's 0 for 8 and 2, but you just get a sense of a little bit of pressure being released there. Viljoen switched ends, and his first over from the Old Ford end wasn't quite as accomplished as he was when he bowled from the Umgani end. So whilst they still hold the aces at 35 for 3, I mean, you know who you'd want to be right now. There's just a risk that they might just be releasing the pressure, take the foot off the gas. Here's Viljoen. I'm still not sure it's a driving wicket. I mean, we've seen a few expansive strokes. The two front Dolphins players, Van Staden and de Toorle, all got out trying to hit in front of the wicket without really assessing the pace of the pitch. I've got a feeling you've still got the rest of this session to go before you start to think about you can just hit through the line and drive. There's enough greenness in it, and it's a sultry morning. There's still a bit of movement. Circumspection is required for the Dolphins batters. Parsons is 16, Smith is 10. That's 2 full, and that's driven. It's a long boundary, and there's going to be a teasing chase. I think the ball may just win. No, excellent fielding. They'll get back for a third, out to the longest boundary on Kingsmead this weekend.
But Ablana had a lot of work to do there. It's a long chase, especially for such a short guy like him. His feet moving all over the place, but he's done a good job. Get the ball back in. Overpitched on this occasion by Viljoen. Thought he started wild this over compared to the previous over. Like you said, it just feels like they've let their foot off the gas just for a bit and let the Dolphins get away.
Oh, beauty. Back of a length. Change his length. Instead of being ultra full, just hit a hard length and it just beat the outside edge. So there's still encouragement there for the bowlers. Who's the other seaming option in this Tuskers lineup? I'm just looking. I see Gilson, Erlang, no-fall, all spinning options. Would Mogakani bowl a little bit? He seems a reluctant bowler now, is Andile Mogakani. He was an all-round at school level, and probably when he was first here, the Dolphins went down to the Warriors, became more a batter that bowled. Pulled away, too short, saw that nicely and has had it away through square leg for 4. That's a nice positive stroke from Jason Smith.
It's a top shot that by Smith. Previous over, exactly similar shot. First ball out of this ball to Smith, played exactly the same shot. This time disappears again to the cushions for 4 runs.
Going to be a bit of a wait while the ball deflected off the cushion and across the moat or into the moat, so it needs to be searched for by the Tuskers players. Found. So a little bit of time for Leon to take stock and work out what's the length. We saw when the Pavillon bowled from that end that a hard length just back of it was very effective. Leon bowled a much fuller length bowling from the Umgani end and that ball fruit. This year I think he's just been a bit too lengths in this short spell. Must be getting weary. 6th over. Yes, it's a split spell, 4 and 2, but it's a very warm morning here in Durban at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
Get punched straight to point. Hard length on this occasion. A bit of fielding there.
What options do you think, Sammy? Would you think spin, or is that giving away the advantage? Just try and keep seam up as long as you can.
Yes, myself and Andy were speaking about it now. We were concerned that they only have 3 seamers, but then we realized that Mofokane is also that extra seamer. We want to bowl seam as long as possible for now, before bringing in that spin. As you can see, that carried through quite nicely.
Nice carry, yeah.
To the keeper. 2 for 3 after 13. Parsons 19 and Smith on 14.
Some degree of a restoration act by these two. 11 for 3 were the Dolphins. But with a bit of a hindsight and the Dolphins look at analysis, they'll go, of those 3, Pillay got a useful one that just held up and bounced a bit off Viljoen, but Tole driving outside the off stump, hitting it to cover. And Van Staden was neither defending nor attacking, was just pushing it a wide one and hit it to backward point, looped it to backward point. Will be disappointing for both a man who's been in great form, Sekondla Tole, 2 centuries and 52nd highest run scorer on the run scoring lists during this year's first class campaign. Van Staden off a good score against the Lions in the second innings, but he's just still feeling his way in this year's campaign. Change of angle from Meyer. Going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Parsons, 42 for 3. He's a nice little bit of bounce if you hit the right leg. He's no great paces, man, but that's still got upwards towards the splice of the bat.
Definitely. I like this angle of attack. If you're asking much more questions and being at the batter's stumps, I feel was where he was over, just every now and then just bowling it a touch too wide. Still has a deep point out.
Played on the angle from round the wickets. I know he got cut once and he got ran off the face for 2 down to 3rd man, but I'm still scratching my head a little bit about the necessity for a covering basis, 3rd man or deep backward point. When you've got a side 43 for 3, I'd still be thinking I've got to try and attack. Pick up another wicket now. Get a new man out there, even though conditions are getting easier for batting. It's still very much the Tuskers who hold the aces. They've got 3 in the covers now. You sort of go, why you got 3 in the covers? You get an extra catcher in.
Definitely agree. Myself and Andy spoke about it, where you still want to have that mindset of trying to bowl them out instead of just letting them get into this game. As you said, the Moothee Tuskers currently hold the aces, so you'd want to go for that kill, get that extra 2 wickets before that lunch break.
Yeah, when you win a toss and ask a side to bat, a protracted morning session, 2.5 hours, what's minimum? 4 is minimum, I would think you've got to have down by lunch if you're asking a side to bat first. That's well bowled. Went quite wide of the crease that time and shaped to come in and then just held its line nice. Equally well played. There haven't been many Dolphins batters today who've shown a willingness to want to leave. Everything's about getting bat on ball. There was like a morning haze. There was a fog this morning around Durban and that burnt away, but it still hung over the ground at start of play. Now, it's a baking day. It really is a hot day. 30 degrees plus, humid, typical Durban. Very little breeze. In the block hole he goes. Just looking at the trees away at Castle Corner, there's not many trees left here actually. They are being tugged at a bit, and I think Meyer is got the breeze blowing over his left shoulder.
Slightly into Jason on that occasion, just defended. With a ball to come. He's 2.5, he's gone for 9.
Important spell. You just to hold the game up if he's not going to make a breakthrough. But just to allow like a De Pavillon to rest. You probably want De Pavillon to have a burst again before lunch.
Before lunch, yeah.
Oversteps. I was about to say what a good delivery because it did again just hinted to shape away, but he's gone over the front line unfortunately, Meyer.
That's where he should be consistently, especially
yeah, 100%.
So good there.
I always love a bowler goes and goes, my front foot was here, Mr. Ump, and Ump's gone, in your dreams that's where your front foot was. I'm watching, you're not watching, you've got to measure it out.
Definitely.
There'll come a day when someone will change their minds, but that's what DRS is for. Umpires don't even, up international level, don't even have to worry about the front line. The third umpire's doing the watching and the calling. Nice delivery. This is good stuff. It's a nice little battle. He's lesser paced than Fullion and De Pavillon, but he's got that ability to just nip it around. And he's got still a bit of encouragement off the surface. 14 overs are done here. At a slow over rate, we've had an hour and a quarter's cricket and 44 for 3 the Dolphins. So whatever the case, if the weather stays as blue sky as it is, we're in for overtime here today. Because you're supposed to bowl those 14 overs in at least an hour and they're 15 minutes behind. Spin may catch it up sometime during the course of the day. Fullion's going to carry on to left-hander around the wicket. Still 3 on the covers. Mike Erlang will really be upset with himself if a catch goes through where the third slip would be, or leg slip, for example, on the angle. Oh, doesn't carry to gully. It's just telling you something that the edge can be found, and you've only got 2 grabbers at 44 for 3.
What length as we watch here on that replay. Squared, Parsons up, dropped in front of the captain.
It seemed to be in the air for an awfully long time. It didn't fly off the edge, it almost shouldered the bat. And I thought it was going to carry comfortably. Maybe Erlang thought that it couldn't. He's taken a step or 2 in. Now he'll get the flashing cut. There it is, the flashing cut. On cue, short again. I think it went well over the catches, but I'm really going. First ball's gone just short of gully. Second one's gone over second slip. Is it likely to get caught at cover?
No.
Yes, yes, you're right. I'm with you. We saw it, but I think it was because it was a poor shot.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the more conventional mode of dismissal is if it goes to 1, 2, or third slip.
William not needed there actually in the covers.
He caught a nice one to get to Torley, but you're right, the Torley got himself out. A good catch, but driving in the third over of the innings on the up to cover wasn't a choice shot. 48 for 3 now, partnership 37. I think he's just unsettled Parsons a little bit with the short pitched method in this over. He's tend to have been really full or just hard length, and now he's deciding to thump it in. He gives you 110, does Hollywoodbets. He may be down on the pace of when he was in his pomp in his early 30s, late 20s. Now he's 36. He's still a very strong man, and he tries for all he's worth, hence the longevity of his career, but perhaps has lost a yard or two. Nose or toes is the theory at the moment.
Overpitched this time. Parsons just working that straight to mid-on for a dot. He's really gone hard length in that one, just popped off a length, hit the splice of Parsons, and we're still seeing only 2 slips in the gully.
And also if I'm Bryce Parsons, I'm thinking there's 2 balls left in Fullion's 7th over. Could be the end of his ration because he split ends, but he didn't have a breather. He bowled a 4-over spell, the Pavilion bowled 5, and he was immediately back on at the other end. So he's probably sucking in the sticky Durban air a little bit now, so they might be having to think of a change. Who's that warming up at backward point? Mogokani?
Yes, yeah.
So he might come for a trundle into the breeze from the old 4th end. Good finish, good finish. He's been impressive this morning as hard as Hollywood. The second spell not quite as effective, but nonetheless, he's 7 overs, 1 for 24 to Pavilion, the pick 2 for 13 and 5. As the Dolphins haven't recovered, but they're making it look a little prettier. From 11 for 3, Parsons and Smith have taken them to 48 for 3. We'll take a short break as the players enjoy a drink.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to
So drinks a thing of the past, and a bit of discussion was in a huddle by the Moothee Tuskers, perhaps how to break this partnership that is threatening to a degree. It's worth 37, and it's more of the same, as Meyer will go to Smith. And he starts nicely. He tends to leap quite, he's nice sideways on action, but he's a little bit round on, but he leaps wide of the crease, so there's always the thought that it's coming in on the angle, but it just holds up, and it's quite a useful delivery.
Yeah, it's a good start after the drinks break. It's important for them in this next 24 balls just to be as tight as possible. Like we said earlier, I thought Hardus and Durban has done such a good job that it's important for the next set of bowlers to continue with that pressure, which they haven't really done, but hence I'm saying it's important for them right now just to build that again and try and work another couple of wickets here before this lunch break.
I'm looking around to see whether Fulyun's done his job and won't bowl again after drinks, and I'm looking, second slip is really warming up Sean Gilson, the off spinner. So maybe we're going to see spin sooner rather than later. Mogakani was hinting a little bit at his skipper, but it'll be interesting to see who the selection is. He's picked that up from absolutely nowhere. It might have been a fraction short, but for the most part it looked like a decent delivery. It's an expansive stroke, but brilliantly executed.
Yeah, definitely. Wasn't the shortest of delivery. Well picked up by Jason Smith. Runs away past mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Brings up the 50 for the Dolphins.
52 for 3 after 15.3. It's taken them 84 minutes, 97 balls, and got 9 fours, and a tactical change has been made.
I scratched my head. He's played an incredible shot to a delivery that's not bad, and we've got a deep square out and a mid-wicket and 1 slip. It's not giving the bowler a lot of confidence. The edge can just as easily be found.
It's good length that. Bowled well defended. Straight to cover. Don't understand the thinking and the thought process behind this. There's definitely movement on this wicket if you stay patient. Again, it was well eluded by Mr. Proctor. That was a good delivery. It's well picked up by Jason. But there's certainly no need for a deep square and a fine leg this early.
It's the short boundary as well, and I would be very disturbed if Ronaldo Meyer goes in halfway down. He's not a quick enough. So it's really not a method of dismissal, you would think, to be caught a deep square or long leg. Fires one into the hole, nearly gets through. So yeah, I'm a little bit mystified by it, almost like a little discussion with Mark Erlang to go, what are you thinking? Did bowler ask for it?
Yeah.
And if so, you go to your bowler and you go, no, come on, I'll back you to get it to go to second slip. The number of deliveries he's got just to shape away. Not necessarily beaten the outside edge, but it's always been troublesome outside the off stump. He's looked threatening in that regard, but I don't see deep mid-wicket. That's a defensive field placing. And you don't want defensive field placings when the side's 52 for 3. So the end of the 16th, first post drinks, and the Dolphins are 52 for 3, having been asked to bat first when Moothee Tuskers captain Mike Erlang won the toss. It's an interesting one, Sammy, because the Dolphins said they would have batted. And I still venture it's a batting day because it's beautiful overhead conditions, it's hot. But the Tuskers had to use conditions. Durban brilliant in his first spell, as was Fulyun in his first spell. And they picked up a few free wickets as well. But they got what they wanted. 11 for 3, the Dolphins, big trouble. Progressed to 52 for 3 as they try and dig themselves out of a hole. And here indeed is our first look at spin. And they always say if it seems it can spin. And it's going to be the off spin of Sean Gilson. But a nice breeze. There's not a lot, but it's just blowing into him off his right. So if there's going to be drift for the off spinner, it's a perfect end to be bowling from. What field's he got? He's got a man on the sweep shot leg side, short leg slip, mid on and mid off for up, but there is a sweeper out protecting the offside boundary. That's become the modern way almost. But I like at least he's got a couple of catches in. They need to still be positive in attack, the Tuskers. 18 wickets at 36s, Gilson. Bit of turn, there's a bit of turn. Quite a flat start, didn't really float it, just pushed it through, but there was some purchase. It held and straightened.
Good start by Gilson.
Oh my word, that would have been an absolute spectacular catch. In fact, you can't even call it a catch. It was fired into the pads, it was whipped away, and it either sticks or it doesn't. We've seen it happen where that does stick, but it was flicked so hard, Bulbully under the helmet didn't have a chance to actually look at it or react, and down it went. Full pitch.
Get through for a comfortable single. Yeah, that ball came flying off the bat of Parsons. It hit Bulbully instead of him reacting to it. It's been a good start so far from Gilson, with spin being introduced as he's bowling to Smith here. As you see, there's a cow corner. But on is not all the way down, probably 3/4.
I'm also wondering whether mid on and mid off up is not a better ploy, because at 52 for 3 you're not likely to take it on, but if they're up, the batter's ego is always going to be saying, I'm sure I'm worth coming down the wicket and just popping one over the top. With the man 2/3 of the way, I'm not sure he'll try and carry him.
It's an easy single.
Oh, having said that, I'll carry everything. I'll go over the offside because mid off's up and it's smashed away for 6. That is excellent footwork and positive batting from Jason Smith. Credit to him, he chose the less likely side. If he miscued it, it was always going to clear mid off. So he went a little bit inside out and has played an excellent shot. That's 2 great shots we've seen from Smith. A little pull off Meyer from length almost, and now down the wicket over the top. And it's immediately pushed long off, long on, all the way back. Because of that, there's an easy one. That's good batting. That really is good batting. It's looking a little bit better now for the Dolphins. 17 done. An expensive opening salvo from Gilson. Went for 8. It's 60 for 3 from 17. This could be a bit of a tactic as well from the Dolphins against spin, because there's only effectively 3 seamers and Mogakani. When spin comes on, if they don't allow spin to bowl, if they become expensive, it means that Erlang will have to very quickly go back to his front liners and tie them out. Exactly that. Yeah.
What happened last week with the youngster Matane, who was bowling, they didn't let him settle at all, and as soon as it got pitched up, they went down the track and put him under pressure.
He bowled nicely though. He got 3 for about 80 in a long 4 and over. Yeah, he was decent.
He got to bum out in the first innings, so he would have learned a lot about his trade in that first game of his.
Still a JP schoolboy, if I'm not mistaken. So slip solitary. The body language is just starting to bother me in the field a bit. It's looking like resignation, like, oh, that we were expecting a partnership at some stage and one's coming. Here's Meyer. Driven through the covers for 4. He's looking in decent touch of late. Up comes the 50 partnership between these two, restoring things from 11 for 3 to 64 for 3. Just a bit of width on that occasion, and he just leant on it. Didn't try and overhit it, placed it well. Good stroke.
But you'd rather have that and take him out, knowing that if he gets it wrong, then you have protection there to get it
spot on. Spot on.
If there has to be a boundary, that has to be the one.
Yes.
So yes, he might have been a touch too full, and he got pulled and got hit that way. That is okay, but that's maybe too straight. But if you stay outside off with what he's been doing, there's a likelihood of him nicking him off. So I'd rather get driven than pulled.
pulled away for 4. You see, he's not quick enough to go short. Even though he's got protection back, he just isn't quick enough. And Smith to the short boundary, that was very easy pickings. He's racing along now, he's 33. This is a key facet, this, for the Tuskers. They could lose control here. Mayer's in his 5th over his spell. Gilson's been expensive in his 1st. Erlang may be doing a bit of head scratching and going, where do I go? He's got to rely on the 2 men he's chosen now to be steadier. Don't panic, hit the top of off. That's all you have to do. Go back to the basics.
Too straight on this occasion, worked around the corner to find leg for 1 with the hips of Jason Smith. Yeah, they've been really tested after those early wickets fell. These two have just came in and absorbed for some time, but now they're really applying the pressure. As this partnership has gone on to 50 runs. They're on 59.
It's so much better a pitch than last week's one as well, Sammy, because it gave the new ball something. There's still a bit of it, but it actually coming onto the bat a little bit more. I think it's a good pitch. There's a bit of bounce. If you hit the deck hard, if you put your back into it, it'll hit the splice.
Yes. It's like you said, the Dolphins wanted to bat first. Probably 2 wickets they wouldn't have wanted to lose because it was soft. They would have most probably been just 1 down, being that good delivery that the Martian got. But other than that, as you said, it was loose. So they're making it look like a good batting wicket as it stands.
The one thing the Tuskers can reassure themselves with is, I mean, there's the old adage, just look at the scoreboard and add 2 wickets. Now, if you pick up 2 now, 70 for 5, you're back on top. 70 for 3 is still a bowling day. Still a bowling side's day. If you walked into the ground and said who was on top, you'd go, oh, it's still the bowling side. But you haven't seen this partnership develop and how free and easy the runs have been. But if I'm remembering serves, they were 44 for 3 at drinks. We scored 26 in about 3 or 4 overs, which was very easily.
2 balls to come from Meyer. He's been bowling to Parsons. He's been really looking good against Parsons, attacking those stumps, off stump, nice and straight on that fuller leg. 2 slips in the gully and a deep point.
I'm glad he's happy to have 2 slips for Parsons.
Well bowled again, well defended. Again, that ball should not be going to deep point if he's coming in from this angle.
Yeah, and he's bowling a full length as well. Yeah, no, that's for the wide long hop almost. Yeah, you go. How does it realistically get there for decent delivery? Shouldn't. He might be being asked to do some serious work here, Ronaldo. We've got a ball of his 5th to go. But I've got a feeling his captain's going to say we need a long spell out of you before De Pavillon can come back or spin at the other end.
Yeah.
That's how it gets there, but it's a bad ball. It's short and wide and it's just a protection. So Parsons gets it away for the single. Decent over for the Dolphins. 18 done. They're going along at a decent rate, almost 4 to the over. It's 71 for 3. Sammy's taking a breather, and here comes Andy back into the armchair.
Haven't taken a wicket while I've been away, so
you're the bowling skill here, obviously.
Yeah, that's it. Very interested to see off-spin coming on so early. I heard you talking about Andile Mokani and that he doesn't do a lot of bowling. Well, he has for the Tuskers this year.
Needs must.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that he hasn't been in the attack ahead of Sean Gilson.
He may get the breeze post Mayer. I'm just trying to speculate, put the captaincy hat on. So Gilson, a little quick through the air in the first over. But he definitely gets grip and turn. There's something in it for both seam and spin.
You know, when he went up the N3 because he wasn't getting enough game time here at the Dolphins, I think he was more of a part-time spinner. But the Tuskers have really brought him on. And he's bowled well for them this year.
When he was at Tucks, Andy, he was definitely a decent spinner. I remember at Varsity's week and being a leading wicket taker in the one day cup. Good all-round cricketer. This is a better over.
In case you were thinking about saying nice things about it.
Well, his brother had a go at turning pro and didn't quite make it, but he's a +1 now, I think, is Greg, his brother. And his dad plays Premier League golf, or did for Durban Country Club for many years, Murray Gilson. Needed good footwork though to get it away for one. Yeah, the Murray Gilson, the father, was also a more than adequate cricketer.
You would have played against it, or William?
Yeah, he's younger than I, but played against it. He was at Maritzburg Varsity when I was playing club cricket for Crusaders. And he was a good player. I'm not sure he didn't play for the Natal second string a couple of games, but probably a better golfer than he was a cricketer, because he was a proper golfer. Took the pace off a little bit there. I like to see that variation in flight. You know, there's always these sportsmen that can pick up something and do it well, no matter what. Probably kicks a rugby ball a mile as well, or is a good hockey player or something. You know,
yeah, he is a good hockey player.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, they do everything. Yeah. Good over. Settled. I think it's important he does settle. He gets a pat on the back from a teammate, because that was a good over. Just 2 from it. 73 for 3.
And you can see the early juices starting to disappear from the pitch. It's getting hotter and hotter, going up to around 30 today. So Gilson's going to have to do a lot of work trying to block up one end while maybe the seamers rotate at the other end. And I think in these circumstances, Brent, I always like to remind people that if you were just arriving at the ground now and they saw the score 73 for 3, you'd be saying, oh, our bowling side's doing well.
Yeah.
The fact that it was 11 for 3, you have to remind the fielders and the bowlers that cricket is a game where doesn't always go your way all of the time. And
yeah.
Don't lose your focus just because.
Who would you rather be right now, Andy?
Exactly.
I mean, I'd still far rather be in the Tuskers dressing room than the Dolphins dressing room. Here is Mogakani replacing Ronaldo Mayer. He's going to get the breeze.
He's been second spell with the Tuskers. He's been around. He was with the Warriors last year. I spoke to him at the beginning of the season. He said he feels he now needs to be a mainstay.
I think his batting came on in leaps and bounds at the Warriors, but this aspect of his game tended to be a bit neglected. Whether by circumstance or by his own choice, he became more of a batter who bowled. And I think in this Tuskers lineup, and see where he's batting, at the Warriors he even went in at 3 on occasion. Here he's down to come in at 7 and perhaps needs this string to the bow a little bit more. No great pace, but just trying to be accurate and just maybe strangle a wicket or 2. Misfield at mid-wicket, they should get back. No, they'll just trot for the 1 because it's the short boundary.
Went to your old school, Brett?
Yes, he did. When I went there, it was called Northlands. Then it combined with Beechwood and it became Northwood, and it's produced some decent sports people. So the current one is Keshav Maharaj. He went to Northwood, he captained the first 11 there. Sean Pollock did that just before him.
There's a very good cricketer there at the moment, Kyle White.
Oh, he sweeps well. I've seen him play. Yeah, good hockey player too.
That's right.
Yeah. Captain of the first 11. Yeah, and I've seen he sweeps spin for fun. You wonder where they'll go when they've finished school. Will they devote their time to their studies, or will they pursue a sports career? Will they get a sports career? Or a little bit of bounce. Neat. It just shows there's still something there, and if you hit the seam, there's available bounce for even someone short in stature like Mogakani.
It's just wobbling around a little bit. It's getting off the straight, which it didn't in the 4-day game just finished.
So much better a pitch. Because there'll be a time here, I think, when batting will really be...
Second day, it should be at its best.
And a ball 40, 50 overs old, you're going to go, oh, let me bat, please. Edged and short of slip.
I know that he loosened his hands there, but I do feel that first slip is a little bit distant to this pace.
Let's go again back to the situation of the game as well, Andy. It's 75 for 3. You've got deep square out and deep long leg out. All on the back of, he pulled Ronaldo May off from back of a length really well. And it's almost like we want to stop that shot. It could just as easy get to second slip when you get 4 wickets, and if there's no second slip, it's 4 runs. He's bowled a good over, Mogokani. He's got one to bounce to Parsons. He's got the edge of... That's footwork. That's footwork. He feels he can come down the wicket. It's an excellent stroke, and it's all out of his footwork.
It wasn't a terribly bad ball. Have a look at it on the replay. He took it almost on the full toss.
He's come down the wicket, and he's actually shimmied a little bit. They really are trying to change the pressure of the game back onto the bowling side.
Powerful player, isn't he, Jason Smith? He can frighten the bowler.
It's good work in the gully.
It's a get-out shot, isn't it?
It is a get-out shot. We've seen a little bit of bounce, but the most likely area it's going to go to is a wider slip, not solitary slip. So I still feel... You can't say they've missed a trick because it hasn't happened, but I still think, what is the most likely area you're going to get him out? Caught it deep square leg, caught it second slip. Ball's 20 overs old, probably second slip.
Yeah, and with this short boundary, he's probably not going to get caught.
Yeah, it's going into the stand.
Might get caught in the road.
Yeah. I think this could be an important spell, and it's settled after an indifferent opening over. He bowled a really good second over to Sean Gilson. He mustn't fall into the trap of being a little bit too quick through the air, because he's got a lovely breeze. It's just blowing into him off the right, so if you get it up above the eyes, there will always be drift, and we've seen him have the ability to spin it already. Played well as Smith. He's got 40, but his job is not even half done.
That's annoying for the fielding side, giving away an easy single to both the left and the right handers.
And both strokes have been off the back foot, which will suggest one, he's a bit flat, and two, he's not full enough in length. Is that an offshoot of being bunted down the ground for 6 by Smith, that he doesn't want to go too full?
Yeah.
He's definitely short again now.
Incidentally, in other news, Brett, Pakistan 89 for 3.
Don't want to chase more than 300.
A couple of wickets for Simon Harbour, one for Moothee, and the lead is 198.
Stop the game. Yeah, I think batting last in Pakistan in the subcontinent, chasing more than 300, you're going to have to bat out your socks to chase that down against their spin attack. So
it's not going to rain, is it?
You wouldn't think so. I'm trying to think when it last did it on a South African tour to the subcontinent.
That's better.
The one thing from a spin perspective that Jason Smith doesn't like spin to dictate to him, doesn't like to be bowled to. He wants to be scoring off spin all the time. So if you can string a maiden or two together, he may just do something reckless. This is good from Gilson.
Much better finish to the over. As you say, it's a very important spell, and he needs to get into the groove.
When does De Pavilon return, Andy?
Well, what have we got? We've got
45
minutes till lunch.
In 20 minutes' time?
I would So they want to give him 3 or 4 overs before the break.
I'd almost be, if I was Mark Erlang, going to him and saying, when are you ready? Because he's looked the threat. At the moment you get a feel, yeah, they might pick up a wicket, but you get a feeling the Tuskers are going through in a holding pattern. We're just trying to minimize the damage now. We're just trying to stop the run flow that the Dolphins had picked up, because they're going at 4 to the over. And that's only come out of the Maya spell, who was 0 for 25 and 5. Gilson's 0 for 13 and 3, and Mogokani went for 6 in his first over. 2 gullies and a slip. Quite like that,
That's
actually.
very interesting, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. They've obviously decided that he's vulnerable, because sometimes your area of strength is also an area of weakness. You play that shot line square as a left-hander as a reflex action, and sometimes you don't keep it on the ground.
That's off the hip into vacant space. What I liked more about it, Andy, than anything else was the mindset. The mindset, from a long time, they quickly went to a defensive mindset. But with 2 gullies and a slip, you're almost going, we're trying to get you out. We found a method to play on your mind. This is how we're going to get you. It's a good attacking option. Bowler's got to bowl the right line, though, but still.
Really sure what Bryce Parsons was waiting for there.
We were moving, Andy.
That's a better line.
There's always some batters around the world who detect the most minuscule movement behind a side screen.
Colin Montgomery is a golfer.
Yes.
He would stand over the ball and then suddenly back away, because somebody with a red cap 200 metres away had just shifted his stance. Shot.
Oh, it's hit the stumps, but it's not going to matter. It's going to go for 4. It's a very good stroke from Parsons. Probably, I was going to say the stroke of the morning for me. I quite like the pull shot of Smith, but that, yeah, when a straight drive is played to good effect, it does look a picture.
Fitting that the intervention of the stumps didn't slow the progress of the ball over the boundary. Still played. Bryce Parsons has got a start on several occasions this year.
Yes.
Without really kicking on.
Yeah, positioned at number 4 in a batting lineup, you want 3-figure scores. That's a good line with the 2 gullies, because it's getting him reaching for it. Could easily slice it away. Looking through the records, Andy, this is the 3rd fixture for all the sides this weekend. So we've had 8 games. 17 centuries have been made. Now, early season, that's a lot of runs. You normally think bowlers hold sway at the start of a season.
A couple of doubles as well.
Absolutely. Kaplan got a double, Erlang got a double. Who else has got a double? Was those the 2?
The game that we've just done.
Oh, of course. Esterhuizen got a double, yeah. Plenty of hundreds, 2 for de Torley, Rule of Sims. And in the midst of this, Glenton Stuman's taken something like 16 wickets already in 2 games, which is good to see. That is a rank bad delivery. It said hit me, and it was.
Money for old Ray. I would say Jason Smith to 45. It's just a full toss, you can't hold that.
Yeah, not to a player of this quality who's looking like he's going to put bad balls away. Problems, I think, for the Tuskers now is it's going to hasten the arrival back to the crease for Darren de Pavillon. I think it's almost going to be forced. 2 poor overs from Mogokani, 0 for 17 and 2. Gilson's doing a job, and it's whether the Tuskers go, we're still trying to attack for wickets, or whether they go spin at both ends, when it's not really a morning where you want spin at both ends. You want to have your frontline seamer bowling. So I think it's going to have to happen. Gilson bowl an over, and then with just about half an hour's bowling before lunch, Pavillon has to come back, get a wicket.
And I'm assuming he's not going to change it.
You wouldn't think so, but he might have to. I don't. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a feel at one end. He can switch back after lunch to his favourite end. But Gilson, whilst not looking threatening, does look a man to be played with a little bit of caginess.
I like his mechanics. He's got a nice high release point, and he's a tall man anyway, so if there's any bounce to be had, he will get it.
And he's got a strong wrist, Andy. There's always the bowlers that sometimes have got a little bit of a loose wrist. The wrist stays behind the ball, and he's got gives it a good tweak. Yeah, no, he's a prospect, as an Orphe. On a wicket that gives him something, I think he could be a handful. Looks decent.
His left-handed batting is getting better and better. This is a big season, I think, for Sean Wilson.
It's a big season for the Tuskers. He's doing just what his captain wants. He went for 8 in his first, and here he's in his 4th over, and he's gone for a further 5 runs in 16 balls. So that's a nice job. Stopping the game. Will it create a loose stroke?
Oh, look at the turn on that and bounce.
He gave it a bit of a loop, didn't he? That's beautiful bowling. But there was the loose stroke, unnecessary. He was having a big flash at it. It could easily have gone to slip. But turn and bounce, as you say, Andy. Top over, maiden over. Really, really good. 93 for 3, having been 11 for 3. They've scored at a good rate as well. That's the amazing thing.
Very recently, Brett, been in a situation where wickets have fallen. We're waiting for the next one to fall, and we actually had 330 runs to wait.
6 hours to wait. But that looked more realistic on the surface they were playing on. This one, you still feel that a wicket could... You know, they have those pitches where batters say you're never really in. I think this is a good pitch, but I think there could always be one with your name on it.
Like that off-spin on the previous over.
Yeah, now... Mogakani's getting another one. Redeem yourself, youngster. Bowl a better over. It's doing no harm giving him another over. If he can find a rhythm, if he can strangle a wicket, it'll all be a plus. Smith. Probably was one there. You just get a sense Smith fancies a bit of Mogakani.
He defended that one off the middle of the bat. Thought, no, that hasn't gone for 4. I'll hit the next one.
We were talking earlier about when you ask a side to bat first in a 2.5 hour session, what's the minimum number of wickets you want by lunch? And we sort of said 4.
I would, this day and age, I'd say 3. You'd be happy.
I'm going in a 2 hour session, 3, I agree with you, but in the longer session, what a stroke. What a graceful extra cover drive.
I told you it was coming.
Didn't overhit it. That was the key to that stroke. Kept his shape so beautifully. The placement outstanding. 49 now, Smith. Beautiful stroke. Shot of the morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're making notes of that stroke, Andy?
Well, I was just looking for my note good, because I think he's about to get 50.
He's captaining the side, I think. Maharaj was the captain last week. He's winging his way to Pakistan, of course. Smith returns from Namibia and it's captaining the side. And he's played a captain's knock, but his job is not close to being done. He needs to get a big one here today. There's the 50. It's been a very good knock by the captain, Jason Smith. Taken the Dolphins from a huge hole of 11 for 3. It's been quite a quick 50 as well. I don't think it's taken him just 50 balls. Run a ball 50.
9 fours and a 6.
That'll tell you too many boundary balls, Andy, in the midst of a restoration job by a batting side. That's 42 in boundaries. That's just too many, isn't it, when you really hold sway when he came to the crease at 11 for 3.
late developer, Jason Smith, would you say?
I remember when he first played for Province that he got a lot of raps. In his first 2 seasons, he got a good 100 at Wanderers. He smashed a few one. I mean, the national coach, Shukri Conrad, was a huge fan. Was adamant he'd play for South Africa. And I think it came too quickly to him at Province, and then he tread water down there for a couple of seasons. And the move to Natal, almost driving and through for 4 and 100 for the Dolphins. That's as good a stroke as Smith played earlier in the over, and this time Parsons joins the party, takes him into the 40s, and the 100 comes up for the Dolphins in the 24th over.
So cruising along above 4 and over.
That second 50's taken just 8 overs, Andy, so that's better than a runner ball.
Perhaps it's 1-day pace rather than 4-day pace. We never saw scoring as fluent as this in the 4-day game against the Lions that concluded Saturday.
Just to go back to your point though, I think the development was stunted by that period at the back end of his Province career where he didn't kick on and he came here and took a while to settle in at the Dolphins, but now is realizing how to play the game. Often happens, just maturity comes to your game and you learn your limitations and you play accordingly. Round the wicket now, Mogakane. So what a recovery this has been for a Dolphin side that were asked to bat first at 102 for 3 now. 103 for 3, I beg your pardon. And all this on the back of being 11 for 3 at one stage. The partnership is 92. I'll take a breather. Nick,
thank you, Brett.
Will be joining Andy.
Nick Tatham will be coming in, a man for whom the word ubiquitous may have been coined specially. Everywhere I go, I see Nick Tatham. I don't believe he has a home. Just goes from sports field to sports field. But nice to have you here, Nick. Michael Hayes-Boyd.
Yes, Andy, I am, and we've got one bowling right here.
That's right.
Sean Gilson, done very nicely so far, bowling some good offs, but it's good. I'm looking forward to seeing him batting. I think that is his main game.
He's kicked on over the last couple of seasons, moved up the N3 to get a bit more cricket, and it has been good for him. Bowled a beauty in the last over to the left-handed Parsons, and that one's got off the straight as well. Were you a cricketer?
I was. I played first-side cricket at my class. I was the first team captain for my matric year, and then I spent 4 years at Rhodes University playing cricket there,
and nothing else.
Oh yes, no cricket. Academics was definitely a side hustle when I was at varsity. But then I spent a number of years playing at Pinetown in the first year, playing here. So I've actually fortunately played against, well, not many of the current crop, but a lot of the sort of crop that have just finished their careers were the guys that I spent a lot of time playing cricket with. SJ Adavia and I spent many years battling out. So
SJ's just retired.
Yeah, but it's great to see the younger crop coming through now and sort of stamping their authority on positions in both sides. I guess in the Dolphin side and in the Tuskers side, the guys like as we mentioned, Sean Wilson and Mohamed Bobolia now coming into their ranks. The SM19 skipper. Ntando Zuma as well, from St. Charles boy, coming into the side. But then you've also got the likes of Hardisfield and Darren DePaguan, a proper experienced sort of core there with the captain Michael Erlach as well.
And those two bowled beautifully with the new ball this morning, reducing the Dolphins to 11 for 3. Great recovery from this 4th wicket partnership, but it's only about halfway to where the Dolphins would like it to be, and this ball is starting to turn and bounce nicely for Sean Gilson. He's settled into a really good rhythm from the old Fort End. And you've got to bowl well to keep Jason Smith quiet in the mood that he's in.
He's batted beautifully, Andy. It just looks like he hasn't put a foot wrong. Hasn't sort of. Obviously, he was in Namibia recently with the Proteas. We won't talk about what happened there, but
we can talk because it's a significant moment in Southern African cricket.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
And I spoke to Jason at the beginning of the day, and he said, even though the Proteas lost, he said it was a privilege to be there for the new national stadium being opened. And of course, it was a Dolphins player who had to bowl the last over, Ndile Simelane, and they got 4 off the last ball to win. So the 6,000 crowd who got in there on the day certainly had their money's worth. As did, I don't know whether you watched it, but I did, the spectators at the Proteas ladies game last night.
Yes.
Against Bangladesh. What a fantastic game of cricket.
I was actually talking about it a bit earlier, saying that I don't know whether we're going to get to a situation where the Proteas can win a game comfortably at this World Cup, because I think they've got themselves into that mindset now where they've got to take everything down to the wire. But it was another incredible result. There really is some fantastic resolve in that team. They just, from dire situations, they're just getting the job done. And I think that if you look at the conditions, you look at the opposition who are familiar with those sort of conditions, number of slow bowlers, you could have quite easily seen them capitulate. And we've seen Proteas teams, many Proteas teams in the past, capitulate in that situation. So to see them come through that and get another win and sort of get themselves close to those semi-final spots, it was incredible to see. They've got some interesting games coming up still. Got to play Australia still, so it'll be a good test, good indication as to where they sort of sit in that top 4.
And this is the moment that we've been waiting for. When's Darren de Pavillon going to bowl again? He's going to bowl with just under half an hour remaining till lunch. He's changed ends, opened up from the old forward end, now coming in from the Mgani end, bowled beautifully with the new ball. 5 overs, 2 for 13. Swung it away from the right-hander into the left-hander, and hardly bowled a bad ball in that opening spell. And always has, I think you see this around the world, players who have left a province or a club and have come back to play against them. They somehow have that extra resolve.
Most definitely. He's bowled fantastically. And he always has been a brilliant bowler with the new ball, being able to swing it, being able to have that little bit of extra pace that guys don't necessarily expect sometimes. Has caused a lot of problems over the years. It's just fantastic to see him fit for an extended period of time. We know that he's had his injury concerns over many years, and I think being able to put together 2 full seasons, one last season obviously here in Durban with the Dolphins, but now hopefully we can see him kick on another good season up in Maritzburg.
And he's off the back of a county season with Derbyshire, where he did very well. He's really settled into his line straight away. Has only bowled round the wicket to the left-handers today. And with the ball moving, I'd like to see him try a few deliveries at least over the wicket, but he's happy doing what he's doing.
Bryce Parsons has also batted really nicely. 42 not out. Has looked assured. He's been very patient. While Jason Smith has scored a lot of runs from the other end, he's kept his end up, rotated the strike nicely, looked very compact.
Oops, daisy. There's nothing moving behind the arm. I'm really not sure why Bryce Parsons backed away there. Maybe it's a tactic.
He was in his delivery stride.
Bowlers don't like that sort of thing. That's a long way back to your mark. First saw Darren de Pavillon when he was still at Maritzburg College in grade 10. And he already was bowling like the wind. And he was all arms and legs. He's ironed out the action a little bit since then. That's why I've got all good backs. Keeping the batter honest there.
The pitch has played really nicely this morning. I think it's had a lot more zip and carry in it than last week's wicket, which you can see is the one on the left hand side. I'm sure you guys have spoken about what happened last week. Many runs scored, a lot of overs bowled and a lot of tired legs, I think, on both sides.
for Connor Esterhazy, the wicketkeeper for the DP World Lions, who effectively was on the field for all 4 days. He got 203 with the bat, kept wicket in both of the Dolphins innings. He was hardly ever off the field.
It reminds you of that Hashim Amla story when he had his helmet on for 4 of the 5 days of the Test match in India, fielding at short leg and batting.
End of a very good comeback over from Babylon. Dolphins put it to bat, 104 for 3. Give us a little bit of background, Nick. I'm talking to Nick Tatum. What's your relationship with the Dolphins professionally?
So I am involved with their media and PR communications. My company, we're heavily involved. I've been involved with the Dolphins for nearly 10 years now. So I've seen a lot of players come and go. Seen a few CEOs in my time here, but I've just always really enjoyed the environment here, and everyone's very accommodating, and the players, from players to coaches to administrators, I've always found it very easy to work with the people here. So.
And you do the same job at the Sharks, don't you?
No, Sharks I'm not involved there. Sharks I'm involved from a sort of announcing perspective on game days, which I really, really enjoy. I get to watch the Sharks every weekend for free, which is always a bonus.
That's well played, Gilson. You saw Jason Smith coming, just dropped a little bit short.
Very good delivery there. Yeah, so I'm heavily involved with both the Dolphins and the Sharks, which is sort of a dream come true for someone born and raised in the province.
Change in the field. We've got a silly point in front of square. Mohammed Bulbulia, and that's where he's come from. That'll be 4. That's a good shot from Bryce Parsons.
Very adept player of spin, Bryce Parsons. Can score all around the ground against the slow bowlers. Just a bit straight there from Gilson, so it was a free shot for him. He took advantage. Nice quick outfield as well.
Shorter boundary to the leg side for the left-handers taking strike at this ungainly end. Not quite as lopsided boundary as we had in the Lions game, but we have one very short boundary. That will be 4 more. The older left has taken him to 50. And what a good 50 that is from Bryce Parsons. A couple of full shots early on, but generally speaking he's played very well indeed. Came off 128 balls. Sorry, that's the partnership. Just waiting for them to update that. But that is 50 for Parsons, and also the 100-run stunt, which came off 128 balls. 16 fours and a 6.
What I found very interesting was that sort of the first 10 overs, it was all Tuskers. They picked up those 3 wickets, and then I felt sort of after over 10, when the change bowlers, another boundary there.
There's the stats now, 50 coming off 81 deliveries with 8 fours.
I felt that when the change bowlers came on for the Tuskers, the energy sort of was sapped out of them, and there was a short period where Parsons and Smith had to sort of work through a little bit, but then things became a lot easier. I think that a lot of moisture, maybe all that early moisture in the wicket might have been burnt off, and they've taken advantage.
Well, the fielder had moved from behind square on the onside. He's gone straight back there, with Bryce Parsons effectively deciding that he had a free hit because there's nobody behind square on the onside, which is very unusual for an off spinner. 3 boundaries in the over, and that's broken the shackles, if there were any. 117 for 3 now, and we've got 19 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, strange that to have no one behind square on the leg side, especially with that. Obviously, he got his line wrong on those 2 occasions, but you need a little bit of protection in that vicinity, especially when the partnership has just gone past 100.
Gilson has bowled 6 overs for 27 now. So, and I also see you, Nick, at Michael House, and I see you at Kersley for the festival there. You keep yourself nice and busy.
I do. I think it's the fact that I've got nearly a 3-year-old child at home, so you've got to try and keep yourself busy.
They only get more expensive. Can I give you one piece of advice? Never ever introduce your child to a horse.
I'll take that on board for sure.
It's a little bit of a lollipop to start the over. Leg stump half volley. Just a single for Smith though.
Gun barrel straight, that delivery. I think when he can come around the wicket with that sort of rounder arm action, then he can sort of get it angling into Parsons. But bowling to the right-hander, that one sort of dead straight onto the leg stump.
Shot. So losing his line to both the right and the left handers a little bit there to Babylon. And of course you're an East Coast radio man as well.
Yes, so I'm the sports presenter on the drive show every afternoon, so I'll be heading there after lunch.
I must tell you, so I was listening to East Coast on my way from the Midlands this morning, principally to look out for the traffic reports, and going between East Coast and SAFM. And the main sports news on SAFM at, what would it have been, 7:40, had a full report on the Proteas winning last night in the Women's World Cup, but didn't mention the fact that there was a live test match going on in Pakistan. So I was a little bit miffed about that. And I turned over to East Coast, and our old mate Sky Shabalala straight away said, right, Tony DeZorzi's just got 100, and I said, right, there's a little tick in the box for East Coast there.
It's interesting because it's not a formal plan. However, we try and keep people up to date with what's going on live. Sort of, we assume that you're in your car and you can't be watching it yourself. So we try and give you an update. So this afternoon I'll be giving updates here, and I'll be giving updates from what's going on in Pakistan. So if you are in your car between 3 and 6 this evening, I'll be giving you live updates of what's happening here and in Pakistan, which at the moment isn't looking that great. I saw that they were 2 down, I think.
Well, they're 3 down.
3 down.
200 ahead.
Yeah. We're going to be chasing quite a few in that last innings.
Chasing too many is the fact of the matter. But must say, big up to Tony DeZorzi. To get 100 in those conditions, for where he's grown up and played his cricket, is fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant mark. Both of his hundreds have come away from home. So interesting. It means nothing when you've got quite a small sample size, but it's interesting to note that he's quite comfortable in foreign conditions.
He seems to have a good temperament, which is always nice to see in an international sportsman abroad. So we're heading on to lunch, just under a quarter of an hour remaining. Wicket hasn't fallen for an hour and 45 minutes. Tuskers need to make something happen here.
Interestingly, Jason Smith has done that quite a bit. He was doing it to Ndila Mogokane too, getting right across the line, into the line of the ball. So he's not really expecting it to move too much off the wicket, where that LBW comes into play, getting nicely into line, working onto the onside for one.
And stealing the strike. In that instance, 122 for 3. Yeah, almost a little bit of Kevin Peterson about that, moving across and working ball from outside off stump through mid-wicket can send bowlers absolutely mad when somebody does that to you.
You always thought that there was an LBW chance. And when Kevin Pietersen was in the best form, there was no chance the ball was going to hit his pads.
Butch James still claims that his greatest sporting success was not winning the World Cup for the Springboks, but batting above Kevin Pietersen from Harrisburg College.
I can imagine Butch James being able to hit a cricket ball a long, long way.
Yeah, good cricket.
I think most people batted ahead of Kevin Pietersen in that first side.
I did KP when he started his career here at Kingsmead, and he came in at number 8 as an off spinner and was a tidy off spinner in those days.
It's Ronaldo Mayer back into the attack. He's also changed ends.
Yeah.
Took a
bowled
big
okay in his first spell, but took a little while to settle.
Yeah. Came on from the Mgani end, but I felt that when he came on to bowl, that's when things sort of moved into the favour of the Dolphins.
Well, I think it speaks to how important it was for the Tuskers to have picked up squad members at the end of last season when they got promotion. And what they were really missing was a really good new ball pair. They've got that now. Edged and safe, and there was no second slip, but I suspect it wouldn't have carried anyway. It's a rare loose shot from Jason Smith. Everything's been coming off the window.
Good delivery there, I think. Far better from Ronaldo Mayer. Good line and length. Forcing Smith to play the shot, that edge, but at this stage where the partnership's at 115, the slips have come out. You're sort of trying to stop the runs more than anything at this stage. So trying to sort of arrest the run rate at 4.4 now.
Noticeable that after that, Nick Huddersfield has actually moved himself a pace to the right. Oh, big shout for LBW. That's straight, that's out. Ronaldo Mayer has done the job just short of lunchtime, and Jason Smith is LBW. It's 126 for 4.
They're wicket to wicket from Smith. Played across that one, you'd think. Trying to hit it a bit square. Should have probably looked to hit it a bit straighter. Big wicket for the Tuskers.
61 balls, 10 fours, 1 6.
On the stroke of lunch, 11 minutes until the break. Jason Smith, a brilliant knock though. Looked at ease throughout, probably until his last 2 deliveries.
Just so important for the Tuskers to have picked up that extra wicket and sort of got rid of the big gun. And Jason Smith, you could just see the body language as he walks up. I mean, nobody likes getting out, but he knows he's missed out there.
A lot of runs to be had out there, I think, for the Dolphins batters. When you get in, there's always a chance, but early on, so the Tuskers will be eyeing potentially another few here.
Well, the ultra reliable Kaya Zondo is next man in. Finished 50 not out on Saturday, so he's continuing that innings in his own mind. That was the innings that helped save the game for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. He comes in now 126 for 4. Having won the toss and chose to bat, the Tuskers will be delighted that they've picked up 4 wickets in the first session. Now they need to go for the jugular.
I like Kaya Zondo batting at 6. I think it just gives a lot of stability to the Dolphins batting order. Zondo 6, Viljoen 7, Bosch 8. So I think that lengthens that batting order quite significantly.
He's got really rock solid temperament.
He's got a fantastic record for who's been sort of up and down the order throughout his career. I think he's never really quite established, had himself sort of given a position throughout his career. He's been all over, and he's got a good average, 32.4 throughout his career, top score of 203 not out. That wasn't too long ago as well. So
against Province in Cape Town, 2021-22. 1400s, 3650s, 150-cent matches. That's what experience is all about. What is the price of experience? Do men buy it for a song or wisdom for a dance in the street? No. Wisdom is sold in the busy marketplace where none can come to buy.
I'm going to write that down.
William Blake did. Songs of innocence and experience.
I've always found Kaya quite an awkward person to bowl to, I think, for a lot of guys. He's another one of those players who will get inside the line, work you behind square, on the offside or the leg side. So you never really can get your line right. Get your line right to him. So he's always got that chance. There's always a chance that you can get him out too.
That's well fielded. That's what you want from your fielders. Backing it up doesn't just allow him to get off the mark with an easy single.
Definitely a bit more energy in the Tuskers fielders after that wicket. It was we hit a bit of a lull, I think, towards the break. So that wicket of Jason Smith will definitely give them a boost heading into the lunch break.
And it definitely does seem to be a little bit more life for the bowlers from the Old Fort end. That's well fielded. Oh, take that, sir. How about you?
I think you hit the nail on the head there. That was the end where Darren got the 2 wickets, De Pavillon got the 2 wickets early. Mayer's just got the wicket now. He also found the edge in that over 2. So I think it's definitely giving you a little bit more when you're bowling from the Old Fort end.
Probably got time for 2 more overs before lunch. Darren De Pavillon will bowl one of them.
He's been charging in, and that's what you're going to get from a bowler like Darren De Pavillon, somebody who's going to put in 100% effort every single spell that he bowls. Sam, just watching that delivery from Darren, I was mentioning to Andy how I felt that when he's coming over the wicket to the left or to either batter, it's far straighter than it is when he's coming around the wicket, because he can get that sort of angle with his arm. Why do you think he would have changed tactics to Parsons?
Most definitely. Look, it's more into the stumps. A bit more quicker, much more upright with his action. Where I feel sometimes it does get a bit round on, so it doesn't get that extra bounce. Your thoughts?
I think he's nail on the head there. I think that, he's far more direct when he's coming over the wicket. And I think now it's sort of stump to stump, especially from this end, as Andy mentioned.
Testing.
It's very close.
Just punch that away for a single to the mid-wicket region.
What have you thought of the wicket this morning?
Yeah, look, they started off well as the Moothee Tuskers. I thought they bowled well with good energies. De Pavillon running in quite quickly, Hardus bowling wicket to wicket, and eventually got rewarded. Then I felt they just let it go. They didn't utilise the wicket as much after those 2 guys were bowling when Ronaldo came in and when Hardus then came on from the other side. So as much as they've taken 3 wickets, but I thought maybe 2 of those wickets were a bit soft. Marsh and Pillay really got a good nut. So yes, I thought they applied the pressure quite well up front. They would probably kick themselves now to not be 6 or 7 down, only giving them that partnership with Jason and Parson, just letting them settle in up front. So yeah, I thought it was a good wicket to bowl on up front. I feel they didn't utilise it for as long as possible.
We've got a bit of an issue here. Kai Zondo, that last delivery just jumped a little bit more, so it's hit him on the hand. So we've got the physio out there to give him some attention. 3 minutes to go until lunch. Might just get through the last 3 balls of this over and then have a break. But I think you spot on there with that analysis of the wicket. You win the toss, you put them into bat, you have them 3 down within the first 5 overs. You really want to drive home that advantage. Maybe an extended spell for the 2 openers early on, just to see if you can break the back of the lineup, get them 5 down. But that change did change the momentum, I think, in the Dolphins' favour. But Jason Smith and Bryce Parsons have batted fantastically well. In a difficult early start, but got themselves in, and I think Jason Smith will be kicking himself.
Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted to miss that. He really looked in control at the crease, calm. Ever since he's come on, he's really just dominated the crease with his presence. Not necessarily over-attacking, but just the way that he's gone about his business, not letting the spinners settle. And then from a seamer's point of view, he left well, defended well, and then anything that was loose, he really pounced on that. So I thought he was looking in real good touch. He would have been very upset with himself missing that one. Great partnership by himself and Bryce Parsons to absorb so much pressure up front with the pressure that they were on. And then as the game went on, the longer they batted, they just kept on applying the pressure, and well rewarded with a 50. He would have wanted to kick on and get that 100.
I think the Tuskers also learned a big lesson again. Life back in Division 1, your backup bowlers or your change bowlers have got to be on the money from the get-go, because in this division, the batters will take advantage. Maybe in Division 2 you might carry on, pick up a few more wickets, but in this division, if your change bowlers with a little bit of older ball aren't on the money from the get-go, you can lose momentum. You can lose momentum very quickly, and that's what happened for the Tuskers sort of in that sort of period after the first 45 minutes of the day. So they'll learn a big lesson then. I think they've learned a few lessons this season already again. That they were in a great position against Northwest. They had a poor second innings, and that cost them. And then the Warriors game, weather played a big role in that, and they drew it, and they put in a good performance. But I think that they are learning lessons, and they're learning lessons quickly.
Definitely. It's almost like the batting lineup is longer in Div 1. Whereas Div 2, you get the first 2-3 out, and you know that you can stick with them quite quickly.
So 3 balls to go until lunch. Difficult. You don't want to be the man facing the last 2 balls. I think we'll definitely go to the break now after that bit of attention that Kai Zondo had. But 2 deliveries. I think after this one, Kai will take his gloves off, maybe even take his helmet off.
Walk straight off. That fuller delivery, slight bit of movement in the air from the Babylon, and well defended by Parsons. Big task with 1 ball to go. Trying to see this one out just before lunch. Who's won this session, you think? Who would be ticking that box?
That Jason Smith wicket would probably put it in the favour of the Tuskers, I think. If they were 3 down, the Dolphins would have been very happy.
Outside off of the bat. Almost like a nothing shot. Goes to deep point. They have that cover. As we see that we are definitely going for lunch. It's been an exciting first session with 4 wickets going down, and we've seen 2 half centuries from Bryce Parsons and Jason Smith. The Tuskers started off exceptionally well, picking up those 3 wickets in the first 10 minutes of the game. And then it's been the Jason Smith and Bryce Parsons show. Ronaldo Meyer came in and he broke that partnership of 110, getting Jason trapped straight up in front. Nick, we're going to take a break, go to lunch, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Just set him on the camera. Set your angle, Luanda. Set your angle out first. I need to come in the screen. Angle, Luanda. Okay.
Sam, that's right.
At lunch, we'd be pretty happy about that. If we can control the rate afterwards, then we'll look well.
From a personal point of view, always delighted to do well against a former province.
Yeah, no, I've been looking forward to this game the whole winter, so yeah, happy to be out here, happy to be back at Kingsmead where there's actually a bit of something in the wicket for a change, and yeah, hopefully we can finish it off after lunch.
With the new ball from the Old Fort end, just looked as if you were swinging the ball nicely.
Yeah, I'm always sort of looking to do that with the new ball. I think as I've gotten older, I've sort of learned how to control the new ball a bit better, and yeah, obviously with that breeze, that northeaster coming across, it kind of suited me to come from Old Fort end, and luckily it worked out. 1 or 2 bad balls, I got wickets, but happy with that.
Very important to get rid of Jason Smith before lunch.
Yeah, that was huge. Yeah, I thought that partnership was sort of the game-changing moment there, and hopefully if we can come out and start well after lunch, we're well in it.
Thanks for talking to us, Darren.
Appreciate it.
Go and enjoy your lunch.
Appreciate it.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph. Remember
So lunch, a thing of the past here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead in Durban, and it's been an entertaining morning, one that's belonged to the Tuskers and just enhanced as they were starting to lose their grip by the wicket of Jason Smith just before the break. He made a very fluent 58. Bryce Parsons is there, 58 no doubt. He's been joined by Kaya Zondo, who is a single no doubt, and here is Mayo to bowl the first ball after the break, and he's driven a full toss through the covers, and if they push hard they might get a third. And here comes Zondo having to stretch his legs, and through for 3 first ball after the break. 132 for 4 from 11 for 3. I still think, Sammy, that the Tuskers are probably the happier of the two sides here just after lunch.
Yeah, most definitely, especially just before lunch, getting that big wicket off Jason Smith, who's really looked at great nick ever since he walked in under immense sort of pressure, but he absorbed it quite nicely and then applied later on. But they would be really happy to have gotten that wicket 4 down. Certainly a small tick where they felt they could have gotten them 8 down probably by now if they've used the conditions even better.
2 slips, Gully 3 in the covers to Zondo. Big session, 45 minutes probably post lunch. If they can pick up another 2, they'll hammer home the advantage of winning the toss and bowling on a pitch that had a bit of greenness. It will dry out and probably has dried out for the most part already. The ball's in its 31st over, but it's a hot day, cloudless, steamy Durban. There's a gentle breeze just helping the drying out process. So when you're in, as we've seen from a Parsons or a Smith, it actually isn't that difficult to bat. But it's the getting in against a ball that's got a bit of bounce.
Yeah, rightfully so. Such an important 45 minutes to come from both sides. These two guys that are currently batting can just get through this at this stage of this next 30 or 45 minutes and just look beyond that, and like we've spoken off here, probably 300 should be par.
Yeah, it's difficult to really assess par, but you're right, I think that's probably about par. I'll get to that thought in a moment. Nicely driven straight down the ground. Oh, good piece of fielding, keeps it down to just 1. But yeah, the way the game moved forward with that new ball, 11 for 3, you were thinking probably like 150 or what 200's par, but the conditions are batting friendly, and when the change bowlers have come on, it's looked a lot more easier to compile a score, hence the revision to around about 300. And I go for the context of the whole match because the Dolphins' attack's looking a little bit thinner than it can do. No Loose, no Tele. They've got Bartman and Bosch as their frontliners, and then young Mokoena as the change bowler, and Gopalan, the spinner, making his debut. So against attacks that haven't got as much experience, batting should be easier in conditions that, whilst it might favour the new ball, once it gets an older ball, it's actually not a bad place to be. One thing I will say, Sammy, about the first session, the over rate was dreadful.
Yes.
30 overs in a 2.5 hour session. First of all, 98 in a day, and we've only got 4 hours left. We'll get the extra half hour, light permitting, but we'll be short. We'll be short of overs today, and that is sinful. I'm a little surprised the umpires weren't harder on the Tuskers about moving between overs and getting their over rate lifted, even though they bowled only 6 overs of spin. The first over after lunch is done, and it's 133 for 4.
I also don't see them going spin from both sides like they did last week.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily needed on this type of surface, so they're always going to be behind the over rate unless they take wickets now. So at most we'll see spin and seam going together, but not spin and spin.
Yeah, and I also think we'll not see Fulyun and Pavilon together again. I think they'll both bowl from this end down the wind, what breeze there is, and try and just hold from the other end. A Mayo or a spinner will bowl from that end.
Yeah.
It's going to be De Pavilon, who bowled a 3 over burst before lunch, and they'd probably want much of the same. 3, push him to a 4th maybe, depending on his success rate. He goes to Zondo, who struck a nasty one on the hand just before lunch. And it almost looks like he's favouring One thing I've noticed when he's bowling from this end with De Pavillon is he often leaps very wide. And I know it's almost impossible for an umpire to watch the back foot and the front foot. But that back foot has often cut the return crease, which if something's grounded outside the return crease would make it an illegal delivery. But it's almost as if the third umpire's got to pick that up and get the umpire watching that, because he's always focusing on the front foot. You just almost get a sense that Kaya Zondo would prefer to face Darren De Pavillon from the non-striker's end. He's been a little bit rattled by that blow, that nasty one he took, that extra pace. So if he can see off this spell where Parsons faces the bulk of De Pavillon and he can handle Meyer, I think the Dolphins will be happier with proceedings.
Especially because it wasn't really a short delivery.
Yeah.
It just popped up on him, and that's the ability of De Pavillon. He always finds something in the wicket, purely just because he comes at you, hits the deck quite hard, gets movement off the wicket, lateral and also up and down.
He's over the wicket to the left-hander. That might not be strange. In fact, a lot of people like to, but he started bowling to the left-handers this morning to Torley, and when Parsons was in early, he was around the wicket for the most of the time, but perhaps the ball stopped swinging and he's just trying to use the angle.
Hollywoodbets Dolphins will be happy with proceedings right now, just rotating the strike as often as possible, getting themselves in again after that loss of wicket from Jason. After lunch, just rebuilding again. De Pavillon to Zondo.
2 slips gully. Driving, sets off immediately. It's a good run. Nice alert cricket from the experienced Kaya Zondo. We're just there was a throwaway line at lunch, but question of when does he pull the plug on his illustrious career? Because he's not going to play for South Africa again. I mean, he's tasted international level, and every aspiring cricketer, that's the pinnacle, play for your country, and he's done that. But he's still seemingly in good nick. He bats well. He's fit. You just wonder how long he wants to go on, because he's an invaluable member of this Dolphins middle order.
Definitely.
So much experience.
Last game of the season last year, scored very good runs, got 80, and now got a 50 last week against the Lions.
Here he goes, changing the angle now, round the wicket. Driven straight, good piece of fielding. Yeah, I suppose as long as he's enjoying it, the hardest part of the game when you've been playing for a long time is days like they had last week when there was a 307 partnership against you and you're in the field and you're probably scratching your head going,
no, this is me last season.
Yeah, is it worth it? But when you keep making runs and you're producing and you feel productive and you've got adding value, helping the youngsters on your side with your experience.
Yeah. And he's great with that.
Yeah, there's no need not to carry on.
I like this angle of attack for De Pavillon. Really attacking those stumps. Brings an end to that over. It's 136 for 4. After 32, Parsons on 62, and Zondo on 4.
I'm playing the harp a little bit here, but I was talking about the slow over rate. And we've had 2 overs since lunch, and it's taken 10 minutes to bowl 2 overs. That's just not good enough. You've got to get through. I'm just looking around now at the field and its laconic nature that they're getting back, and the square legs going out to long leg. It's all very slow. And this is where, I mean, Babs Nkulma is a very experienced umpire. He should be going to the skipper and saying, you're so far behind, you got to lift it.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know whether they have the in-between over clock at domestic level. I don't think they do. But they need to introduce that, because at international level they've brought it in now. Because of the bowling 90 overs in a 6-hour day, the crowd was getting cut short, sometimes with 82, 83 overs, even though you're playing the extra half hour. So here the players have got to get through between overs quicker.
length, well defended by Zondo, straight to point. Mayad looking much more better in this over. Almost bowled a lunch ball after that lunch break, low full toss. It's been much better in this over.
Yeah, they also, prior to lunch, even though they got the Jason Smith wicket, which was a bit of a bonus, he missed a full toss, but they started to look as if they were flagging fatigue. It's a long session, a 2.5 hour morning session.
It's getting hot.
But they probably all had a shower, had a bit to eat, a bit to drink, and there's just a nice little punch by Zondo off the back foot. It's only going to be the one. But they've come out with a bit of spring in their step. Ahmed Amla, the coach of the Moothee Tuskers, along with Yusuf Abdullah, probably just giving them the talking to that you're still in the box seat. You've got 4 down on a batting day. Get out there, pick up a quick 2 more straight out, get Parsons, maybe you expose the tail, and you'll be batting today. That would be their aim now, to certainly have a bat sometime after tea. Parsons, by contrast, is looking for 3 figures and more. Ballooning bouncer is going to be widened.
He's done well. He's really looked calm, collected, held this innings together so far for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. He's batted really well for his 62, sorry.
Just looking at the players' slacks, the wind is obviously picked up because they're being. I look at second slip specifically. It's tugging at the loose lower leggings. So he's into the breeze, as Maya. So it's going to be a bit of hard work. Nice bounce again. There's certainly more bounce in this pitch this week than there was last week. Mind you, that's not hard. Last week had nothing. As all the bowlers of the Dolphins and the Lions will testify, it was flat. I don't think that's good for cricket. I know there'll be some who say fast bowlers or bowlers learn to bowl or get skills more on flat wickets, and I concur with that sentiment, but you can go to the nth degree. That wicket last week, no matter how skillful you were, unless you could bowl 140 km/h, 6 Yorkers in a row, that wicket did nothing.
Absolutely nothing. That partnership,
that
was a big one.
But they played well, did Esterhuizen and Potgieter. Esterhuizen looks a player. Driving and through off a knee. Oh, that's hurt. They're only going to get 1. Yeah, I've always liked Delano Potgieter as a cricketer. I mean, I'm surprised that was only his 5th first-class 100, but he does so much good work for the Lions. Connor Esterhuizen is still finding his way, and I mean, he's averaging nearly 200 this season with a big 100 against Province and the big double 100 against the Dolphins. He looks a player. To have that hunger as well to bat for 6-7 hours, no matter how good the conditions, just the hunger to want to press on, that's something.
100%. To go on and still keep at that as well was quite special.
Yeah.
Did a very good job.
Clipped away, picking up the singles nicely and comfortably, these two. Just got the board ticking along. It was 129 for 4 at lunch. Now it's 141 for 4, and we've had 3 overs since the break.
Quite frustrating for a bowler. You'd want to settle in a ball to a batter. Every second ball or every third ball, the ball just batters just keep ticking it away. Not getting to settle and set up a batter. Brings an end to that over. It's 141 for 4 after 33. We've got the Pavilion running in again to Parsons coming around. Deep point and fine leg that's out. Looking to get that breakthrough as this partnership slowly but surely keeps growing. Bit of a breeze that's picked up.
He's got it blowing over his left shoulder. It'll help the drift away from the left-hander, hence the angle of around the wicket, and try and get it to go towards slip from there. Good nut, good delivery. Just looked insecure. One thing in Parsons' favour, he just let it hit the bat rather than pushed at it, because it was a really good length, good line. interesting looking at the scores around the country as well, because there's 4 games being played. The others have started much later than the 9 o'clock, but the Warriors 5 down for not very many against the Rocks. The Titans needing a win and needing a good performance against the Lions were 70 without loss when I last looked. Just paddled off them. Zondo's got to go. Ooh, he was a bit slow off the mark there. I was quite surprised he didn't know that there was going to be a run as soon as Parsons knocked it off the hip. So he was running in quicksand initially, and then he got comfortably through, however.
Titans are 93 without loss. Warriors are 108 for 5. And Western Province against Northwest Dragons. The Dragons are currently 9 for 2. Must be a delay there, as they've not gone on for some time.
Yeah, the Dragons topped the log. Who would have thought that at the start of the 4-day campaign? Oh, beautifully bowled. He's definitely not in line, Zondo. I'll say he's troubled by the extra pace of De Pavillon, particularly on the angle, wide of the crease. Instinctively, you'd think he'd get across to off stump and look to work it off the hip, but he's staying leg side of it. I know he likes to cut. That's his bread and butter stroke, but he's not getting that length from De Pavillon. Yeah, the Dragons, you always do that, make runs, but you wondered where all their wickets were going to come from because there's not a lot of pace in their attack. Yeah, but they've managed to. I see Vian Libber's taken wickets. It's just they've found a way, and well done to them to be top of the log. Yeah,
2 from 2.
The only side with 2 from 2.
Oh, really running in with some purpose is De Pavillon now.
But you as a bowler, put your bowling hat on. When the batter at the other end you can see isn't in line, you feel good about yourself already. You're going, I'm winning this battle. I'm coming for you. I'm winning this battle. I've got one over you already. But if he's getting nicely across and looking solid in the body languages, Kai's just looking a bit timid at the moment, which is not like Kai Zondo.
After that hit.
It's that, yeah, you're right. It's that blow on the hand, and you wonder how sore that is because he's broken his finger in his batting many times before. It's better.
Slight bounce again, got on top of that. Really challenging time now for Zondo.
But he is so cricket aware, this Kai Zondo, that he'll know there's 1 ball left in the over. I may only have to face another over of De Pavillon. And it may not even be me, it may be Bryce Parsons down the other end. So let's just see him off and then I can take what else comes. It'll probably be Fulun that they'll rotate to, but you line yourself up differently against different bowlers.
100%. It's the experience of the man. De Pavillon to Zondo again. Oh, there's it.
Oh, beautifully bowled, full of length.
Outside foot again,
cutting the back line, yeah. It's a good over though. It's really challenging over from De Pavillon. He's been good today. 2 for 25 in his 10. It's 142 for 4.
Yeah, that's good from De Pavillon. Really coming in from wide, attacking, almost looking to angle it to the stumps. Where the batter has to play that. Zondo wanting to play that, and then last minute looking to leave. Almost found the outside off of the bat. It's a good over there from De Pavillon.
He's definitely going to have another one.
Yeah.
But I think Mark Erlang has got to be a bit careful. If he has too protracted a spell and they don't get a breakthrough, it puts pressure on the balance of the attack. But this is Meyer, who's been decent. Goes to Parsons. 2 full, driven for 4. Commentator's curse. He'd been decent. Then he bowls a nice, juicy, wide, full toss. And a man in his 60s isn't going to miss out on that.
Well executed shot that. Parsons finds the gap. Not a lot of fielders on the offside in any case, but that goes all the way for a boundary. As he keeps that scoreboard ticking on his own runs as well. He's really done a great job ever since he's come in. Not looked flustered at all by the pressure.
See, the disappointing thing for Ronaldo Meyer is the way he builds pressure is by runlessness.
Yes.
And by giving Parsons a nice juicy 4 ball, the first ball of the over, Bryce Parsons goes, I just have to sit and wait for any other looseness. I don't have to look to score because I've got my boundary ball early doors. A good scoring rate, even though they're 4 down. It's 4.2 to the over. Watch the ladies yesterday.
What a game! They've been
Can't do that to us again, please. My heart won't take it. Nadine de Clutch. Nadine de Clutch.
Yes, no, she's been phenomenal. She's really been great. But overall, the ladies have really played some fantastic cricket. Really waiting for that top order to start firing, and I think it's due. It's due, and when it comes, then we won't have the stress of taking it to the last over.
Sammy, for me, the biggest plus is when you get rolled over for 69 on your first game of a tournament, and you come back and win your next 3 in tight situations. It shows a lot of character. Edged and 4. Soft hands, so he rode it, so it was never likely to carry. It was a defensive stroke, but unlucky for Meyer. 150 comes up on the board for the Dolphins. That third 50's taken 11 overs, so first 50 took 16, the second 50 took 8, and this one 11. As you'd expect with Zondo still trying to find his way after the fluency of Smith, that it would slow down a bit, but it's still a good rate.
Don't you think Ronaldo should be doing a holding job? Just a tactical change, maybe taking the wicket out, bring him into the covers, stay on the offside, and bowling with a partner like the Pavlon, he would look to strike, but you can also strike by bowling that line.
I tell you where I'd
that straight.
Yeah,
it's always easy.
I'll tell you where I'd go. If the field he's got, I'd want him over the wicket, so the angle's taking it across to your 6-3 offside field. Round the wicket and bowl straight, he could be picked off because he's only got 3 to that side. So if he wants to do that holding job and just hang it outside off stump, he should bowl on the angle from over the wicket.
And then bring maybe.
Maybe. I don't think it's crucially necessary because he's 6'3" already.
Yeah.
So to make him bowl 7-2, that's hard. But I just like him. I'd like him to think about going over the wicket. Driving again, sweetly through cover for 4. That's a better stroke than the first one. It's been a productive over for Parsons and the Dolphins. 12 from it as the Tuskers leak runs. It's 154 for 4 after 35.
Top shot by Parsons that got on top of that through the covers for 4 runs. Expensive one for Meyer. Michael Allen has to think about.
Yes, he does.
Does he give him another one, or who will come on from that side? As I see Sean Gilson looks like he's getting his hands and arms ready again to get going.
Yeah, I understand Sean Gilson to the left-hander, but I don't know whether Malcolm Nofel is a reluctant bowler these days, but you could get the left armer, give him a try. He's not the worst at all. So to Pavlon, this is the challenge that we want to see, up against Zondo, who's looked tentative against the speedster.
Hard length, straight on middle stump.
You can sense that Kai Zondo is bent purely on survival. If he can get through this over, he knows there's a likelihood that that'll end the De Pavlon spell. Erlang might be tempted to push him for one more, but then there's the danger of how will he come back for spell number 3 and 4. So you'd want to use him in short bursts in this heat and humidity. And whilst I'll say there's a breeze, it's scarcely one. It's just a gentle zephyr at best. Oh, it's a no ball, but it is Paris. I don't know whether Kaya actually realizes that his first movement is away to leg stump. So he's leaving something he thinks is outside off stump, but it's going over off. Yeah, his initial footwork takes him off his guard. So I think I suppose you could say a great leave because it didn't hit the stumps. But yeah.
And even if it did, it was a no ball on that occasion.
Yeah.
But what a delivery from De Pavlon.
He's got his tail up. He's really good. This is nice to watch.
It's like you said, Zondo's really got to focus, and he knows that this is the over. He's got to see out. He'll be hunting for this wicket as De Pavlon. He's got to get it now. As you rightfully said, it's getting hotter and hotter here in Durban.
Oh, he's got away. That's what he wanted. He wanted that one on the pads that he can just work around the corner and get down to the sanctuary of the non-striker's end.
He can breathe now.
Yeah, he can.
He can breathe now.
Put your bowling hat back on. How much does that hurt you as the bowler when you've had the man and you're lining him up and you've got everything going and you've gone over the top of off, you've beaten the outside edge, and then he gets away and you know you're probably not going to bolt him again.
Yeah. It's a tough one. It's really hard. You probably think that you're a touch too greedy on that occasion.
Yeah.
Maybe touch too straight. There's still an opportunity here to get the wicket off passes.
Why not? Why not indeed? He's bowling an excellent spell. Could easily find the edge of the left-hander's bat as well.
Oh, it's not the first time that happens.
Yeah, well, that's why we should be in the commentary box instead of out there. There's no sound. There's a first. Being heard by a batsman commentating, and so on the run-up we'll just have to pause with discussion. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty.
That's exactly what we just said right now. Kai Zondo is off strike, but there's still an opportunity to get Parsons out, and he bowled him an absolute jaffa. It was just too good. Just too good. That extra bounce, pace, keeper catching it by his chest. What a delivery.
Sammy, what it is showing though is that there's still something. 36 overs old ball. A man in his 11th over coming towards the end of the spell. If you put your back in, there's still something there. That was a beauty. That was probably the ball of the day.
Definitely. Wow, what a delivery from the Pavilion. Steaming in here, looking to get that breakthrough for his team.
Push and go. Whoever's up against Darren de Pavilion at the moment just knows he's in for a challenge. He's got one delivery remaining in this over to Kai Zondo, so he's got another crack. But will he get another? Either the temptation from Mike Erlang is to just keep him going. But then in these longer versions of the game, it's so difficult to tune yourself to bowling a third and fourth spell if you're broken. If you've just actually had all this stuff, because he's putting in a lot into this spell. This is a make or break spell.
If he had nicked that, good luck to those slippers, because that thing would have been flying to them. If it didn't go to the keeper, good luck to the slips. As he goes here, last delivery to Zondo.
Oh, it's a beauty. It's a really fine spell, this by Darren de Pavilion. He's gone wicketless in this spell, but it has been absolutely outstanding since the break. The other end's leaking runs. He looks likely to pick up a wicket at any stage.
If you were Michael Erlang, what would you do?
No, I'm giving him another one. Definitely having one more crack. This high. Sachin Tendulkar and Bryce Parsons. No fun. The end of the over, and could it be the end of the spell, or will he be pressed for one more? But it's been a wonderful battle between de Pavilion and both Zondo and Parsons, and they'll be hoping that they've seen him off.
Yeah, that's what Red Ball cricket is all about, that battle. We've certainly seen a stunning one here between de Pavilion as he's got his hands on his knees asking himself how he didn't get that wicket in that over.
He looks broken, Sammy. He looks done.
He does.
But he's still out there.
Yeah, he's fortunate to sit here in the shade, but it's still warm.
No, it's steamy, very steamy. And he's looking like a man who, in his mind, is going, I want one more, I've got to have another one, but the body's going, no more.
We've got to change.
Change.
For the end as
Gilson.
Sean Gilson comes into the attack through the left-handed Bryce Parsons, who's on 78. It's the kind of batters that we want to see from players. And
he bowled 6 overs for 27. First over went for 8, last over went for 12. He just, in the middle, he bowled beautifully. But then just either the first and last overs were just really quite surprising how poor they were. He got swept a few times by Parsons. They've got short leg and slipping, and he spins it.
Good start, just push to extra cover. Sweeper out in a deep square.
Mike Erlang is wanting a bowler just to stop the game, just to dry runs up. Too full, driven. The danger is that whoever replaces De Pavillon also leaks runs, and then there could be problems for the Tuskers.
I feel that's what happened after that first spell, and that's why they got away. It's important to continue applying pressure as we see Hardus warming up there at slip.
Which is suggesting De Pavillon's shot is bowled. Too short, pulled away behind square, quick feet from Zondo, his first boundary. Too short.
Yeah, good shot. Got in position quite quickly as Kai Zondo picked up the length and pulled that quite hard to the deep square boundary. Put Bulbulia under massive pressure there under the helmet. It's the worst place to be standing once you see a bowler dropping it short.
You see this, you're watching the feet and you see the feet get into position for a pull shot and you just hit the ground.
Slight change as deep square went even further down. On square now.
And 62 for 4. You still fancy, it's too short and it's cut, but that's a good piece of fielding. You still feel, given the nature of the weather conditions and how the pitch has got easier, that 4 down and 160 on the board, I'd still rather be the bowler, because all I need to do is pick up 1 and you can see the scales tilting your way again.
Definitely.
Nicely turned away out to deep square. You almost feel around about 200 for 4, then the batting side starting to get ahead. Yeah.
As much as you're saying that Mike Erlang is looking for one bowler, I just feel like they need to start bowling in tandem.
Yes.
You've got the Pavlon running and doing a fantastic job on the one side, and then the runs get leaked on the other side, so then the Dolphins are quite happy.
Spot on.
I'm going to take a break, and he's going to come in.
Brett, I was about to say it's time for Hardus, and here he comes.
It is, although I'm very sad to see the back of De Pavillon, because
it was a lovely spell, wasn't it?
It was 5 overs 2 for 11, and then it was 8 to lunch. But it was I think that was like a 3 over burst, Andy, after lunch. But he bowled either side of lunch. It went for 6, but every delivery was an event. You almost thought he could get a wicket with any ball that he bowled.
Went past the outside edge on a regular
Hit the gloves. The one that beat Parsons that just took off outside the off stump. You go, where from? It's a 37-over-old ball, and he's still running in, but it's taken its toll. Half William bowls in this ration will be very important.
This is key, isn't it? If you're putting together a squad of players, you've got to have somebody who can come back after lunch and bowl with a similar hostility to with the new one.
But he's got an interesting field. I'm trying to work out what he's going to dish up here, because he's got one slip and a gully. He's got a leg gully, a mid-wicket quite wide, mid-on, so he's got a split field. Is he going to go nose and toes? Well, it starts with a wide half volley that Zondo, who's had very little opportunity to be able to free the arms, has gone thanks for that and missed out.
Yeah, he'll be miffed at missing out there. That was the one that was going straight through to the cover boundary. This is the time when you've got to go to the well with your quick bowler and say, give me 4 overs of good stuff.
Tries again. Mid-off is pretty deep, so he can get around. Again, not timed as sweetly as he'd like, but nonetheless. Just before Sammy went away, we were discussing who's ahead, and I'm still going well at the bowling side at 164 for 4 ahead, but it's not far away from the batting side getting back ahead of the game.
Stevens, I think.
Yeah.
If Parsons goes on to get 3 figures and then makes it a big one, it can be a good day for the Dolphins. If they nip him out in the next half hour, Tuskers will be right back on top. It's high score this season, I think, for Bryce Parsons. I mentioned earlier this morning that he got quite a lot of starts this year without really converting. And you mentioned if you bat him 4, 3 figures.
Got it. Somewhere along the way, those 50s have got to be turned into 100s. The really good number 4s in the world have done that for years and years and years. In the air, down to third man for 4.
Gully was nearly in business there.
Steep bounce. The shot was always on because there was a hint of width, but I think credit to Parsons, once the bounce started to take over, he didn't try and get on top of it. He almost stayed underneath it so that if he got a lot of bat on it, it was going to go over the cordon. They need a wicket. Partnership's 42 now. It's not a big partnership, but it's just starting to leak the advantage. 129 for 4 at lunch. 39 runs since the interval in 7 overs and change. So it's almost 5 and over since lunch as well. And when De Pavillon's bowling a great spell and only concedes 6, you know how the other end has been leaking.
That's a fair point, isn't it? In old money, I suppose it's a run a minute.
Yeah. Interesting, we've got a fly slip, is it? Or fly gully? It's a catching position, but it's an addition.
A little bit ball chasing, isn't it? That's where to bowl if you want him in action. I'm slightly surprised that maybe it'll come in this second over once he's warm again. Maybe have an extra man back on the onside and try some chin music.
Yeah, not given the personnel that's out there at Viljoen, I don't think that's a bad ploy, Andy. I think you can have an over or 2 just looking at the traditional, and then towards the back end of his short burst, just thump a few and say have a hook.
I like him with that length because he's quick enough, and if it does move a little bit, either through the air or off the pitch, you've got a chance.
We've had 40 minutes since lunch. As you say, run a minute. We've only had 8 overs in 40 minutes. This over rate is putrid. 38 overs. We've got 60 to go, Andy. And we've got 3 hours in which to bowl them.
We were lulled into a false sense of security in the previous game.
Because of all the spin.
It was just spin, wasn't it?
But even then, this over rate, it needed more control. It's trying to work out where you should be. You should probably be close to 40 in the first session. They bowled 30, so we should be probably about 10 overs behind. And when you've only bowled 38 and you're 10 overs behind, you know how slow it is. Here's Gilson to Zondo. Oh, it's going to be out. He's taken it straight to the man in the deep. It's a long hop. Zondo's got himself into a tangle, and just when the Dolphins were getting on top to that yawning boundary away to the onside, there is one man out there, and Zondo has holed out.
Zuma on the boundary has taken that catch. He did well. He made the ground as a tough catch, ball dipping at your toes. But there was a big shout from the rest of the fielding side. Zondo gone for 13, 168 for 5. It's a very important wicket in the half hour and a bit more after lunch.
I think what will disappoint Kai Zondo most of all is he done what he needed to do and see off De Pavillon in a very challenging spell, and now was the opportunity for him to cash in, and he's got a short delivery. He could have hit it where he liked because there was one man out there. He didn't have to hit it in the air either, and he's holed out to the solitary man out on the long boundary, and at 168 for 5, advantage once again for the Tuskers.
Okay, so that partnership was worth 46. Am I right? 42.
42, yeah.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about even Stevens and what was happening with the wicket, well, there we are. So Tuskers are still well in this game. Hannafilian is the new man. Made a good 63 for the Dolphins against the Lions in the first innings, when the Dolphins underachieved a little bit on a very flat pitch by making 389 against the Lions.
Who would think you'd ever say that? Underachieved, making 389. Yeah. That bite your arm off for 389 from here.
Yes. Yeah, that's a fair point, isn't it?
Right now, this is looking like. I mean, we keep saying 300's about par, and it looks like it needs some good batting now to get to par.
Well, Sean Gilson, to be fair, that wasn't a good ball.
No.
But he bowled enough good balls
To get a wicket.
Yeah,
fair enough. In the Spinners Club, I will stay and say, yeah, he deserved one.
Short leg in place. Pressure on the new batter. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside. 3 catches.
He's a very watchful player, as Hannafilian, very onside heavy. He knows his limitations. I first started to be impressed by him in the One Day Cup last year, where the Dolphins won.
He made important runs
very big runs chasing, saw them home, and the final as well, where they didn't look like they'd get home, and he was man there who did the business. But a limited player, but when you know your limitations, often that can be a huge plus, and you play to those limitations.
I'm not sure about that backward short leg for the left-hander. I'd rather see him on the offside catching.
Good hand.
Well, that might cost them a run.
It is. It's taken the sting out of it. So they're back for 2. Yeah, to answer your question, Andy, about the location of the short leg, often you've got to work out how does it get there. If it hits an inside edge and a pad, where's it more likely to go? In front of? You almost go, if it's backward, it's almost like it hasn't touched any pad. It's off an inside half of the bat. Then he's too tight because it's very difficult to catch it when it's straight off the full face.
We're not quite sure where we would want him, but we don't want him there.
Yeah, I prefer him at silly point. Inside edge pad, loop offside. Successful over from Gilson. Seeing the end of Zondo for 13. It's 172 for 5.
So Huddersfield has got a new batter to bowl at, and he needs to bend his back now. Now they've got that little breakthrough. Woody Ram Tuskers have got to look for a way to step on the jugular.
Now, what's the old adage in the game? One brings two. They've got an opportunity to achieve just that. Whilst Bosch can bat, I think what's thereafter is pretty limited, so they must be trying really hard here to say, well, let's get them out for under 250. In fact, maybe bolder than that, 220. If they can get another one now, then there's no reason why they can't bowl the Dolphins out for under 220.
So having in mind that line, Parsons is going to have to reach for it there. You don't want it all the time, but it's a little carrot dangle. And if they were to bowl them out between 220 and 250, give the little ram Tuskers a good dig in tonight, and then day two you would expect this pitch to be at its absolute best.
Yeah, I'm almost going, if I bowl a side out for 220 on a first day in the conditions that are available, I'm trying to bat once. Whether they have the ability against a stunted Dolphins attack remains to be seen. This could still boil up to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, two first-class debutants for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in this game. Both of them bowlers.
Who's going to win the patience game?
I like that. I just think that you've got a guy in the mid-80s who's eyeing three figures, but he's lost his mate at the other end and recognises that he doesn't want to make 2 wickets in quick succession. And somewhere in this over, you're going to look for a middle leg stump Yorker.
Just gone wider and wider. It's about will Parsons fire after it and have a slash?
He's got that fly slit.
Yeah.
He's got a man probably sort of 15 metres in off the point boundary.
My only negative about this ploy, Andy, is if you do that for 3 overs and it's the end of your spell, what have you achieved? You know,
I agree with that.
You're looking at, you're saying to him, you chase after me and get yourself out rather than me get you out. So you might bowl a maiden over to Parsons and it means the new man's on strike, but is it a wasted effort and 6 deliveries of just an on pass of who's going to win the psychological battle?
So that's 5 in a row. I'll tell you one thing,
yeah?
Is that they don't make batters patient like they did in the day. And if you bowl a maiden over at a guy on 86 not out, you're going to be in his head.
Yeah, no, fair enough. You'd almost expect a flashing drive off the last one. Like, you can't bowl 6 out of 6 there. It is a maiden nonetheless.
Look for the straight one at the end. I would have liked it to be a lot fuller than that. Played by Parsons, 172 for 5 of 40. So the rate is 4.3, which is a very healthy rate. Tuskers, I think, for the next 4 overs, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They'll bowl a couple of decent overs in a row there. Managed to stop the boundaries that were too prevalent in the first 150 runs.
It was interesting that Smith in his 50 hit 1 6 and 9 4s, 42 runs at boundaries. Just showed there were too many 4 balls. Gilson.
Don't mind this field. 6 men saving 1. Slip short leg, deep backward square.
No, this is fine. And you're still attacking with the slip in the short leg. Finds the edge with a drifter. Good piece of bowling.
Where's poor Bully going to go here? He's going again, backward of square. I'm not sure that either of those fielders behind square on the onside are in the right place.
There's turn now, Andy.
Yeah, there is.
Ball's older, pitch is a bit drier.
And importantly, a little bit of bounce with it. But so we've got a deep backward square. But I'm not sure that Bryce Parsons is going to sweep.
He did in the final over of his first spell, but it was a little lap to 45.
Exactly.
It was almost a deflection as opposed to a sweep shot.
It wasn't an old-fashioned sweep that's going to get a top edge.
And even if it did, it's going to come 45 and fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think I'd rather have that man around the corner and a little bit closer, and short leg go to silly point.
He's not say ground to a halt, Parsons, but he's found the passage through the 80s a little bit tougher. So it whistled through the 60s and 70s, but he wants the three figures. I'm pretty sure he's very hungry for that. Nicely turned. A little bit more air given by Gilson, so they're picking off the single still. Tidy enough over. He's 9 overs for 40 as Gilson. Picked up the wicket of Zondo, which is vitally important. 41 done, 175 for 5. Still a good run rate, 4.3. 58 overs left in the day. And we're just gone past the halfway point, Andy, in terms of time.
Yeah, it's not good, is it? And what are the penalties in 4-day cricket for not bowling your overs?
I'm not sure if there is an immediate sanction. I would imagine that points or fines, but to be fair, I'm not 100% au fait with the regulations. Maybe it's worth asking the umpires at the end of the day or at the tea break. I think Viljoen might like this battle a little bit more. To the new man, Viljoen to Viljoen. And look where short leg is, Andy. A good 3 pitch widths away.
Yeah. He bent his back on that. Talking about Parsons getting a little bit calm. The reason is that he doesn't get into the 90s too frequently. He's only made 3 first-class centuries.
Yeah, it's still early days in his career, but bounce! It's hurt.
That's on the thumb. Oh, and it's a wicket keeper. I mean, I was actually chatting to him on the outfield during the Lions game, and he showed me his fingers, and they look like tree roots, as all wicket keepers do. And like one nail will be black, and there'll be a knuckle out of place.
It's like a fast bowler's toenails.
That's right. And when you see a wicket keeper get hit on the gloves, and they show it, you know it hurts. That's a good straight bouncer.
Certainly giving him a working over.
That's much better, I think, this from Hardis. Fair enough, he had a plan to Parsons in the last over. That's true. But I prefer this plan to the right-hander.
What's he got in his tank? A 4-over spell, Andy?
He doesn't take a lot out of himself. But I think, I think you'd want to give him 4 and then bring him back relatively quickly.
I think he went to Tuskers, we said, via Northern Cape. And Donna Viljoen came to the Dolphins via Northern Cape. I wonder if they had a bit of time together, these two Viljoens, or would Hardis have been down in Paarl?
No, I think you're right. I think they would have had a season together. Actually, one of those oddities that Hardis Viljoen spent a season in the second division. Yes, he's 36 now, but he's been around the world as a professional fast bowler, playing in all the formats. And surprising that there wasn't a first division side that picked him up last year. When he first emerged playing at the Wanderers, where the ball truly fizzes, he looked a real prospect. And there's a nice ball.
So what we've seen in terms of their quick attack, bowling from the Umgani end since lunch, you can't believe that the quicks have been wicketless. The Pavilion has been outstanding. Fulyun not far behind. We've had 6 overs, I think now. Yeah, 6 overs of the quicks. Haven't gone for 12 and haven't got a wicket, but have beaten the outside edge and troubled the batters all the while.
And this looks like a good plan for a little while now. Off spin at one end, rotate the quicks at the other end.
100%. So that means Gilson's role is key. His ability to pick up a wicket, as he has done, Zondo, and then just dry the runs up as well. It enables those quicks to rotate. This is good stuff. 129 for 4 it was after 30 overs at lunch. So what's that? 46 for 1 in 12 overs since lunch. So honours even since the break. Honours even pretty much in the middle. Oh, he's missed out there, Parsons. It often happens when a batter becomes a bit becalmed. They get the rank long hop. What he's thinking there is, if I can beat the inner ring there, I'll get 4, because he's not content with just the 1 out to the sweeper.
In the air!
Oh my word, that was close.
Ronaldo Mayer sprawling to his right.
Oh, he's looking a bit twitchy as he approaches the 3 figures this passes. He wants it to be easier, and the Tuskers aren't making it easy for him. Could be drinks pretty soon. Wind's lovely for an off spinner, just into and off his right, so it'll help a little bit of drift. Never been a fan of the mid-on halfway, so there's always a 1. I'm going to ask Hanno Fulyun, if he's up in the ring, are you going to run down and bunt it over the top or try to? Answer's probably no, so don't give that 1 for free. 177 for 5, a tidy over from Gilson, whose first 6-over ration cost him 27. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15 in this second spell. And a big wicket, no matter how he got it, pulling a long hop straight out to deep square leg. Good catch taken in the deep. But this is more of the battle we want to see. Fulyun v Fulyun. Fulyun v Parsons.
Tweaking in the field.
Only 4 to the offside, Andy. They're definitely going into the body.
Yep. Slip, gully, 2 men saving 1. Short leg.
And the offside inner ring is in pretty tight, because I think it's back of a length short, so that he can't drive, so he's just going to drop it and run if he can. Fulyun doesn't want that. Underneath it he goes. It's going to be this plethora of short pitch bowling.
So in some ways, I'm slightly surprised that square leg is in the non-existent circuit.
Do you want him all the way?
Well, maybe 3/4. Although short boundary.
I think what Fulyun is saying is he hasn't got the ability to hook me with any conviction. He's only going to splice it, and that's where it's going to go.
It's a Good spell this from the big man. Oh, an absolute slaughter to get Ramesh and Pillay out this morning. Hit the seam, hit the inside edge, top shoulder of the bat.
I think the new ball was outstanding this morning to Pavillon and Viljoen in tandem. Once they were out of the attack, it became a lot more free and easy. He's achieving what he set out to do. He's got the footwork a little bit stuck, and the hands just went away from the body there. That can only create problems. Extra pace does that to you.
Morris Leyland, the old Yorkshire and England left-handers, so there's none of us larks, but some of us don't let on. It's a really testing spell, this.
You mentioned a few overs ago that somewhere along the way the real full, almost attempted York was going to slide in. And I'm starting to get on that bus as well, Andy, and go, it's coming, but it's not yet. But when is he going to try it? Because he's got his man back and on the crease. There's no two ways about that. It'd be worth, even if it's a full toss, it'll be worthwhile just trying to fire it up there.
The old laces are tied together a little bit.
Spot on, yeah.
He's given him one to hit. He hasn't cashed in. It's good first-class cricket now.
It is. When Viljoen and de Pavillon have been bowling, you've always felt like a wicket's possible, and it's been a real challenge. You know, without trying to be offensive against Ronaldo Meyer and Andile Mogokani, their 12 overs have cost 76 and picked up a wicket. So, I mean, that's over a run a ball, the change seamers. So that's where the weakness is in the Tuskers lineup. The new ball's fine. There's the Yorker. There it is. Dug out and coped with by Hanno Viljoen. And with that, is it going to be drinks? It does appear so. So 14 overs since lunch, 44 overs in all bowled. And we've had 48 runs for the loss of 1 wicket since the interval. It's 177 for 5. Parsons is 88. Hanno Viljoen is 4.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Eshala Iskakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph. Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder!
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Oh,
This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour, number one. I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well.
Well, a few words from Dom Hendricks there, who was here with the DP World Lions just a few days ago. Very impressed by his captaincy. As you saw there, defending champions, looking to do it again. They got themselves into a winning position against the Dolphins and then couldn't finish it off because the pitch was a little bit too good. So we are halfway through the afternoon session, first day of this match between Hollywoodbets Dolphins and Tuskers. Put into bat. Dolphins are 177 for 5. Proteas ducked out. Sam Moffat-King has joined me, taking time away from looking after the academy boys. You've got some talent coming up through the academy.
Yeah, 100%. Exciting times. Very happy as it stands right now. Orion Gopalan making his debut today. Last week it was Samal Pillay, and then Ngobani Mokoena also making his debut today, who played Kaya Majola week with us last year. So yeah, really happy with the talent that's coming through.
I've been lucky enough to commentate on a little bit of cricket around the province over the last 12 months, and there's lots more still at school.
Yeah.
So DHS captain Bayanda Majola, is he on your books?
Yeah, Majola definitely. Conversations have been brewing regarding what's going to happen with him next year. So I guess the Dolphins will have to make that decision. Yeah.
Good feet this time. Got himself into a good position and swung powerfully over long on for 4.
Yeah, came down the ground. Shami's 100 full unit down the track over the top 4 runs, not letting Gilson settle. As I leave here, Andy, I see Kaya went out to Gilson. Hopefully next time I leave it doesn't happen again. Last week it was the drinks break. This time hopefully I'm not that cursed.
He's gone for it again and he's found it. Hit that one a lot wider, but also for 4. A good little counter attack this from Fillion. He's been trapped in his crease a little bit against the pace of Hardis Fillion and enjoying himself against the off-spin of Sean Gilson.
Yeah, certainly back-to-back boundaries. Over the top, as Andy said, he went wider this time. We'll definitely see a tactical change after those two powerful strokes. As we see, mid-on is not all the way, it's probably 3/4. Shifting deep square to a cow corner region. Rapulana is on the boundary there.
Time for a nice floaty little arm into the over. 186 for 5, 45 overs gone. Hardest for you is in the middle of a very good spell from the Umgeni end. Asked questions of both the right and the left-hander, and has bowled with good pace.
Yeah, some sharp bounces that he's been bowling. Kept the batters honest. Snuck in a Yorker as well. He's really been good. After the pavel on his left, he's really came with the same intent and energy at the crease, hoping to make that breakthrough.
So Brett and I were talking about the fact that Bryce Prince has just got becalmed a little bit, stuck in the 80s for quite some time, looking for a way out. There's the old bottom hand off the bat, fielded by Mike Erlank at mid-off. Erlank in his 3rd season as captain of the Moothee Tuskers, and playing some of the best cricket of his career. Got that double century in the opening round of matches in a losing cause against the Northwest Dragons. Just reaching.
It's like you said, like you guys said before, ever since he's got into the 80s, he looks a bit scratchy. Then his first 70 runs where he was really looking good. Just important for him now to stick it through this period. You're not always going to look good as a batter.
Short of a length and enough bounce to force the batsman back into his crease. Not over-attacking the Tuskers, just got the one slip now. 3rd man is short enough that we've actually been talking about it as a fly slip. But he's there for a full-blooded shot that goes in the air. Of swing there, and he gets it right up to the bat. That's interesting. Bryce Prince actually dropped his bat and went for a wander. It just looks like he's going through one of those patches. Just wondering where the next run is going to come from.
Harder's been tight, he's been disciplined this over. Nice and straight.
Oh, he's going to go round. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad option. He's just got to tweak his field a bit if he's going to do that. There's a free nudge round the corner for a single right now. You don't want to give him a free run because you just got him on a string. Taking himself out of mid-off, and he's going to go into gully by the looks of things. So long leg is going to come back to deep backward square. I'd like to see mid-on and mid-wicket just push a little bit squarer. In the air and gone! It's a crowd catch. Yes. That's me done hook, line and sinker.
Coming around the wicket, headed straight into the ground, straight to cover. You almost thought that he let all that pressure go in that over. He's done a really fantastic job so far to keep Parsons quiet with a ball to come.
Oh, and there's that free nudge. Just lost his line. But another good over from Huddersfield. He's probably got another one up his sleeve before they'll give him a rest.
Brings an end to that over at 187 for 5 after 46.
Parsons moves into the nervous 90s.
Partnership of 19 and Viljoen's on 12.
Gilson's going to carry on. He's bowled well without saying you can't take him off, and they do have some options. The Tuskers. Malcolm No-Foul bowls very respectable slow left arm. I'm sure he'll get a go at some stage. Possibly they might just replace Huddersfield with him in a couple of overs' time.
Inside out, driven down the ground to middle for 1. Middle is quite deep, so they can get through comfortably for a single there. A couple of changes being made here. Viljoen on strike. Cal Corner comes in quite a few steps off the boundary. He's almost like 20 meters off the boundary, so he's not entirely on the boundary. It is towards the longer part of the ground. Deep square, the pavilion is on the boundary behind square.
Yeah, sort of an in-out field, and he's got at the moment. That's interesting. We've got Malcolm No-Foul warming up at backward point. So it looks like we might see spin at both ends.
Worked it around the corner. If he picked it up clean there, would have been trouble, because Parsons hadn't left his crease at the time. Viljoen was already across almost towards the other stumps. But nonetheless, they get through for a comfortable single at the end. Gilson to Parsons.
Oh, trouble here. Probably shied at the wrong end.
Again, a bit of miscommunication. It's twice now on this over that we've had that. Fortunate for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batters, nothing comes off it for the worst as they get through for that single, and it brings an end to that over. It's 190 for 5 after 47. Bryce Parsons on 92 and Viljoen is on 13 with the partnership on 22.
Here comes that change. Malcolm No-Foul coming into the attack. And gaining in, replacing Viljoen, so we will have spin at both ends. Pretty good all-round season so far. No-Foul coming back to South Africa after spending a decade in New Zealand. So, down at the pavilion, leaving the field. So maybe just to call it nature. Doesn't look as if he's struggling in any way.
Yeah.
And he has been replaced by the 12th man, Ziad Abrams, who is had a long on for the left-hander. So no foul will be bowling it. The man on 92 not out has to settle quickly. He's got a slip, he's got a man round the corner. Short mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on. Just moving a man from the offside across to strengthen the onside field. He's now got a square leg in addition to that short mid-wicket. Square leg's going 3/4 of the way back. And then a very interesting offside field. Which will change now for the right-hander. Just let him off the hook a little bit, Bryce Parsons, in the last few overs.
Definitely. Certainly, and you would have wanted to see a bit more squeeze, especially also with the field setting they've had. That's a comfortable single that, as he's about to bowl to Viljoen.
Yeah.
Low full toss work to deep square for one.
Well, he's got away with that, hasn't he? That could have been out of the ground onto the road.
Definitely. Balls like that get you out as well. So Anu just played it cautious on that occasion.
So Parsons is moving through the 90s in singles at the moment. And I agree with you. You shouldn't be just giving a single for a push down the ground at this stage.
Giving him 100. Especially because he went through that patch where he was not looking the best. So you want to keep him in that bubble for a longer time. Or to a ball well defended at the end by Viljoen.
Just beat him in the flight. Just looked as if it dipped in at the toes at the end of its flight. There's a strong breeze blowing, which will be helping that drift.
Just ticking over the box here. Are the Dolphins getting those singles every ball?
Fractor one this time and fired into the pads. End of the over. 4 runs off it. 194 for 5. 48 overs gone. That run rate is just starting to come down. It's been up around 4.34. Now it's 4 dead. Looks like we've got a double change. So Sean Gilson is off at the old Fort end. Ronaldo Mayer is going to come on, is it? No, it's Andile Mokokane who's coming on. Oh, the 3 over spell, a fairly untidy seam up from the Ngani end in the morning session. Coming back now from the old Fort end. I want to get it in the right place early. Running into what is quite a stiff breeze now.
Yeah, it's picking up. You'd want to start well, you'd want to redeem himself after that first spell of his. Be a bit more tidier, go for less runs and hopefully pick up a wicket for their team. One slip in a gully, deep square fine leg. The rest are in the ring. Walks down at him, missed out on that one as Viljoen off the pads gone to the keeper.
Viljoen's been busy since he came to the crease, but talking about the wind picking up, one of the umbrellas has just gone for a ride down below us.
Hitting the poor cameraman. Hope he's okay. Yeah, Viljoen really doesn't want you to settle like you were saying, he's very busy at the crease. Got in line in Mogokane's channel there and just worked it down to fine leg for a single as he moves on to 16. Mogokane to Parsons, who's in his 90s, he's on 94.
Found his rhythm yet, Mogokane, but a better start to the spell than we saw this morning. Played some games for emerging South Africa earlier this year. That one in, Bull Bullier. He's just waved it bye-bye and it's gone for 4. That will take Parsons up to 98.
It's a top shot through the covers from Parsons, over pitched by Mogokane and drilled through the covers. Parsons would be happy with that as he moves on to 98.
Missed a trick here that when he ran Tuskers, they had him thinking about where's my next run coming from. Just relax the pressure in the field. You might see on the next wide shot we show you how the fielder's clothing is really being buffeted at the moment. Strong wind.
Better length, better line from Andile. Nice and straight on this occasion. Well defended by Bryce Parsons. The ball to come.
Talking about a par score here of about 300. The Dolphins are back on level par, I think.
He's going to push hard here. Will he get back? No, it's only one.
That will bring up the 200. 200 up at the end of the 49th over from 301 balls with 28 balls on a 6. Darren de Pavlon come back onto the field. Down below, it's hardest for you, is taking on a little bit of liquid. Lofar will continue with his slow left arm. And there's a helmet being delivered. For the moment, it's going to sit behind the keeper. Oh no, it's for the keeper. Beg your pardon. So it's Cameron Shackleton under the lid. It's had a good season with both gloves and bat. Parsons on 99. Run savers need to be right up and tight right now. Only behind square on the offside. It's a free run down there.
Throws in quite flat is no full. Those 2 balls that he's bowled, wicket to wicket, nice and flat.
He's got it. Just nudges it away through mid-wicket. That's a 4th first-class century for Bryce Parsons. It's come off 151 balls with 14 fours.
Yeah, it's a top knock. Given when he came in, the wickets were falling. It was tricky conditions at the time, but he held his own and made sure that he absorbed the pressure. And he's really looked good for his 100. Exceptional knock, 100 off 151. 14 fours. He's been out there for 222 minutes.
Oh, trouble, he's come a long way down. Oh, and Erlang was not quite alive to the situation there.
No need for that run. You've been saying that Hanu's been looking busy, but almost that 2nd run out now in the space of 3 overs. It's better. Comfortable single, goes through to sweeper.
Good shot to end the over. 203 for 5. 50 overs bowled. I'm going to step out. Rick Proctor will join Sam Mofokeng.
Yeah, end of that over. 203 for 5 off the 50. Parsons going past his 100. He's on 101. And full unit on 17. This partnership growing ever so slightly. Getting to 35 right now.
He's going to have some treatment. He's been signalling to the dressing room for some time about that left forearm. I don't know whether it's cramp in the forearm. I think it might be because he's flexing the fingers and the physio's doing a bit of rubbing. And it's probably moments like this that have taken a chunk out of the game because we've had 50 overs in 4 hours of cricket. That's 12 and a half overs to the hour, which is abysmal given that they've still got 48 overs to bowl in effectively 2.5 hours. It's not going to happen. We can see that a mile away.
But we've only had 2 of these moments, Jason getting hit and then this. So overall it's more of the Tuskers.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. They're between overs. And umpires, I think, needed to have been a little bit more firmer.
During lunch,
Yeah, at some stage gone to Mark Erlang and said, you've got to speed up play because realistically speaking here, we've got the extra half hour which they can take. It's 3 hours. So if they bowl at the current rate, they'll bowl 86 overs, which means they'll be 13 short at the end of the day, which is way too many.
Well short.
But to take nothing away from Bryce Parsons, as you said, Sammy, came together with Jason Smith at 11 for 3, 203 for 5. It's a wonderful recovery. And he's found allies in a partnership of 42 with Zondo, and now a partnership of 35 with Fullion. I think the sad thing for the Tuskers is, other than when Pavillon and Fullion are bowling, they haven't looked a massive threat. There hasn't looked like a likelihood of them picking up a wicket. Gilson was tidy, got given a freebie. Zondo pulled it down deep square leg's throat. No Full has just twirled his arm over to a fairly defensive field. So there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of pressure being applied to the Dolphins batters right now. And the huddle that you can maybe see just on the left of, you can't see it right now, it's just on the left of the pitch, which I think Mark Erlang is, I wouldn't say it's reading the riot act, but come on guys, it might need a special piece of fielding. I mean, a run out, there's been a couple of indisciplined calls between Parsons and Fullion. But how do we get a wicket just before tea so that the quicks can come back after tea, maybe after a rest, and fire? I think the umpires now might be having a bit of a go at Bryce Parsons game. Either bat or get off. Yeah. You can't have indefinite treatment out there. good 5 minutes out there. There should be a time limit on proceedings.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing that I've picked up today is there hasn't really been a partnership except for when the opening bowlers are bowled in tandem. But after that, like you rightfully said, it's always been either the Pavlon or Hardus, but whoever they're bowling with has not applied the same pressure from the other side. So it's always easy for them to get off strike or get those boundaries when the other bowlers are bowling. Viljoen and De Pavlon is really, when they came on with a lot of fire, a lot of energy, and always they take a wicket, definitely.
But to go to your point, one of the reasons they haven't got a wicket is because the batters have been aware. If we see off the spell, we can score off the other end.
Spot on.
And that's all they've done. Post-lunch, they just looked to survive against De Pavlon and Viljoen and succeeded. I mean, they haven't picked up any wickets other than their new ball spell, but they look better value for it.
Yes.
I'm wondering whether Parsons is in a little bit more discomfort. The umpires are going back to take their station now. There's helmets going on, but I think what he's got to tell himself is that back through another 20 minutes with the cramp, and then he's got tea and he can have more treatment 100%. And can start again taking a bit of 100%. Whatever they take in these days, all these revitalizing drinks and rehydrates. It's all very modern and high-tech. Back in the day, you used to drink some salt water.
And get on with the game.
Get on with it, yeah.
As we see Mufukane back into the attack.
And it's almost, I'm not sure Mark Erlang would want to be bowling him because he's been wayward 4 overs 32.
Yes.
But he doesn't have much of a choice. He's just trying to limit the damage prior to tea and then have a burst after tea with the quicks and then keep them in cotton wool for the new ball should the new ball be required. So Parsons restored perhaps to greater health. Here's Mogokane. Driving on the up through the offside. They'll push hard. They're coming back for a second on the throw. He's got to go. Oh, that's good running and good throwing. Fielding was outstanding. Good cricket all round. But he's got the dive out and he's back. He forgot about the pain in the left arm at that stage.
Yeah, that's great bit of fielding by Ziad Abrams, the 12th man who came on for De Pavlon onto the stumps, just over the stumps, took off the bails. But it's brilliant bit of running by these two men. They immediately made that call that they're going for two and they made it through. Kane to Parsons.
It's hard to ask him to bowl to a 6-3 offside field. It means he's really got to hang it outside that off stump.
Better calling from these two. Much better. Been very indecisive between these two, but that was nice and loud.
I think they'll be very pleased with the Dolphins, how they've fought back. I think one of the features of the Smith-Parsons partnership, there was no panic.
Yes.
It wasn't. They realised that if they bat, they'll get themselves out of the hole, aided and abetted by a little bit of indifferent bowling. But gee, that partnership was a great value. Smith getting up 58 before he missed a full toss. Parsons, though, not so. He's wanted the 3-figure score and has been hungry for it.
Yeah.
From a Dolphins perspective, you hope he's got the hunger to bat all day.
Certainly so. He's really done his part so far and he must just continue. Got a deep point out. A fine leg. Soft hands dropped where point would have been in the ring.
What I've seen of Andile Mogokane in years gone by, he played for Natal in the Africa Cup and they won the Africa Cup, and then he was very good with the ball.
Yes.
He's got a ripping slower ball. He's really got a very well disguised.
Yeah. Good skill to have.
Very good skill. I can't remember whether it's back of the hand or conventional, but it's disguised and he's got a lot of wickets with that. He's been very seam up and just conventional here. That wouldn't be a bad thing just to slip out the slow ball and see
try something different.
Yeah.
Same field for Anu as well. He's got a deep point.
Can't go too straight. Fully strong on his pads. Strong down the ground too. That's 4 over pitch. Lovely punchy drive from Hannah Viljoen. He's a nice, polished, neat player.
As you see there on the replay, it gets into his channel, driven straight down the ground. Didn't really need to hit that hard. He's been a very busy player ever since he's walked to the crease. looked the part, like you said, Brett. Overpitched, gone 4 runs.
You could say he looked a little bit uneasy against Fullion.
Yeah.
But everybody who faced Fullion has.
Yeah.
But he saw it through. Shot for 1. And I think that's often the skill of batsmanship, realizing where the threat comes from, negating the threat, and then taking the opportunity against the lesser members of the attack. 51 overs done, 211 for 5.
And they've done that exceptionally well. Took a couple of punches to the body, played and missed, but they knew that they just needed to watch the ball and see it through against those type of bowlers, where they've cashed in against the Gilsons, the Mogokanes, the Meyers. That's all they needed to do.
Some maths. You go 23 overs, 3 for 58. That's like 2 and a bit an over.
Yeah.
For the 2 frontline bowlers, and they've picked up 3 of the 5.
Yes.
The rest of the maths is going to take a little longer, but I'll try and get through it. No fall.
Well defended. Good delivery, nice and full. Mid on is quite tight. It's only mid off who's slightly deeper.
The rest of them are 28 overs for 151. So they were significantly over 5 and over. And the 2 frontliners are going at 2.5 and over and have picked up 3 wickets. So you see where the imbalance of threat is. There hasn't been any backup bowling that they could rely on.
Definitely, yeah.
Nicely played. Just open the face, use the pace. It's going to be a teasing chase, probably be just a couple. Oh, misunderstanding. Parsons didn't see the hand get thrown up and didn't hear a call, and he was off. These two have been a little bit worrisome when they're running between the wickets.
Very.
It's probably the 3rd time there's been a misunderstanding. Hasn't hurt yet.
It's the last thing that you want in a 4-day game. Be run out. No need for that. The experienced guys have really done the job, like you said, going at 2s today.
And then Nofel just held on to it, so he had to readjust it for you. Winds picked up. Just having a look at the weather forecast and say we could get winds of about 40 kilometers per hour later on this afternoon, so that'll put pay to the heat. Good stuff from Nofel. This is what Mark Erlang, the skippers, wanted. His 3 overs had cost him 9. They're just putting a little bit of a break on things. Yes, defensive fields, but nonetheless stop the game.
Yeah. Again, he's done a good job this side as Nofel. It's important now for, it looks like Meyer coming onto the attack to do exactly the same, to bowl in tandem with Nofel to try and get that rate down to probably just under 4s, which we really haven't seen today.
Except for the first new ball spell.
Yes.
I mean, right now they've got, 15 minutes to tee. They'd love a wicket, yes, but they're not expecting one.
Yeah.
So they just stop the game till tea, have a rethink, have a shower, get fresh, go out there, and maybe a bit of De Pavillon and fill you in for a
try again,
half an hour burst after tea, and try and pick up a wicket in that fashion. Here's Mayo. Down the leg side, did it catch a glove? Watch the umpire. Yep. Yes. I won't say Shackleton was slow to move. It was always going to be too teasingly far away. But earlier in the day, perhaps. But
definitely, yeah.
That's just a little bit beyond his compass. Element of fortune to that Parsons boundary.
That 4 takes him to 108. As he just keeps on ticking. As I just spoke about this, where the pressure gets built on the one side and then it gets released on the other side. So they're not really finding partners to bowl in tandem with. Gets driven down the ground for a dot. So yeah, it's really important that they go off the tee. Hopefully those two bowlers can come back at the same time, Hardes Viljoen and Darren de Pavlon, and just run in and give the guys a bit of a chance.
Would you think, let's try, there's probably about 56, 57 overs in tee.
Yeah.
Do you think the ball will be reversing after tee?
Definitely, no doubt.
And de Pavlon's a very good exponent of the reverse swing.
Yeah.
And Viljoen for that matter. So
Yes.
It's worthwhile having a go with them both. The reverse swinging ball. Driving half a hand. That was a misunderstanding
Again, no ball on this occasion. Gets driven and Bulbulya got a hand on it. Saved a certain 4. Slight mix up in the middle, but they get through for a single.
Sammy. In fact, run-out's looking the most likely means of dismissal right now.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want to do right now, bowling for run-outs, and that's their partnership. 50 partnership, 51 of 86. Parsons contributing 26 of it, and Viljoen 24.
There's a little ripple of applause from the dressing room, but it's made such a difference. At 168 for 5, the Tuskers would be going, okay, we're back on top.
Yes.
You can just feel the whole momentum of the game is drifting away. They're not out of it. If they can pick up some cheap wickets and maybe 270 all out, they're in it. But at the moment, it's looking like the Dolphins hold sway. Oh, Yorker length, beautifully bowled.
Tried to open the face, Anu, and just missed that one. Certainly, they're not far off. You get 1 wicket here, and as the old-fashioned quote says, 1 brings 2, and you never know. Then you into the lower order. That's what they should be thinking about now. Probably bowling these guys out for under 200 and under 300.
Yeah, the
270.
The 1 wicket could easily do the business. That's the thing, because Bosch can bat. There's no choice about that. Full toss, missed out. But Neil Bartman I've seen bat, but not for very long. But it's the 2 youngsters, Gopalan and McQuena, that I haven't seen play. So their batting capabilities must be questioned if they're coming in at 9 and 10.
They'll be tested.
Is there anything about them from a batting perspective?
Yeah, 100%.
Got ability?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
100%.
So they're not a walking wicket?
No. Certainly not. Certainly not.
Did McQuena not bat up the order in his school days?
Yes, he did. 6, I would say, is the highest.
So he's got some ability in it.
Hits it quite hard, hits it quite far. Did a fantastic job for the emerging side when they went to Bangladesh. The A side, sorry.
I think we are more keen to see what he can do with the ball when he gets his opportunity. Either later on this afternoon or certainly sometime tomorrow. Teasing outside the off stump. 219 for 5 from 53, so still a good rate of 4.1 to the over, if the over rate itself is a bit indifferent. Probably be 3 more before tea, and Parsons and Viljoen will just be telling themselves, let's get to the dressing room. It'll be we can take it there. Not that runs are irrelevant, but if it's anything in the 220s, 5 down at tea, they'll be very happy with. When you lose 3 wickets inside the first half hour,
sure,
you'd have taken 5 down at tea any day of the week.
No, definitely. The Titans are 168 for 2.
Can Skulkback get 100?
No, 72.
Okay.
Warriors are 31 for 9.
Oh my word.
And then Dragons are 67 for 3.
And obviously a truncated day there. Here is Noful. Hammered outside the off stump. It'll just be the one. Even though for a moment they seem to be thinking of going for a second. I think we're just going to keep an eye on Hannah Viljoen and Bryce Parsons, because the running between the wickets has been
atrocious.
I was going to use entertaining, but I think you're closer to the truth than atrocious. Communication is lacking.
No full to Viljoen. half-hearted appeal, always going down, pitched outside as well.
We've seen Gilson spin 1 or 2, the off spinner, but Nofil's just drifted. Nothing is spun at all. So he's really got to get it to pitch on and straight and to get an LBW here from Babs and Palmer. Down the wicket he comes, not convincing, but no damage done. Just closed himself out a little bit. Well, I'm saying they're going to just see it through the tee. That stroke suggested otherwise.
That's the type of play he is, Haniful Yun. Likes to get bat on ball and gets the game moving forward.
How good was he for the Dolphins in the one-day cup last
Brilliant.
year? One many games coming in at 6 or 7. The reverse sweep.
One.
Confidence growing. You'll know I'm from a different generation of cricket when I cringe when I see a reverse sweep. If you get out to that in a situation like this, don't come back to the dressing room. Just walk somewhere else.
Straight to your car with your pads on. Everything.
Yeah, go home. Do not stop the pass go. I think there's a time and place for that stroke in certainly the shorter version of the game when you're trying to manipulate the field. I'm not sure Bryce Parsons needs to play that today, given how free they're scoring at any rate. Cut. Nicely in front of square. And they've picked up ones comfortably during the course of this no-full over. There's no need to... Oh, it's a no ball as well. Can you ball that? Wow.
That dot brings an end to the 54th over. 224 for 5. Parsons on the 111 and Fulyoon on 26.
Well, at least what Nofil's done is speed up the over rate. Still not very good, but might not be as bad by the end of the day if he has any protracted length of spell.
True.
The wind is pumping now. If you wanted a breeze all day just to cool things down. Temperature's been in the low 30s the bulk of the day. And now the wind into which Maya comes is picking up.
Why does he keep
Oh
doing
my
that?
word. What if that beat the keeper? How silly would a bowler be?
Jeez. He's throwing out a bit
You've
of
done it, I'm
frustration.
sure. You've done that. You've always thrown something at a batter.
You let it go and you're like, oh,
what
no.
am I doing?
No. That's your own fault. Goes to your own runs. Oh, it's the worst. But yeah, I think he's just throwing out of frustration. They're really struggling to get wickets now. Got lucky with that Jason wicket, but he'll take it nonetheless.
Take it no matter how it comes. That could be a wide.
Anu really
Any other format, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Anu really shifts into the bowler's channels. You see them just before he bowls. He goes all the way past the off stump.
But he's definitely stronger off his pads than he is through the offside. So he wants the bowler to actually
bowl straight to him.
Yeah, I won't say fall into his trap, but he gets across to say, I'm backing myself not to miss and get LBW.
Yes. Spot on.
It's a bit like not quite at the same level. Okay, but Joe Root always goes, no, bowl at me and get me LBW, but he never misses. Oh, there we go. It still can get past the outside edge.
If you put your back into it.
Yeah, this late stage of the day, 55th over. Still something there. And that's the thing, we've seen enough when it's in the hand of better bowlers like Fulyoon and Durban to know there's always a chance, just a chance. Not like last week's pitch when there was no chance of getting past the bat unless the batter gave it away.
Certainly.
It plays such a massive role in an entertaining game of cricket.
Certainly has been a good cricketing wicket. You get good value for your shots. And as a bowler, if you stay there patient enough, there's definitely something for you in the wicket. Whereas last week, it was always just a batter's paradise.
Fill your boots.
Take that wicket with you.
I got a WhatsApp from Peter Machele, who's a Supersport cricket producer. He's somewhere in the world, I don't know where he is, but he's not in South Africa. He said, what's that Kingsmead wicket like? Is it as flat as those scores look? I said, Peter, come and bat.
You'll get 100 as well.
Get 100 as well, yeah. Oh my word, they go again. That is the 5th mix-up between these two. What are they doing?
Oh, my days. It's certainly not a way that you want to go out in red ball cricket. As I've said earlier, their calling, their running has been atrocious.
It's got to be a little bit of a chat at tea time if they get there, because that's the 5th time, Sammy.
They really want to give it away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Anu hits and then he just runs. Parsons was not interested in that one, even though he was running to the safe end.
No talk between overs, like let's pick it, let's play tip and run, or if I'm watch me, I'm ready to go. And,
yes.
It's just been, there's been complete lack of understanding between the two. This is a decent over, this from his captain would have wanted to see more often because of his 11 over ration. He's 1 for 56. Probably got an over to go before the tea break. It's 224 for 5.
That's a very good over that from Ronaldo Meyer. Caused a lot of confusion between the batters again. Luckily for them, they have not felt the worst of it, where either of them has gone out. They're still batting there. Partnership of 56. It's a maiden over from Ronaldo. Scores are still 224 for 5, as we got Malcolm Nofel coming into the attack.
95 for 1 in the session therefore being won by the Dolphins.
Yeah.
129 for 4 the morning session, probably edged by Tuskers, but the Dolphins have had this one. Nicely punched off the back foot. There's a ripple of applause from the dressing room. I think it's more in relief than anything else. That wasn't a risky single, it was a comfortable single. There's got to be some words. There's got to be some words said at the break about this running between the wickets.
Yes. As a coach, you're pulling your hair. You're like, what is going on there? Yeah, it worked for 1.
He likes to be on the back foot, I think, against spinners. He hangs pretty deep in the crease. Only comes forward if it's very full. But he's played with spin pretty well.
Yeah.
Came down the pitch twice to Gilson and hit him over the top for 4 consecutive deliveries, in actual fact, that just disrupted the off-spinner's rhythm. Driven and not through. Good piece of fielding by the skipper, Mike Erlang.
Good fielding that. It's really been a good display of cricket we've seen today. Good character being shown by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batters that have taken 227 all day long after the start that they had. Tuskers would be kicking themselves for where they find themselves in the game, but still it does look positive for them. They're not far off. A couple of wickets here could turn things around.
And this will probably be tea now. They just bring up the mid-off from long off just to say, well, let's see if he can try and clear the ball before tea. He's not going to do that. And then after tea, the quicks come back and try and make a breakthrough. But it's been a good session this for the Dolphins. We've had 27 overs of cricket between lunch and tea. The Dolphins went from 129 for 4 to 227 for 5, 98 runs in a matter of 27 overs. That's a shade under the 4 to the over. A really good session for a home side, and it's a session that's belonged to Bryce Parsons, going to his 4th first-class 100. He will take tea on 113 not out, Fullion 27 not out. The partnership is 59. And at the break, after 56 overs, Hollywoodbets Dolphins at 227 for 5.
So I don't know. I don't know what it is. Because I said show.
tea, a thing of the past here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. Day one.
No, it's not. I've got a cup in my hand.
Okay, we'll just get rid of it, Andy, and I'll pass you your piece of cake. Cheesecake was decent. But we're into the final session, and it's going to be a long one, that's for sure, because the light looks pretty good. There's no cloud about. Unusual for Durban this time of year, but we've still got as many as 42 overs to bowl. They've only bowled 56 in 2 sessions, 4.5 hours of cricket, 56 overs bowled, 42 to go in what is effectively a 2-hour session, but they can take the extra half hour, so they're going to be way behind. They're going to lose plenty of overs. So here we go, straight after tea. It's Meyer. Is that somewhat of a surprise to you, Andy?
He's been a bit of a curate's egg today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Good in parts. Obviously got a very important wicket just after lunch, and has bowled some good balls, but probably hasn't sustained the attack as well as he might have done.
Instinct would have said to me that it's going to be 3 or 4 overs a piece of Viljoen and Pavillon in tandem. However, perhaps the stiffening breeze, getting up towards the 20-30 kilometre hour mark, and into it, neither De Pavillon nor Viljoen wanted to do the into the wind work, so they will rotate down the wind, and the donkey work's going to be done by Meyer.
He's in for Ziad Abrams in this match. Ziad played in the first 2 games as the third seam option. And it is an area of weakness, I think, for the Tuskers. Neither one of them is quite the cutting edge.
Driven straight down the ground for 4. Again, so typical of Hanno Viljoen. It's a punchy stroke. There's no flow to it. He's a slightly built man, but he's got some power, and he plays in his areas. And there's another just bottom-handed punch straight past the stumps. A good way to start after tea.
He hits the ball well. His judge of a single is shocking.
I'm not going to portion all the blame to him in the running between the wickets. I think he's always interested in a run, and I'm not sure Parsons is. So you've got 2 polar ends of the spectrum. And I'm sure they've said something about it. I mean, how likely is it that they bat together? Probably fairly regularly. I would think 4 and 7, it's probably likely that it's going to happen. So the last thing you want to do when you're building such a good partnership, and it's worth 64 now, is to have it broken by way of a needless misunderstanding and a run out.
Just watching Malcolm Nofal warming up at Gully. Looks like he will bowl the next over.
So what does that tell us, Andy? No, if you're not bowling the Pavillon and Viljoen now,
are you going to give them 24 overs off for the new ball?
You've got a side 5 down. You almost, in the greater scheme of things, we don't want to get to the second new ball. We want to bowl them out.
Yep.
So to actually go, no, we're only going to use you with a new ball, is that a defeatist? If that is the plan.
I think you're probably right that they've decided that neither of them wants to bowl into the wind. So they'll share an end.
Here we go.
Oh, we're going to change a ball.
Or that they want one. This is just... I've enjoyed the day's play. I always do. I enjoy any form of cricket. But there's so much time falling out of the game with these consultations and mutterings and things that have gone on today. The over rate's abysmal. And it's got something to do with this. Okay, if the ball seems split, nothing you can do about it. Got to get the box on. There does seem to be a bit of debate. It's not as if the umpires have discarded that ball and rolling it away. Here comes the box of balls.
A little bit of news from Egypt, right, where both our men's and women's hockey teams are playing in AFCON, and the women won 3-2 against Ghana in Ismailia yesterday evening. So well done to our hockey girls. And good game of cricket going on in Lahore.
There is good fight back by South Africa. Probably unlikely. chasing down nearly 300 batting last. What's it, 278 they need, or 270 something?
277.
277. That score batting last in a subcontinental pitch is tough. But they've made a fist of it. Certainly, it just shows the value of winning a toss in Pakistan.
Things that we used to take for granted, like you can't chase 400 on the last day of a test match in England or Australia or anywhere around the world, have gone. And you shouldn't be able to chase 270 in a dust bowl at the Gaddafi Stadium. But
who knows?
Nothing surprises me anymore. When you think, consider this, yes, the ball's turning square, but Noman Ali, the slow left armour, is bowling well. He hasn't really got great support from the other end, and the next three batters in are all going to come out swinging. You've got Stubbs, Brevis and Verena. So, yes, they might still lose, but if one of those comes off, or two of them come off, a very unlikely victory could materialise.
I'd like, in a perfect world, I'd like the Rickleton to Zorsey first innings stand.
Yes.
Around about 100, and it sets it up. So
and I must say, I watched the last half hour, and the pair of them played really well and rotated the strike brilliantly.
Bouncer.
A lot of reverse sweep going on from the two left-handers, and not for boundaries, just to try and rotate the strike.
And manipulate a field, I suppose.
There was a drop at short leg, tough chance, but probably ought to have taken it, and that was off to Zorsey.
End of the day, 51 for 2, chasing 277. What's that? 226 to get 8 wickets. Win-Viz is probably leaning significantly towards Pakistan. 70-30 would you go, or 80-20?
80-20 probably. Yeah. But it's not impossible. And a few years ago, you would have just said, "Well, that's too many."
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this game is intriguingly poised. If a couple of quick wickets fall now, the Tuskers will be back on top. But right now, I would say that the Dolphins, almost for the first time, have nudged ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. And because of that mindset or the scenario that the game finds itself in, I'm a little bit surprised as to the deployment here, because this is very much saying to me, you'll get yourself out, we're not going to get you out. It's not taking a step forward, it's just trying to go into a holding pattern. It's not spinning rockets so that Nuffel's going to spin one out of the muck, and it's cut on width, and it's probably going to run all the way to the finest third band boundary for 4, and it does. Neatly played by Parsons.
Bad ball. Half tracker outside off stump, and nobody behind square on the offside means that's always 4. And one of those, if it hadn't reached the boundary, they could have run 4. Yeah, so I think the Tuskers have just missed a trick here.
I agree with you. What's your most likely method of getting a wicket? To Pavlon or Folio? Pick one. Have a crack with it.
I think I'd prefer to have the off spinner on than the slow left armour with the left-hander out there.
Not a bad thought, Andy. Not a bad thought. Oh, hello. Here's the running again. And now the throw hits the non-striker.
Whoops.
Do you think they talk to each other, Fulton and Parsons, or do they just start running and look? Or is there any form of communication?
We're not hearing it. We're not hearing yes, no, wait, maybe.
They might be hidden behind the sounds of the jackhammer as they build the new floodlights here at Kingsmead. As neat as the rest of the over is, the damage has been done by that wide short one that just got steered to third man for 4. No pressure on the batter to play and take any risk. Nicely whipped off the hip for the single. 5 from the over. Tidy start post tee for the Dolphins. 237 for 5.
And we've got more of the same. Ronaldo Mayer coming to bowl again from the old 410. Yeah, I'm a little bit
it's
perplexed.
Twist or stick here, Andy, because these two are bowling, you feel, principally to stop the game, to slow the run rate down. We've had 10 runs in 2 overs, so
yeah, so they're not doing that.
The job.
Yeah.
If they're bowling and that happens, I go fine, because they're resting the quicks for later. But the game is not. The game's going ahead nicely. Oopsie. Viljoen's at leg slip, but he hasn't seen the bowlers run in, and now they've all worked out. He's on the wrong side. Here he goes to slip.
It looks like Bryce Parsons has decided on an off-stump guard. It's a new thing in the game over the last few seasons.
A lot of players do it.
It's a good leave. Bryce Parsons, incidentally, this is his 4th first-class century. Highest score of 191. And that was in Potchefstroom against the Dragons in the 23-24 season. Not the only man in South Africa to have a best score in Potchefstroom.
Short cut, protection in the deep, will be cutting it off, just the one.
So we ought to just mention, while we're talking about why aren't De Pavillon and Viljoen bowling, is that De Pavillon went off for probably about an hour in the afternoon session, so we'll need to be on the field for a little while before he's eligible to bowl.
Before tea, though.
Did he?
He came back before tea, so maybe he hasn't served out his section. But Viljoen didn't.
No. And Viljoen, yeah, should be bowling now.
To be fair, it's a warm day, but he's bowled 12 overs in the day, so I'm sure he could give you 3 overs of his best.
Absolutely.
Right now, if we call the pot. He's a willing horse and a strong one as well.
Incidentally, that hockey game, 2 goals for Ongimali and 1 for Jean-Lee de Toy.
One again, passes at least bellows at him this time.
There wasn't half a run there, was there? They wouldn't have crossed.
Not even half. No, you're quite right. And again, I go, if Parsons goes down to him and said, we've scored 5 and over since tea. I understand you wanting to rotate the strike, but we're getting enough boundary balls we can work away. There's no need to take a risk.
Keep your hair on.
He's 31 as Viljoen. He's played nicely in a partnership of 70. Edged and wide of slip. Away it goes down towards third man. Keeper Shackleton is after it. They'll get back for 2.
Yeah, probably landed a foot in front.
Yeah, wasn't really catchable.
But well done for getting the edge. They did replace the ball, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So
that was off the edge more on him driving on the up. I think it's more the bounce that's in the surface that found the edge rather than any movement.
Well, we were talking, hopefully, about an hour ago, about 220 to 250 being the...
Yeah, if we can knock them over for that, it's not going to happen. They're looking for under 300 now.
And hoping that they can pick up these last 5 wickets, so that Tuskers will have the best of the pitch tomorrow.
I'm just curious about weather conditions, because the long-range forecast has set a bit of cloud around for the latter stages of tomorrow and during the course of days 3 and 4. So if the wind changes and comes from the south, it swings. So that's always the risk you have to take when you go, okay, you bat first in a day that overhead conditions are saying it's batting day. They look down and say there's enough green, isn't yet 11 for 3. It goes decision vindicated. We're to really take the whole game into context. If days 2 and 3 it's cloudy and you're batting, with swinging hoops, and you get knocked over because of that, and well, did I cover all my bases when I made my decision, or did I just go, it's green, I've got to go in? Anyhow, that remains to be seen.
It's also the question of, is there a genuine swing bowler in the Dolphins side?
Bosch can swing it.
Bosch can swing it with the new ball.
He's the one.
Away. Yeah. But, then you've got
Hartman and McQuena.
Bartman's more of a seam bowler than a swing bowler, and McQuena making his debut.
Needs some viewing. Nicely reverse swept for 4. That is certainly playing with the field there. I'm still
bemused.
Nonplussed. Pick an adjective. But you're right. It's been so comfortable for the Dolphins since tee. 227 for 5, 244 for 5, and they haven't batted 4 overs since tee. And they haven't been put under any pressure.
And there are free runs anywhere square on the offside. It's a really, really defensive field, with the exception of Hardisfield Unit Slip, who might actually have it in his contract that he's only allowed to field at slip.
Good footwork, happy for the one, picks it up comfortably.
So no foul hasn't looked a threat, to be fair.
Scoreboard's ground to a halt. It has Parsons facing, and we knew he wasn't before that ball. Now it's adjusting itself. 246 for 5.
Last ball of the over coming up.
Reverse sweep again? Surely not. No need. When you can cut. So we've had 4 overs since tee. 20 runs have been scored without even trying to play a stroke in anger. And you just feel that the Tuskers are allowing the game to meander, and the Dolphins quite happy for this pace of play to continue.
It's just drifting, isn't it? It's disappointing.
Yeah, you'd almost go, if you said to Bryce Parsons and Hunter Flynn, who would you like to face after tee? You wouldn't be far away from the two that picked. There certainly would have been, we don't want to face the Pavilion or Viljoen, who were excellent throughout the day. Here's a change. 12th out of the attack. Looks like Erlang.
12th man is coming on, Sean Whitehead. He has replaced Ronaldo Mayer. So Erlang will be bowling his offies. He's not the worst, more of a one-day bowler than a 4-day bowler.
If memory serves, Andy, when he first made his way into, I think it was the night side or freestyle, I don't know what it was called then, he was more an offie who batted down, and then he got thrust into open and has just grown as a batter, and this has become the second string to the bow. As you say, not the worst as an offie by any stretch.
We did see De Pavilion doing some stretching exercises, so maybe he'll bowl the next over.
Please. Here he goes, Erlang. We've seen a bit of turn for Gilson and now for Erlang straight away.
Yeah, both from that Old Fort end. .35 now, Erlang, but playing probably the best cricket of his career.
Witness his double 100 in Potchefstroom, the first game of the season.
Straight away, this looks a lot better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Famous last words. He's only bowled 3 balls, but Got them all in the right spot. A little bit short, but got away with it.
And that's the greed of a batter. He knows the sweeper's out square, and if he just finds the sweeper, it's one. But he's going, this is a bad ball. If I can just beat that cover, I get 4. He didn't beat the cover. Now he's grumpy that he didn't get the 1. Now this is good for Erlang. He's doing the job he's wanted all his bowlers to do. Maiden. His first over of the match. He starts as he would like.
Haven't had too many maidens since the first hour. So that's a good entry into the attack for Erlang. Now,
yeah, I see.
Here comes De Pavela.
Purposefully towards the stuff. Yeah, maybe it was a case of he hadn't served out his term off the field, and so when he can bowl, he's going to have a run. But this has been necessary. You almost get a sense the Dolphins have got 20 runs for free after tea, and now the game starts again.
And if De Pavillon wasn't available, Viljoen was.
Yeah, spot on it.
Even if it was only 2 overs, give him a go. Tell him, wind him up, and say, give me some bounces.
So how's he going to get his wicket, Andy? If he's got a slip in place and a gully, is he not likely to find the edge? He's not going to get lashed to cover, I wouldn't have thought. You've got 4 in the ring to the offside.
Yeah, no, I think you could lose one of those into a second slip.
Yeah.
What you don't want is for it to nick through seconds.
Spot on, spot on. I've got a feeling he might, on the breeze, get it to tail in a little bit now. Let's see how he goes. De Pavillon charging into Viljoen. Starts well.
I think you're right. And maybe with this change of ball, maybe there might be a chance of a bit of reverse, although they haven't really had time to work on it.
That's why I can only assume the ball had actually split, and they could. You would have. If I was the Tuskers, I want to keep this ball. If we've been working on it to try and get it to reverse and come over number 50, 60.
Just looking at his figures, 2 for 28 at the start of his 12th.
Yeah, I know he's been excellent. He really has. There's a different air about the game. You sit forward going, well, this could go either way. If the bowler's on the top of his game and the batter isn't, there's a wicket coming. He's got to really play some good shots, be mindful of his technique. His footwork has to be sharper against the extra pace.
Arnis Viljoen is off the field at the moment. I've just seen him walking back down from the pavilion, along with Ronaldo Meyer.
I'm going to make another sweeping assumption, Andy. In the over prior to this, when he was at slip, he motioned to the dressing room and pointed at his boots. I wonder whether he went out in flats.
Yeah.
And now he's gone.
Now he wants his bowling boots.
On.
I never wanted anything other than bowling boots on because I always felt I should be bowling.
you couldn't shoot
on
an entire innings.
Needless to say, that was at a very humble level of club cricket, not first-class cricket.
Good bouncer. Also well played. Dropped a knee.
Well, no change here. De Pavillon's come back on and got it in the right place. Asked questions. Not impossible to think of him getting a wicket or perhaps 2 in this spell, and then the game is back on an even keel.
Spot on. And there's that bounce that hits the splice again. To suggest in trying to assess a surface that we're many going, well, it was a new ball pitch because 11 for 3 and since then it's been flat. I think I go more to the merits of the attack, the backup attack. when Viljoen and Pavlon have bowled, and here we are in over number 62, it's still hitting the splice. So there's enough in the surface to suggest bowlers of quality have always got something on offer.
Top over.
Top cricket all round. It was well played and very well bowled. Here's Viljoen coming back, definitely with bowling boots on. Whether he's going to be required right now, but let's see.
Yeah, he's probably not that keen to run up into the wind.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Ronaldo Mayer is also back on, so he's an option, but Erlang's going to continue. And if he carries on like he did in his first over, then that could be a plot for the next hour. Him blocking one end and the seamers rotating from the other.
Well, the ease of the 4 overs of 20 runs, 5 and over, just stopped. We had 2 maidens in a row, so that's better cricket from the Tuskers. They'll be happier with the proceedings the way they're going now.
Nearly snuck one through.
Said, look for the one, I'm coming. Most communication they've got about the possibility of a single all day.
Ooh, what does the umpire say? Umpire Keener says, not out. Didn't look like he ever left the crease.
He just shimmied a little, but at least he was alert enough to as he punched it back to the bowler that the throw may come. Famous run out in that fashion, I reckon, recall as Roger Harper playing huge at Lords
in the
MCC test.
Good spinner.
Short mid wicket and slip through cover. Indifferent piece of fielding. He might have got something off it to stun it, but I still think it may go all the way. No, the fielding's good.
Yeah,
and they're back for 2.
That's naughty. It's Malcolm Nofal, who's in a sort of semi-catching position at short extra. He got 2 hands on that, but unable to stop it. Maybe it took a bobble. That's brought the 250 up.
63rd over. It's a good scoring rate, just on 4s. Another single. Fastest 50 for the Dolphins was 50 to 100, which is somewhat surprising given that a side 11 for 3 and is recovering just showed the quality or the lack of quality of the bowling at that stage. Smith and Parson, it's so easy to score.
Yeah, Smith in particular took a full toll. 9 4s and a 6 in his half century. It was just 5 runs off the over. They've started playing a few shots against Erlang.
Yeah, it'll give you a clue that last 50 took 16 overs, so with the run rate throughout the day has been 4 touching, and that 50 over ration was a 3 and over, so better cricket for the Tuskers. But they need a wicket. This partnership has become a little bit too substantial for a Tuskers perspective. 84 it's worth. Parsons 128, Viljoen 37. Round the wicket, slip, trying to cover a lot of ground. It's almost at second slip. I'm trying to get a little ahead in the game and see what options the Dolphins have. I think the Barton could be a decent type of bowler on them, because yes, there's been movement, but it's a wicket to wicket. You want to try and get the batters playing squarer if you can, not from length, but when you set your field straight like the Tuskers have done now, and you're making a player either hit inside out or trying to work it across the line. But Barton is very good at wicket to wicket attack. Oh, leading edge, could have gone anywhere.
Just got himself a bit frozen in the crease there. I think if he had his time again with the length, he could just have shouldered arms to that. It's been a funny innings. There have been moments in it where Parsons has looked really scratchy, particularly when he went through the 80s and into the 90s, and there have been other times when he's been middling everything.
Nobody there square, so nicely controlled paddle. He'll pick up at least a couple. That's where I will give him credit, Andy. It's not often you play fluently throughout. There's always going to be a time where you battle a little bit. And even though he's had passages of struggle, he's got himself out the other side. He hasn't given it away and said, oh, I've done enough, or whatever the case will be. There's a hunger about him that suggests he'd like to put his feet up at the end of the day with not out, I don't know, 180, 170 if he could. That'll be a real Trojan effort.
Just to reiterate what Brett Crotter's been saying, if Darren de Pavlon could bowl at both ends, this would be a very different game. He's just hardly bowled a bad ball today.
Well, we're talking about the West Indies side, that four-prong seam attack. You had that at both ends. There was no let-up. If it wasn't Roberts, it was Clark. It was
and in
Holding.
those days, there was no restriction on
Bounces,
bounces.
yeah. So you had 150 k's an hour all the time, and Marshall and Co. It was just unbelievable. Garner. Whereas if you've only got one, you tend to see him off and score off the other end if you were a real clever batter.
Had to find a way to score off your armpit against that West Indies side. That's hard. Alan Lamb found a way, obviously, being a short guy. Got 400s in one series against the West Indies in their pomp, pulling and square cutting.
Robin Smith played really well against them. Could never play Australia, Robin Smith.
No.
But played really well against the West Indies. As you say, all the good cutters and pullers.
Gavaskar. Fielded. End of the over, 254 for 5, 64 overs bowled. Bryce Parsons 130 not out, and with him Hanu Phil-Yun on 37. The partnerships were with 86. Brett Proctor has stepped out. Sam Moffat-King has rejoined me. You'll be a bit happier with where the Dolphins are now than just before tea.
Yeah, certainly. They've done really well coming back off the tee, continued with their partnership. Runs after that tea break. Now the Pavlon and Adelang have just almost kind of tried to steady their ship, bringing back that rate down.
Erling brought himself on almost as an afterthought.
Yeah.
And Brett and I were talking about the 4 overs after tea, where there was just hardly a threat posed. They could easily have started exactly like this, and if de Pavlon in the air, man under it, and gone! Herlank has the breakthrough. Phil-Yun is gone for 37. What a soft dismissal.
Yeah, that's very soft. There's no need for that. Especially with the man back. He's not all the way back. He was actually right in the right position. Didn't have to move. Hit it straight down his throat as Phil-Yun, as we were busy praising how well they've been batting straight off the tee. They've just knocked it around. Adelang has brought himself on. Boulder made in the first over, his first over. The Pavlon has supported him from the other side, and all of a sudden there's that breakthrough that they've been looking for. And that's what I feel like has been lacking for the Moothee, the Tuskers. It's bowlers bowling in tandem.
It's all based upon just a little bit of pressure being applied. No reason to play that shot.
I'm dealing with Tanya.
Ethan Bosch coming down.
The catcher down at long on, Andile Okakane. Never looked like dropping that. And Ethan Bosch coming to the crease. 45 matches, 8 50s and 100. But only averaging 23.9, let's call it 24. Got 100 against the Lions 5 seasons ago. Really, really, I said this during the 4-day game against the Lions. He should be looking at his batting now as if he can improve that batting and go up 1 or 2 places in the batting order, he'll make a huge difference to his viability as a cricketer and someone who could play international level cricket.
Definitely, without a doubt, Andy, he's got that capability of doing exactly that. It's a long ball as well, not just on the golf course, but not just on the cricket field, but on the golf course as well. Unbelievable bowler, as we know, very skilled. Quality fielder, stands in the slips for the Dolphins. He's got a task to do here against Michael Adler.
Yeah, so game on again now. 254 for 6. It's pretty much even Stevens right now. If they could get Parsons out, there's a real chance for the Moothee Tuskers to wrap this innings up quickly. Beautifully fielded.
Hit that quite hard is Bosch. Great stop there from Nike Adlang.
Long on is just nudging a little bit deeper after that shot. Well, that's a top over from Erlang. And it was a maiden, a wicket maiden. So he's now picked up 1 for 5 from 3 overs. And hindsight is an exact science, but he should have been bowling long before this.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the wickets that fell, it's 4 soft wickets. This one being the softest, definitely a very soft one from Hunting for you. No need to play that shot in the circumstances. They were really bossing the game, while in control. Lapse of concentration, just gave it away. The battle on to Bryce Parsons.
That should be 2. Yeah, and they'll get back easily for the misfield.
Brilliant bit of running. Worked off his hips to finally 2 runs.
Well, into a 6-3. 2 men on the onside, saving 1 in front of square. And there's a long leg, slip gully. Man on the cover boundary. Mid-off extra cover, and a man in close enough to be called a close catcher at extra. Good leave. The wind is really howling around the stadium now. Actually see the sight screen at the far end. Looks as if it's in danger of taking the Friendship Pavilion with it.
Certainly picked up a lot.
Ordinarily, a big win like this is bringing a front with it. There is talk of possible moisture on days 2 and 3, but only in the late afternoon. In the air. Oh, that's exactly what that man catching on the offside is there for. There's still 33 overs left in the day, Sam. So there's no way that we're going to get a full ration.
First time in a long time we've seen the rate attached going to under 4, sorry. I'd say 3.9. Going along quite nicely above 4.
Well played.
Worked away for a single, deep point. Out in the deep. Doing a job there, getting the ball back in. The Pavlon to Bosch now.
Yeah, it's a little discussion between captain of the Tuskers and Bryce Parsons about the sight screen at our end. In the main pavilion, I think he might have picked out a hole somewhere that's staring him in the face. One of those things where once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
It's distracting him.
I can remember test matches being stopped at Lord's because the sun was reflecting off a window in one of the corporate hospitality boxes. So Darren de Pavlon is running in off the back of a gale right now. He'll be feeling fresh. You don't want to be running into this. Oh, that's a leg stump half volley, and he's taken full toll of that. There is a man out there, and he's done really well to keep it down to 2.
Brilliant bit of fielding in the deep by Zuma. Good movements there. Went around to stop that one. They've definitely gone for 4 runs. Brings an end to that over. It's 259 for 6 after 66. Parsons on 133 and Boshi just walked in. He's currently on 2.
So 14 overs to the second new ball. I wouldn't think de Pavlon will bowl too many more. I would expect maybe one more, and then they'll bring Hardisvillian back to replace de Pavlon. Erlang to continue with his off spin from the old Fort End, rolling into a gale, which will help him just hold the ball up. A little bit too short, but won't be disappointed to get Parsons off strike. Have a go at Bosch. Bosch will feel that he can boss Erlang. In the air. Oh, and it's just past him. That was a half chance. As far as the bowler's concerned, it's a solid blow for 4.
Looks like he picked it up quite late, went the wrong direction first.
Yeah.
Good shot nonetheless from Boshi, used his feet over the top 4 runs. Worked away to deep wicket for a single. Good bit of cricket. And not letting Mike he had long settle anymore. Already 6 of this over.
The odd boundary just takes all the pressure off. We saw that with the Proteas ladies last night. Just when they got themselves into a little bit of a hole, a couple of boundaries and it's a cakewalk again. Fielded.
End of the over. 65 for 6. 67. Partnership of 11. Babylon comes back again for another over.
I'd really like him to pick up one more wicket just to open the door with just the bowlers to come, Palin, McQuena and Bartman. Oh, dropped. Really good effort. De Pavillon will feel that having got a hand there, he could have held on to that, but that's a tough chance.
Yeah, it's one of those, it just has to stick. As we see there on the replay, full stretch. It's always difficult running in at full pace, and the next
You're
thing
going
you see
away
the ball,
and you're trying to get back, and you're in mid-air. You need Chesley Colby. He can change direction in mid-air.
Well defended.
We might just look back at that chance later in the match, and it may have been significant. It may not be, of course, but if Bosch should go on to make significant runs, who knows? We've got a change in the field, and second slip is coming out and moving into short extra. Silly mid-off, actually. It's Sean Gilson. I think he's a little bit too straight there. It's in the bowler's way. A little bit tennis ball bounce there. Been a glorious day at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. Breeze is actually making it bearable for the rest. I think this will be De Pavillon's last, and then we can expect Huddersfield to have a run in for a couple of overs. We might have to get the weighted bails out there. Now, my problem with that man at sitting mid off is that I would say the bowler would expect to take his catch there.
Yes.
I think he's got to go a stride wider. Another top over from the Pavilion. 265 for 6. 12 overs to go to the second new ball.
Yeah, he's kept it tidy again in this over. He's really been good ever since he's come back off the tee. He's been great all round throughout the whole day. You see Adelanke again and actively warming up those shoulders, those big shoulders is hardest for you. Looks like he might be coming into bowl. Looks like he did what Stuart Broad did against Australia, just swapped around the bells.
Superstitious man.
Will it work for them? Punch down the ground for a single from Parsons.
Cricketers have always been superstitious.
Worked away to the leg side for a single again. Just easy pickings for these two batters. Low risk cricket.
It doesn't help that you've got a right-left combination, but Erlang just lost his line a little bit. Not putting the same pressure on that he did in the first few overs, and that pressure led to a wicket. Single a ball, and that's what the Tuskers don't want.
It's hard for the fielders. You see the Babylon going from side to side the whole time. Ideally, would like to stay in one fielding position the whole time.
Bosch has started really well. Got into the 30s against the Lions and then got out to a brilliant catch. That's a good shot. That might go all the way for 4. There is a man chasing it and he will haul it in. Good throw from Gilson.
Yeah, didn't get all of it. Pushed through the covers for 2 runs. Of that over.
5 runs off it. 271 for 6. Now, keep your eyes on Hardis. Yep, he's just handed his hat to the umpire. And Hardis will come on to replace Darren de Pavillon. Just 1 wicket today, but he's asked questions and he's bowled with pace in all of his spells, and that's all that a fielding captain can wish for, really. You don't ever want bowlers going through the motions. Spending a long time setting the field, Erlang and Fullion. Seems to be a lot of discussion about who's going where.
Sort out the side screen, yeah.
So Bryce Parsons was making the point earlier that the movement of the side screen is not ideal. It's a very large white shade cloth sheet, more than one actually, tacked together, and with this big wind in the stadium that, yeah, they're asking to close the gap between the two sheets where they are tacked together. And that's going to be easier said than done, let me tell you. Might need a sewing machine out there.
Already lost a lot of time today. Umpires have also decided they're going to take drinks.
Yeah, I think that's a very sensible decision. We're 4 minutes away from drinks, so while they repair the sight screen, players will take a little break. It's 271 for 6, 69 overs gone, with Bryce Parsons 136 not out, Ethan Bosch on 11, and we will take a short break with the players.
So an early drinks was taken because the wind that has really picked up here was tugging at the side screen and ripping it from its moorings. We're back on play, and here's Fullion. Whipped through mid-wicket. That was a nice, gentle, juicy full toss. And Bosch did the right thing. He didn't overhit it, he just hit it in the gap and away for 4. Often after an interval, the Tuskers bowlers really dished up a nice loose one to start with. Get the pressure on straight away. I'm going to cut them a bit of slack now, Sam, because it's actually when you've been bowling on a still day with a gentle breeze, and now it's almost gale force. Even if it's blowing behind you, it just breaks your rhythm.
Better length. Line that as well from Marcus.
After that strange, soft demise of Hanno Fullion, the Dolphins needed another partnership. The Tuskers would have been hoping, okay, 254 for 6, let's get them out for under 300. Now, 21 is not a really substantial partnership, but it's just suggesting still a good degree of comfort for the home side.
Good running, well defended by Ethan Bosch. This field led to a comfortable single at the end.
He's a good cricketer, Ethan Bosch. Underrated batter. Everything looks organised. He hits the ball sweetly, swings it as a bowler. I think he's had inopportune injuries. Often when he's playing his best cricket, he seems to stand on a ball, or there's always cricketers like that, or something goes wrong, and he's been the one. Because to be fair, there was a time in the cricketing circles when which Bosch would play for South Africa first. It might have been Ethan rather than Corbin. Absolutely, no, and he's started to march on the brother now. Clipped, good work. Their groundwork for the most part has stayed very good. Caught pretty well, yeah. Tactically, we might have questioned them, but they have stayed firm in the out cricket. Parsons been outstanding. Andy was making a point, it's probably not the most fluent 100 he's made. He's gone through patches. But I think that's the skill, the mental skill of a batter. When you do have bad times, you're never going to be fluent the whole way. There may be a certain bowler that troubles you and you've got to see him off and come out the other side. But he's done that.
He was looking scratchy there during the 80s.
Yes, very much so.
Got through that period, like you said. He's got himself 236 runs.
He also had a period on either side of his 100 where he had cramp, it would have seen him in his left forearm, and he had to have some treatment. That was just prior to tea, and then during the tea interval obviously had the work done, and he's come out and looked a little bit more comfortable from an injury perspective. 70 overs, 276 for 6. I think the fact that Fullion's bowling now and Pavillon's just finished his spell is probably telling us, even though the new ball will be available in 10 overs time, they're not going to go there. They haven't got the personnel to take it.
First session, Tuskers. Second session, Dolphins.
Very much so.
Out along to Bosch, just works around the corner for a single.
50 for 1 this session so far, so probably the Dolphins just leading this one. 277 for 6 is a massively good recovery from 11 for 3. I mean, if you'd offered them this situation at half an hour into today's play, they would have said, stop the game, we'll take it. We'll take 277 all out, in fact, let alone 6 down.
100%.
If there has been an error, it's been this inability to stop the one, and I think that's because he's gone perhaps a little too defensive too early. If they're smashing you over the top regularly, I get the reason to push the fielders back, but We went fielders back too early.
As you say, that tactical change being made. Deep square comes up into the ring.
He's got such a long reach, long levers, Ethan Bosch. He's had a couple of strokes of Erlang where you'd think he has to work it to the onside, but he's managed to go inside out and hit it through cover, where Erlang doesn't want to be hit. That's kept low. Wow, that's kept low.
Well managed in the end by Bosch.
Yeah, the side that's always happier to see it roll along the ground is the side that's got 278 on the board already. Can roll as much as it likes from here on.
They also know the other teams still need to come back.
Yes, 100%. He's been good, Erlang. He failed to find a partner for his frontline quicks, and he's become that partner.
I just said this to Andy when you went off, is that he came on Boulder Maiden. The Pavlon was bowling in the other end, also keeping it nice.
Also
and
Boulder
tight.
Maiden, yeah.
Also Boulder Maiden, and then all of a sudden, Fulham, a few overs later, just chipped it down mid-on's throat. So that's the in tandem that I've been speaking about that's been lacking in this team, where there's always been one bowler who's been doing the job, but they've not done it together.
Yeah. And it just shows when it can happen. I mean, it's a strange mindset. There was no reason for Fulham to go, well, Maidens is a problem. It was no problem. Their run rate was 4 and over. They're going along comfortably. Yeah, and playing it. And if we get a couple of Maidens because the bowler bowls well, tick, fine. We'll get a bad one at some stage, surely. He didn't have to take him on and give his wicket away, and that's what happened. Bosch is 18. Here's Fulham. Beats the inner ring. Should be a couple. No, it won't be. Short boundary. Wonder how much longer we'll see Hardest Fulham in the attack. He must be reaching the end of the spell.
Yeah, Durban on board 15. He's on 13, he'll be on 14 after this, but you can see the Pavlon coming back later with that new ball. But I think that's Hardest for the day.
Yeah.
You see there's some crampage there at the deep.
That could be a key facet. If they get through Fulham, who's the alternate going to be? Is it going to be, are they going to come back with Meyer? But all the other backup seamers have been way too expensive. Meyer's 13 overs, 1 for 64. Mogokani disappointing, 5 overs, 0 for 40. Way too expensive. They may have to go for spin at both ends, work on the over rate.
Speaking on over rate, there's still another 27 overs left in the day.
Which we will not get. Maximum about allowable time from now is an hour and 20 minutes. They'll probably bowl. You're right, Sammy. I mean, 27 overs, and you'll probably be a good 10 short, even with the extra half hour. Maybe 12 short. Unforgivable. Tuskers, come on. You can do better than that. Even with moments like this, we got to get this cover. The side screen blew away. We had the injury to Parsons, injury to Smith. Still, you can do better than 12 overs to the hour. I expected to see it flashing away past gully and didn't. The extra bounce is still there.
71 overs later. Still something in the wicket. It's been a good fight from the Dolphins. It really has been. Thought by now the Tuskers would have been batting already, the way they started.
Thought they'd be batting just after lunch, the way the morning began.
Nice and straight this time. Just gets defended quite comfortably by Parsons.
It just, and understandably, it looked as if the pace was down there. The previous ball was quite an effort ball that get carried through nicely to Shackleton. That one really looked down on pace.
I'm hiding behind the two
Flashed away, wide and high and handsome down towards third man. on the width, the ability to just free the arms and lash at it, and he gets the bulk of it away for 4. He moves into the 140s.
As much as some of the bowlers have bowled well today, a lot of soft wickets up front.
Yeah.
Four of those 6, probably 5 you could say. Marshall is the only one who really got a snorter of delivery.
Exactly. He's the only one who's really been got out. Totally drove to cover. Van Staden hit it to backward point, but I'm not quite sure whether he was defending or attacking. Smith missed a full toss. Zondo hold out to deep square. Viljoen hit it down deep mid-on's throat. So you're right, only one really was gotten out. So let's ask the question again, Sammy, then how fair is this pitch? I mean, I think it's a good pitch. I think that there's something for the bowlers, but we're then saying only one has really been got out. The batters have contrived to lead to their own dismissal. If they played properly, would we be 300 for 2? Or I mean, it's certainly not the same as last week. It is better, yeah.
Without a doubt. Like you said, Jason said you wanted to have batted first on this wicket. So it was just about getting out that first hour or so. It was moving quite a lot, but as we've said, it was loose strokes, and that's why they found themselves 3 down quite early in the morning.
I think to try and justify my argument is that enough got past the bat as well. Even though they didn't get where they got out to soft shots, there was enough that got past the bat in that first hour. Clouds just starting to blow in away to the west, so even though we shouldn't have a light problem, you may get a truncated day. Surely not.
Down the ground for 1. Partnership also slowly but surely building quite nicely. 31. They've really done that well. After losing wickets, just building a bit of a partnership every time.
Yeah, let's have a look at those partnerships. I mean, the one that did the real damage was the 115 between Smith and Parsons, then 42 between Zondo and Parsons, 86 between Viljoen and Parsons, and now 31 between Bosch and Parsons.
Right down the ground to move. Easy pickings for the bowlers, for the batters.
Are you still of a mind that, I mean, at 11 for 3, what was par for the wicket, we were probably 200, but we generally through the day have gone 300 is probably par. Are you still leaning towards that?
I definitely would say so, because I feel Tuskers are 1 wicket away here.
Yeah.
And then you just never know what could happen, how the rest of the batters will go. But
yeah.
If they don't, this next 20 or 30 minutes,
yeah,
we're still looking at 300 plus.
Yeah. In which case, then the Dolphins are ahead of the game.
Yes.
Swept for 4. He tried to be quicker and just pushed it down the leg side. And good footwork. Got into position nicely, did Ethan Bosch. Fielding perhaps was a bit wanting, but you can cut it some slack at this late stage of the day. He picks up the boundary quite comfortably.
290 for 6 after 73. 142 for Bryce Parsons. Bosch has moved quickly to his 24 runs.
He makes valuable runs down at this position. He seldom is a quick week. I mean, when Viljoen got out, Tuskers going, well, if we can get another one before it gets a partnership. He's very good at just not allowing that to happen. He's not necessarily a big score maker. He's not likely to make you 100 or even a big 50. But he does enough just to get a partnership going and just mean that you keep the side in the field for a little longer. Make it easier for numbers 9, 10, Jack. Cut. And cut square for the dive prevents the boundary. Great effort late in the day.
Top effort. And that's something that he should be changing. People should say that when Ethan Bosch comes in, he has the ability to score 50s or 100s, which is something that we're not currently saying right now. As you said, he's only scored 100, and that was 5 seasons ago. But if you look at the way he bats, he's got all the control and the ability to score big runs.
Yeah, I think we become accustomed to seeing a pretty 30 and 40 from Ethan Bosch. Which, if you go number 8, gives me 30 or 40 every time. You take it every day. But you look at him and you go, he's better than that. He could actually bat 6 and make 100 for you. Yeah. Well, they're testing the cut shot, that's for sure. They've got gully, fly, slip. But Parsons is alert to everything at the moment. Approaching 150. What a milestone that would be. Some of you at home might be going, what's his career best? We'll be far from that. He got 190 up in Potchefstroom 2 seasons ago. So if he gets close, we'll start talking about his career best, but not yet.
It's important for everyone to bat around him right now and understand that there's still a big job to be done. Bat up all the overs until the end of the day. Before we can start talking about these milestones and how this just bends us back there and gets it in deep.
This has been a perfect illustration by Bryce Parsons of what a team needs. 3 down for nothing. 11 on the board, 3 down, and when you get a score, you make it, what do they call them? Daddy hundreds. And he's done that today. His team will be so happy. He'll be pleased with himself, but his team will be delighted. A big one, 145, has dug them out of a huge hole.
Goes short again. Not the quickest. Almost dies down on the keeper by the time he gets to the keeper.
Surely is the end of Fillion at the end of this over. He's looking as if he spent a long day in the field. He's been good. 1 for 43 and 15 doesn't do him justice. But both he and De Pavillon have been a cut above the rest of the attack. Pavillon 2 for 35 and 15, really good lead. 3-card trick, the 2 short ones, trying for the Yorker, almost a waist high full toss. Got quiet out there now, Sam.
Yeah, very. Teacups are out. It's been a long day. It's graveyard session. The only thing they're thinking right now is that ice bath and what's for dinner tonight.
And they look up at the big scoreboard and see it say 15:50, and they know they've still got over an hour out there. And the danger with that is that you let the game slip completely away. You bowl rubbish and you give away free runs. I mean, the worst possible scenario could be a run a minute for the next 70 minutes for the Dolphins, and it's 360 for 6 at close. That would be, when you've had a side 11 for 3, that scenario just doesn't beg.
You look back in the day and you're like, you've lost 2 boxes or 2 sessions out of the day.
Heavily.
Especially where you started, you really want to kick yourself. Because right now I really feel they're 1 wicket away here.
I know you've got to be disappointed from 11 for 3, but if you still manage to bowl the Dolphins out for 320 from here, you'll go, no, okay, we'll take that because we've finished well.
Yes.
And for the most part, they've been very good in the field. They haven't looked like the give up is in them, but they've got to do it for the full 7-hour ration. Here's Erlang, slip in place, hands on hips. That's Fillion to Parsons. Trying to look for someone who's going to choose to bowl at this end now. Who's loosening up? Not a soul. Maybe they loosen enough.
Everyone is looking away. Captain.
Yeah, not me, Captain. Not me. Harding. A late call, but a call nonetheless. Oh, it could have been overthrows.
Great keeping that.
That's really good work from Shackleton. That had 5 written all over it, didn't it?
That's the last thing you want to happen. Tuskers. Great bit of keeping there by Shackleton, taking that. This was too close to back up that one. He would have.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot of movement around backing up now. There's that inside-out shot that he plays. He mustn't be foolish here because he's got a 50 set for him. I know he's only halfway there. He's 24 not out, but. Yeah, he's that sort of player. If he just bats, it challenges his mentality right now.
I think he gets bored. That's why that's his fortiest player.
I think he's got the power and he's got all the shots as well. And I think like if he's being tied down, it's almost like an affront to the ego. He's got onto that. There's the quicker one again, and he's fastened. He played a stroke like that in the last Erlang over, where he gets down low and plays the crossbat shot. and hit it very effectively. 300 approaches.
Quite hard. Yeah, just watch that. No chance of stopping that. Run out there in the deep. A few movements, but the ball was gone past him before he even got to it.
Oh, man going back for the sweep shot as well. So you brought him in a couple of overs ago because they were wanting it there a bit too easily, but now with the two boundaries, protection required.
Good cricket. Straight after the boundary, gets off strike. It's getting darker over the stadium.
Yeah, not dark enough to suggest bad light, but the one thing you can do when there's cloud about is Mark Erlang can manipulate it and say, okay, we'll just bring the two quicks back. I'm not bowling spin, so you can get off the field. And I don't think the Tuskers would mind if they were off the field now. New ball due early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, get a few out again up tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
2 wickets.
Yeah, Follion has done his work.
Made it back into the attack with 299 for 6 after 75. Parsons on 146 and Bosch 29.
He's done more of the scoring in this stand as Ethan Bosch, 29 out of 45. Meyer back into the attack. This is when a bowler really earns his keep. He's bowled 3 spells today. Not his best work, 13 overs, 1 for 64. But he can turn that all around if he bowls a nice tight spell, maybe picks up 1. But if he comes on and bowls a 3-4 over spell and goes for 6 and over, yeah, he's letting his skipper down.
Starts off straight, a lot of work. Those heavy legs of the Babylon there to get down and stop that ball, and he does a great job there.
300 comes up.
Great shift. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, they get to 300, 460 balls with 38 4s and 1 6.
4 and over all day. Pretty much from that Smith-Parsons partnership where they really took the attack to the Tuskers.
Again, even with Meyer bowling, it just doesn't look like he will take a wicket. Where Hardison, the Babylon, when they came on, there was always something happening at the crease.
There's a lot of fatigue. I mean, for those of you who haven't, spend a 7-hour day in the hot sun in the field and toil away, run in. Yeah, hit the splice. That's really good. That's much better.
Good to watch that.
It's tough when it gets into that last hour and all you want to do is get off the field. Mentally you're sapped because you thought, hey, it started so well, we had them 11 for 3, how can we still be out here at 300 for 6? This is a cruel game, and all the demons are going around, why am I doing this? Well, this is, surely I can do something better. The batters are going, just bowl, we're loving every minute of this. It is a seriously lovely game. One hand off the bat as he forced away to the offside.
Again, easy pickings for the batters. And low-risk cricket going comfortably at 4s. No need to play any high-risk good shots. Two to come in this over.
I'm sure there's folks at home who haven't been with us all day. I mean, you pop in for a score, but one of the things that's grated me, and I'm going to repeat it again, we've effectively got half an hour's cricket remaining in a 98 over day. We've bowled 76. We're 22 overs short. Driving through, and 150 for Bryce Parsons. He reaches another milestone. It's an epic innings, this, from the young left-hander. He reaches it in fine style with a lashing square drive. 151 not out, Bryce Parsons. Top knock.
He's shown a lot of character today. walked in with 3 down, not a lot of runs at the scoreboard. He came in and built a partnership with Jason Smith. So they both got to their 50s, and now he's currently on 151.
19 fours on that knock. Goes again. Doesn't beat the extra cover. Look, credit to the Tuskers. They've still put their bodies about right to the end of the day. But at 306 for 6, 4 overs to the new ball. Probably not in the mind of Mark Erlang at the moment. But it's looking as if it's going to... The day has turned completely now to the way of the home side. And mentally, that's a bit of a scar. Now, when you come up from promotion, you're probably going, are we capable of competing in the first division? You start to second guess yourself. You start to doubt your abilities.
Especially after the first 2 games where it's gone for them.
Yeah, getting 400 in Potch and then bowled out for under 100 in the second innings, losing that. Warriors was competitive, but not enough time. A lot of taken out of that game with weather up in Pietermaritzburg. But here, I think mentally, when you've had a side 11 for 3, you're going to sit in the dressing room. It's going to be quiet tonight. It's going to be very quiet in that dressing room. Change of off spinner, Gilson. The field is truly spread far and wide. You've got mid off deep, long on deep, deep mid wicket out, deep square out. The way to contrive a wicket here is if a batter gives it away and tries to clear a deep fielder. Very quiet, yeah.
Long day on their feet.
Oh, nearly got an umpire. Down the ground he goes. He has thrashed that. Decent effort out in the deep, but it goes through the dive and away for 4. And the man has stayed down. Hope he hasn't done himself a mischief. No, we're okay.
Quite hard nearby, Ethan Bosch.
Yeah, again, it just shows the cleanliness of his striking. Good footwork, confident footwork. He's an underrated batter.
Moves on to 35.
Another 50 partnership for a Dolphins pair. Yeah, there's always important that there is an anchor player like Parsons today, and he's played brilliantly, but he's had support. Smith was ever so fluent, very pretty, 58. Will kick himself for missing the full toss. Fullion 37, Bosch 35. Enough support down the order for Bryce Parsons. Keeps going, 151 not out, 310 for 6. Hours cricket left. We were talking as Andy Capistano relieves Sammy Mofokeng of his duty during the tea break, I think it was, about on days like this when the weather's good and the light is good, if you're short of overs, sorry fielding side, just keep playing until you bowl your ration. That'd hurt. Maya continues.
And it would appear that there is a change in the weather coming. My app is saying cloudy tomorrow with a maximum 22. So today is probably going to be the best conditions of the lot. I suppose you'd argue in an hour's from now that the shadows will be moving across. We could have a problem with the light. You never know. One thing I'd like to highlight about Bryce Parsons' innings, just looking at the stats, is how level his pacing has been.
Four, sweetly driven, placed it nicely on the width, angled it at the face of the bat and thrashed it past backward point. He's in good touch now.
So Parsons' first 50 took him 81 balls. His second 50 took him 70, and his third took him 72. So at no stage in the innings has he been particularly quick or particularly slow. And having said that, we have noted that he's gone through a couple of sticky patches, but he's come out the other side. Talking about him as a number 4 batter, needs 3 figures. Well, he's done that in spades.
Yeah, and needs big 3 figures, and he's done that too. Round the wicket. I'm just going to go back and sorry you at home, but I'm harping on it. But if there's no sanction or serious sanction for a slow over rate, and you're being put under the cosh like the Tuskers are now, you can comfortably just slow it down as much as you like. I mean, they just want to take time out of the day now. They don't want to bowl 98 overs because then the Dolphins could have 400. But so they really want to slow it down. But it's a good shot through the man at extra cover for 1. But if you've got good weather and good light and your umpires go, it doesn't matter, we're just bowling our 98 and you're out in the field for 8 hours, you'll certainly want to bowl quicker so that you're only out there for 7.
It'll put a little bit of a rocket up you, won't it?
It would, yeah.
And it'll only get slower from here because second new ball is due in 14 deliveries time.
I'm not sure they've got anybody to take it, Andy. I think those front 2 quicks are done. I think they may take it a bit later. I'll tell you when he'll take it, when it starts to get gloomy.
Yeah.
And he'll go, here comes the new ball, get them off the park, new ball fresh in the morning. No ball called.
And we have spoken about it during the course of the day, but the backup to the 2 new ball bowlers has not really been good enough. Ronaldo Mayer taking the place of Ziad Abrams in this game. Picked up an important early wicket, but generally speaking, he's bowled both sides of the wicket. And he's gone at 5 and over.
Yeah, the spin back up. Shot for 4, beautifully placed, whipped off his pads. He actually even got some applause from his non-striking partner who's got 156.
He nearly took out a fiscal strike there. He was enjoying himself, looking for worms on the mid-wicket boundary. And suddenly this huge red projectile came flashing past him.
Strike has disappeared.
The butcher bird was nearly butchered.
39 now, Bosch. Just going back, their spin back up hasn't been too bad. It's bowled 28 overs and gone for round about 115 and picked up 2 wickets. But as you say, Andy, the seam back up, Mayer and Mogakani's been irrelevant. It's 5 overs for 40. Mayer, too expensive. Witness the leg side half volley. And yet he has the ability to bowl the odd delivery. 78 overs done, 320 for 6.
It's too many. If you're winning the toss and putting the opposition in, 320 is too many. You want to be bowling them out between 250 and 280, you would say.
At worst.
To make it a worthwhile decision.
Yeah.
Anything over that, then, well, to go back to the start of the day, they actually didn't need to toss because the Dolphins captain Jason Smith said he would have batted anyway. So the Tuskers find themselves in this final session just a little bit on the back foot. And they need to pick up these last 4 wickets. they're going to be in with a chance of winning this game. Gosh, it takes a long time.
That's what's got me, Andy.
For everybody to get in position.
There's a clock in the international game that, but before the time between. Oh, he goes up for the catch.
He's standing.
And the umpire's not interested. Yeah, it was a con job. Nicely taken, Mike. But I was saying, there's a clock between when the last ball is bowled of the previous over and the first of the next. There's a time limit in international cricket now to get them to speed up. Sliced away, not through.
They've got a clock in baseball that was brought in about a decade ago, which has made a huge difference because the pitcher has a certain amount of time in which to deliver the next pitch.
And the sanction if he doesn't?
I think it goes as a ball.
Okay. But yeah, there has to be something, and I like what they've done at international level. It speeds up the game. Too many overs were being lost, even with the extra half hour. On a 90-over day, players were somebody bowling 84, 85, which you go, okay, 5 or 6 overs, maybe not so bad. But in the context of a test match, that can, if they add up every day, that can be a lot. Full toss, toe ended down the ground.
I can remember, as you mentioned this during the 4-day game against the Lions, I can remember a day's cricket in India. England were on tour. This would have been in the 80s, and India managed, with nothing but spin, to bowl 9 overs in 1 hour.
Match fee disappears. Something. Points off a log table in domestic cricket. You've got to have punishments. He's a sweet timer of the cricket ball, is Ethan Bosch. He's got 49. You almost haven't noticed him getting there. I would venture it's probably around about a run a ball.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hits the ball hard. He's got a lot of shots.
Effortlessly hard.
Just in many ways reminds me of kind of a Sean Pollock.
Yes, good comparison.
I think we always felt probably should have made more runs than he did. Simply because he was comfortable off front and back foot. Had a lot of shots. Saw the ball early. And probably just was never in a team where his batting was desperately needed.
Yeah, and yet he played some very significant innings. He got 100. Did he get 100 in the West Indies?
He's one and only.
I wonder if he didn't get 2. He might have got another one at Centurion against Sri Lanka. Not sure, but I do remember him getting 99 in a test match at Centurion, not out, when Dear Mackay holed out at mid-off with his captain and partner at the other end on 99. That didn't go down well.
Last over before the new ball is 2. No foul. He's replacing Huddersfield.
I'd be very surprised if somebody took a new ball. But again, Andy, look at how long it's taking to bowl the start of this over from the end of the last over. 2 minutes has ticked by.
We're 11 minutes past 4 time. Still 19 overs remaining in the day. So at this rate, they're not going to finish before 5:30.
But you can only go to 5.
And they can only go to 5.
Yeah.
Which is the point that you're making.
Go to 5:30 if there's good luck. Just keep going.
The other thing that's changed, Brett, is that the only time you started at 9 o'clock 30 years ago was if you'd had bad light the previous
You made it up,
day.
yeah.
Otherwise, first class cricket started at 10 o'clock in Durban.
Yep.
And a little bit later in other venues.
10 often was the start, even 11 o'clock down in Cape Town.
Yep. Seemed a long time since it was 11 for 3.
It is.
And the Dolphins were hopping around against the moving ball.
through. No full. Took the sting out of it, but that was hit very hard again. Well, you'll get your question answered, Andy. One ball remains to the end of the 80th. I'm looking down at the players' race to see if there's a third umpire there with a new ball, and don't.
I'm looking for bowlers warming up. I'm not seeing.
I'm seeing bowlers hiding.
Yeah, so I think you're quite right. We're going to carry on with this one and hope that somebody surrenders the way that Hanu Fillion did.
80 overs done, new ball due, should they wish to take it. 324 for 6. Parsons presses on and on, 158. Bosch 41, and another good stand for the Dolphins. This one's worth 70, and it's really hurting the Tuskers.
We'll be nominating a Hollywoodbets Player of the Day every day of this match, and on the fourth day we'll have a
Today's a toughie.
Bets Player of the match. Yeah, today's a real toughie, isn't it? I'm kind of hoping that Bryce Parsons gets out, goes and has a shower and a warm down before coming to chat to me, but I suspect not, the way that he's playing.
I think you'll catch him as he leaves the field, Andy.
Yeah, I think I will. Taking on board a bit of liquid.
Yeah, look, he's been out there since about 10 past 9 this morning, so he's had a good 6 hours batting.
Maintained his concentration really well.
I think that's been a feature, because it hasn't been. He's played a lot of beautiful shots. He's had fluent patches.
He hasn't given a genuine chance that I'm aware of.
No, I think you're spot on. He's played and missed once or twice, but for the most part, it's been a real nuggety, measured, well-structured innings. Gilson. Short, pulled away out towards the short boundary. Hasn't got all of it, but he's got enough of it to go away for 4.
It's a danger time for the Tuskers here. A lot of hard work could be undone very rapidly in these final 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think Sammy and I made mention of that and said if they stick to their guns and somehow manage to get them out for under 350, but this could be a 380 for 6 at the end of the day, and then you're really looking down the barrel. What does it do to you? Well, I think you know what it does to you, Andy, mentally, when you've had a side 11 for 3 inserted and you go into the dressing room at the end of the day, and the other side's past 350, you're probably going, what have we done?
Yeah, and it's not that they've put lots of chances down. There's been a couple.
I don't think there's really been a
half chance.
Maybe a half.
There was a possible Coulton bowl for De Pavillon a few overs back.
There's been the odd opportunity to break the Fullion and Parsons stand with a run out because their running was horrendous together. But for the most part, their out cricket's been good. They've caught those that have come near them well. They've been very good on the ground. They've just leaked runs with the backup bowlers being too docile.
Yeah, I think fair to say that Darren De Pavillon has been a threat every time he's had ball in hand. Harness Fullion has bowled a couple of good spells. And Mikey Erlang did well coming on as the 6th bowler and picking up an unexpected wicket. But generally speaking, there hasn't been enough pressure applied on the batting side.
I think when you just look at the run rate without trying, I mean, the Dolphins have never really looked to take the attack to the Tuskers bowlers. It's 4.1 because there's been that easy delivery in every over, the 4 ball. I'd be very interested to know how many boundaries have actually been struck during the course of the day. But I mean, Parsons, we know, struck 19 in his 150, and he's hit another one since. So Smith hit 9 and a 6 in his 50. So between them, they're 30 boundaries alone. Fullion, a few Bosches hit a couple. So we could be somewhere around about 40 boundaries. So half the runs in boundaries. It's been too easy. No full.
So confirmation the new ball has not been taken. There are possible 17 overs left in the day. I think the light will fade before then. And indeed, they can only go until 5 o'clock.
The reverse sweep. And Fullion knows he's now got to go after it from slip. Oh, and he didn't want to. He didn't want to go anywhere. They're back for 2.
Yeah, Hardest, the hard-working fast bowler, turned around, assumed there'd be somebody there to bring the ball back for him, and realised no, there wasn't. Set off on the trot. Even so, he was then beaten by the man who was on the point boundary.
Played.
Fields that one. A couple of Egyptian geese cruising around in the outfield, not feeling under any threat. But better watch out if Nofel drops one short.
To Bosch, they don't have to worry. It's into the stand.
Yeah.
to Parsons, it'll be cut to that sweeper. In the air, down the ground, 2 men converging, neither's going to get there. That was sliced by Bosch, certainly came nowhere out of the meat of the bat. And it plonked perfectly between a tiring long off and a long on.
I got a feeling that it was long off's catch, and he was a little late in spotting it.
Yeah. But earlier in the day, he might have made the ground, but those legs are tired now.
Oh, triple Nelson on the board. Could be a wicket.
Edged wide of slip.
Really?
Will it run away for 4? They'll certainly get at least 3 because there's a long chase. Bosch is pushing hard, getting Parsons back, running for your teammate. That's good. 3 they get. And the half chances are just at the end of a tiring day starting to appear.
Yeah, exactly what we've been talking about. The Tuskers just losing focus late in the day. A couple of half chances. It's clear the batting side are about to seize the day.
Down the ground for 1. Yeah, I think whatever they end up with from here, Andy, you know, you tend to ask the question, whose day is it? It's now the Dolphins' day. The first session was a Tuskers session, 129 for 4, and only 2 wickets since then, and another 210 runs just short of that. That's the Dolphins winning sessions 2 and 3 and winning the day.
One thing we ought to stress, of course, is that there's not too much wrong with this pitch. There was a little bit of swing early on. There was nice carry through to the wicketkeeper from both ends. But it looks a good cricket pitch.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think once you're in, you can bat. But as a bowler worth his salt, I mean, we saw deliveries in overs 60 to 70 where it hit the splice or beat the outside edge. There is something for a bowler of quality and someone who's prepared to bend their back. Who will that bowler be? I mean, De Pavillon, as you say, has been outstanding, but 2 for 35 and 15, you might go, well, that return doesn't really reflect. He's bowled better than that. And hence, you have to give a lot of credit to Bryce Parsons as how well he's batted in the face of a lot of De Pavillon.
At some stage, Bryce Parsons will realise that he's very close to a personal best.
I wonder how much an influence of when you're in the field for someone getting a double 100 the previous week, when you go, I can do that. I see how he compiled that. I do the same. Connor Esterhuizen, we speak of course, getting one for the Lions against the Dolphins a week ago.
Flat pitch, but a good innings from Connor Esterhuizen. Never slogged.
Never had to. It just looked all the time. I can't recall him playing a false shot.
Hit the ball along the ground.
In the V, beautifully played. Nicely balanced cricketer. .170 Bryce Parsons.
That highest score, 191 against the Northwest Dragons in Potchefstroom 2 seasons ago. This is his 4th first-class 100.
I think if he's going to get it at his career best, it's not going to be today, Andy.
No.
Yeah, I think it would have to be tomorrow
Go
morning.
to bed dreaming about it.
Yeah. However, Bosch can certainly get to the half-century mark tonight. He'll keep the bowling with that single. Is there any energy in the tank for a De Pavillon or a Fullion to take the new ball? It doesn't look that way.
If they had bowled their overs in a sensible rate, they only have 6 minutes left before trudging off the field. As it stands, they've got 36 minutes left. And the wheels are starting to come off.
If they haven't already. 3:40 for 6. It's a batting day. The Dolphins, credit to them, 11 for 3, have played brilliantly. They never seem to panic, Andy. They just knew the job was a tough one and they've got through the hard yards and now are prospering.
I think credit to Jason Smith, who took the attack to the
Yeah, changed the mood of the game.
hit a lot of boundaries and played with confidence that helped Bryce Parsons through a little bit of a sticky patch early on.
Swept effectively for 4. He's fastened on that sweep/pull shot very well of all the spinners. That was a full-on power sweep by Ethan Bosch, and he's not missed out on any occasion. He's now 49.
Bales have come off again at the far end. There's a strong breeze going across the field that you won't pick up on your pictures.
Nicely played 50 by Ethan Bosch. What a valuable knock. The partnership is 91. Whilst they weren't in a position under threat, at 254 for 6, the innings could have fallen away. Well, this partnership has put it firmly in the Dolphins' camp. A 50 for Ethan Bosch, and it's been a very fluent one indeed.
Yeah, played well. Partnership's 91.
63 balls.
63 balls with 7 fours. Hit a couple of loose drives in the air, but got away with it.
Slow turn, cutting against the spin, but his footwork is assured. Milking it as they like, these two now. I think Mark Erling's got to go to his 2 frontliners, Andy, and go, there's half an hour left, or less, if we can get some light and get them off. We've got to take that new ball. This is just too easy now.
Yeah, question is, how long does he want to give? Let's say he gives.
Well, it's max half an hour, so.
Let's say he gives 5 overs, 3 to Pavillon and 2 to Fullion. What is that? 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
So maybe another 3 overs of spin, and then they'll bring the quicks on. By which time
the lights come in, and they'll get off. Yes. Which in a way will achieve a Tuskers objective. They don't want to be out there right now. Not one of them.
This is the weave and weft, the warp and weft of first-class cricket. it's not all cakes and ale. There are long sessions in the field at the end of a hot day. You would rather be anywhere else. This is where the great players find a little bit of inspiration from somewhere.
One thing that's impressed me a lot about Parsons has been his ability just to absorb pressure when it's provided, and he's never actually decided to aggressive himself out of a period of runlessness. He's just waited. He's been incredibly patient. Shot selection has been pretty good, actually more than pretty good, very good.
He's got a chance now to turn this into a really big double century. If he's still there at the end of the
Pulled out through mid-wicket, hasn't got all of it, wants two, will get two.
He's run well as well, hasn't he? He's had a partner in Phil Ewan who's tried to run him out several times, but Parsons himself, he looks pretty fresh.
This the other, you can't never underestimate fitness, and when you bat 6 hours plus in a hot Durban day of 30 degrees and more, it's not just the fielders that are sapped, it's the batting as well, and he's done really well. 350 approaches. You would never have got any price for the Dolphins getting 350 at 11 for 3 in half an hour's cricket.
With the ball moving and bouncing, a couple of fresh bowlers.
Hungry fast bowlers. Yeah. .350 comes up on the board in the 85th over.
Taking candy from the shop.
At the end of the 85th over, so half an hour left in the day. The 350 coming off 520 balls and 392. Threats moving out. Sam's back with me. What do you think about our conspiracy theory, Sam? They're waiting until about 22 to bring the new ball on, and then they're hoping that the light won't be good.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds like a good plan for them, given the circumstances. We spoke early on, I think it was during lunch off air, when we asked what is a par score, and it looks like they've got into that par score quite comfortably. Currently at 350. It's getting very dark here, but still good enough for spinners to bowl.
I reckon you can get Bosch out tonight, because I think he's going to start swinging, and it might just mistime one.
Definitely. He's looked good for his 51. He's really played well all over the park. I do think a couple of overs left, he might start turning the screws on and hit a few into the stands. He's got the capabilities of doing that. Inside out, he's played that shot phenomenal today. This time he gets 2 for it. It's been a brilliant partnership by these two. Punch down the ground, sliding down and making that stop.
Takes the stand to 99. When I had a look at the start of the day. I thought, what's an 8? That's a good 8.
Good, yeah. 100%.
Batted quite down.
100%. Work down the ground for a single, and that brings up the 100 partnership between Parsons and Bosch. Been a good stand, 131 balls, Parsons 45 of it, and Bosch contributing 54 of it.
And just knock 100 runs off the score right now. Go back to 254 for 6 when Phil Yun surrendered with a poor shot off Mikey Erling. And at that stage, the Tuskers are thinking, right, now we're in.
Yeah.
We've only got one more to get out, then it's the bowlers.
Yeah.
Here we are.
100 runs later.
And the Dolphins know exactly what that feels like when you think about that Lions game where they had the Lions 6 down. And the opening batters were thinking about padding up. And they put on 330 for the 7th wicket. A new South African all-time record.
They're all seeing the third umpire bringing on the light meter. Ebbs and flows of this game.
As long as the sun is out, it's no problem. But there's a lot of cloud around now. When the cloud comes across,
it just looks dark.
It's quite gloomy.
Yeah. Punch down the ground too long off for 1.
He's played that shot well. He's recognised the fact that he doesn't have to keep biffing it to the boundary. He can just rotate the strike.
Short, wide, cut.
Just a free hit, really, isn't it?
100%. Straight to Rapulana at deep point. Walking their runs now.
AFCON hockey going on in Egypt at the moment with both the men's and the women's South African sides up there. Earlier on today, the women beat Ghana 3-2.
Brilliant.
Goals from Ongi Mali and Jamie Du Toit. And result just in the big game for the men against the hosts, Egypt. It's finished 3-3.
Sure. Must have been a good game.
And imagine the atmosphere. Egypt at home in Ismailia. Right, looks like we have a new ball out there. Yep, umpires have shown it to the scorers.
Babylon on.
Goals from Calvin Davis, Dayan Kassim, and in fact Dayan Kassim got 2 of the 3. captain of the side, so well done to him. He's played a few games against Egypt. He knows what to expect. I commentated on the AFCON game between the two sides in Stellenbosch a few years ago, and my word, the intimidation levels were high. So with the new ball, it'll be Darren de Pavillon from the Pavillon end. Bowling to Parsons. That'll be 4.
Yeah, shape immediately, 2 straight. Parsons just helped it on, goes for 4 runs. So look at the replay here. And that's 4 runs. In the other games, the Titans are currently 278 for 5. The Rocks are 70 for 2. And the Northwest Dragons are 200 for 4.
Was there some rain in Park?
Yes.
Farmers will be pleased about that. Edged and gone. And Parsons' long vigil is over. He's played at a wide one that he could have left alone. And he's gone for a really fine 183. We'll give you the figures just now. It's his second highest score in first class cricket, and it brings the partnership to an end. It just raised the 100 stand and ended up with a 109 run stand. And there we go, making 183 over 262 balls with 22 fours.
Yeah, that's exactly why they took the new ball, and would have helped their cause. But what a knock from Bryce Parsons. 183 of 262 balls with 22 fours. He's been phenomenal today. As we said, he came in with the Dolphins in a bit of trouble, but he kept his cool, kept his calm, really just absorbed all the pressure with Jason Smith at the time, and 183 runs later, he'd be kicking himself.
You can see how annoyed
You can see how upset he is. He was that close to beating his personal best and also getting to a double 100. Nonetheless, we got the new debutant Orion Gopalan from the Dolphins Academy strolling down, making his debut for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in this 4-day match.
20-year-old, slow left armour, went to Westville, and let me give a big shout out to Pidlochry Primary.
Yes. His brother is currently there, Ryan Gopalan. Westville saw him, saw the talent that he was. He actually went there as a bowler. He was bowling seam, quite quick, and then they needed an opening batter the one day, and ever since he became a batter. Started smashing it all over the park. Played Kaya Majola 2 years ago, and he's a very successful quality bowler, quality batter as well. Great fielder, good all-round cricketer.
Big ups here to Darren de Pavillon. Oh, that's a beauty to get first ball. Saw the late swing there, and actually pretty well played by Gopalan. But big ups to Darren de Pavillon. He's never looked other than excellent in every spell that he's bowled. He's now got a 3 for.
Yeah.
On another day, you'd get 6 or 7 the way he's bowled today.
Definitely. He would be eyeing that fifer, taking the rest of these wickets. Certainly deserves it the way he's been bowling today against his old team. Oh,
beautiful shape.
Where's that extra hunger when you play against your old teammate?
It's funny, here we are with 18 minutes left in the day, and now perhaps the Tuskers think maybe we should have taken the new ball straight away. But that, I mean, just to go back to the dismiss, it was a tired shot.
Yeah. He didn't need to play that. He's been leaving that the whole day.
Well, we mentioned how well he's maintained his concentration.
For such a
You
long
can
time,
forgive
yeah.
him for one.
No,
One of those.
100%.
Didn't sniff that.
No. Don't need that guy in the covers. Put an extra man behind catching.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not going to drive it anytime soon. He's just looking to get his first runs for the Dolphins.
And I think the wicket can go a lot shorter as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're actually going to take him from mid-on. Mikey Erlang is going into the slips, which means that mid-wicket will just come a little bit straighter. De Pavillon bowling to a 7-2 now. Three in a row. That one almost didn't carry through to the keeper. What a top comeback over from Darren De Pavillon. 363 for 7 now. And he has bowled 16 overs, 3 for 39 on a day when one man's made 183.
Yeah, he's been excellent. India, I'm not going to lie, I'm very proud as a coach to see this moment. Last year when we played against the Tuskers, actually he scored 98, Orion Gopalan. So to see him in Dolphins colours right now is very pleasing for a coach. As an academy coach, this is all we do to make sure that they get to play on the next level, and has really put up a lot of performances for him to be. Yes, he's picked as a bowler, but as I said, he has the ability to bat. Yeah, really exciting times and very, very happy for him.
Now, here's a nice little matchup. Huddersfield is going to have to run into quite a stiff wind, and he's going to be bowling at a man who's quite happy to smack the ball around. So there's a chance that the Tuskers could get both batters out from that long century partnership if they keep their hatches battened down here. Oh dear, oh that's 4. Well, it did shape out of the hand, but it didn't hit the cut bit.
Both the seamers with the new ball has gone for 4 runs with their first balls. Not the best of starts. It's definitely shaping, but that went too much. Keeper full stretch, still not getting there.
Better.
It's something he's been good with. After bowling a bad delivery, really back on the money. It's good length that from Fulyoon. Do you think Boshi's going to up the tempo, or he's going to stay like this?
I think if Parsons was still there, he would. But no, I think he's probably going to try and bat out.
Nice and solid from Boshi.
Very important time in the match now. Either side of the close of play. If the Tuskers bowl well, they can keep that total below 400. If they bowl badly, and the ball starts flying to the boundary, who knows? Poor bowl. That's the line, isn't it?
It's good delivery. Well played in the end.
Oh, that's a snorter.
Twice. Could have suggested that the previous delivery
Bosch had just dropped his hands a little bit. That's a genuine play in this.
Yes.
With a steepling bounce, movement away. That's well taken by Sheffield. Yeah, I think you can understand losing shape. He's running into a big wind. He's a natural in swing. He's just going further. Umpires are going to have a chat. I'm going to love you and leave you, Sam. And go down. I'm going to try and get hold of Bryce Parsons for a chat.
Old grumpy mode. It's not dark enough. This is when umpires err too early on the first day because it sets the standard. Yes, the new ball's on, but it's not life-threatening. It's a new ball, it's doing a bit. We're having a look at the cloud around. Everything's taking time out of the day. We've lost overs as it is. Gee, I'm on my hobby horse here, but just play, guys. This is taking... If you go off in this light today, then that sets the standard for days 2, 3, and 4, and you have to go off. So rather on day 1, go as deep as you possible. Don't try and avoid going off for light.
Especially with 9 overs still left.
Well, then we know they're not going to get it. There's only got 10 minutes of cricket. I mean, they're going to take 10 minutes to actually get the light meter out there, have a reading, and I can see nobody's looking happy. Batters or fielding side is not too happy with what's going on out there. They're going to take a light meter reading. Play, guys. Really, please. Babs Toom is an incredibly good and experienced umpire, so it surprises me that he's with 10 minutes to go and it's not dark. The light isn't bad at all. That they're thinking of going off. It's not threatening the health of the batter. Yes, it's a new ball. But I just please play. As good a day's cricket as it's been, Sammy. Here there's been a lot of stops and starts and wastes of time. I mean, the most they could bowl in 10 minutes is probably another 3 overs, 92. So that with an extra half-hour play, they'd still be 6 short at the end of the day. And that's just too much. What are we waiting for? Either go off or play. I am mystified. Are we waiting for the light to get bad? We're waiting for 5 o'clock to come? But nothing is happening. Back in the day, the batters could appeal against the light. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah, you can't, no.
It's the umpires are the sole judge. They can turn to the captain and say, you've got to take your quicks off. I think that's it. And that disappoints me a good deal. So they've only got 9 minutes of play left. So they may argue that, well, we haven't lost a lot. But you actually lost 9 overs today. The Tuskers over rate was dreadful. The cricket was good. And now you've set a standard for this light being poor enough. You've got to come off at this light every day, and that could cause problems later on days 2, 3, and 4. But the decision is made, and that's it. And we've reached close of play at the end of what has been a really entertaining day. 367 for 7. In the main, thanks to Bryce Parsons, 183. Ethan Bosch has played beautifully, 55 not out. And the Dolphins at one stage, 11 for 3, have recovered to a position of ascendancy. 367 for 7 after 89 overs. 9 overs lost in the day's play due to a slow over rate. But Sammy Mofokeng, what would be your assessment of how things have proceeded today?
Yeah, as I said, a lot of character being shown by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins batters, especially being 3 down so early. great recovery from both of those batters. I think the Tuskers would be kicking themselves for just letting them go, giving them that 100-run partnership, and then it just kept on getting better and better for the Dolphins. So yeah, definitely overall I would say the Dolphins would be the happier change room, and well done to Bryce Parsons for that phenomenal knock of his.
He received support from Jason Smith, 58, Hunter Fillion, 37, and Ethan Bosch very fluently in a 100 stand for that 7th wicket. He's 55, no doubt. He will start tomorrow morning with the debutant Gopal on the left-arm spinner, who got a baptism of fire from Darren de Pavillon with a new ball in the fading line. He'll have better conditions probably to bat in the morning. But at the end of day one here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, Tuskers, the Moothee Rums Tuskers, asked the Dolphins to bat first. And from 11 for 3, they've recovered to a position of strength. It's 367 for 7 at the end of day one.
It must be nice to commentate in your